Surprise. I hope you're all feeling good. Hope everybody had a good weekend. I sure did. Number one, I got to see, well, things were almost perfect. Got to see my Red Sox clinch a playoff berth, and I could have seen, had they been easy on the Tigers, we could have seen the Tigers win the division, but they didn't because of an unbelievable Cleveland come-from-behind win. That was textbook come-from-behind win. Don't know if you're into baseball or not, but I am. My dad actually played baseball for, move this over here. Hold on. My dad played baseball for the St. Louis Cardinals. It's my papa there. 1956. Charlie. And but I'm a fan of the Tigers because I live here in Michigan area now, and I'm originally a fan of the Red Sox because I was born in Winter Haven, Florida, where they used to come down and spring train. So there. I once lived down in Port-au-Prince, Haiti. There's my license plate. And this is why I speak another language or two. And today, I got some data that I transferred from this shitty sheet to a very nice spreadsheet about SoFi. Because as I said, I'm going to still be doing SoFi every day, talking about it, but I'm going to try to target a different audience for day trading. And we're going to try to find some stocks that were oversold on Friday, and then this morning they get leached out a little. They get a little fleecing, and we want to try to... I tell you what, on this stock that I got in on Friday, I have a feeling that had it not been halted, that it was headed for $10. And they knew that. They knew it. So that's just going to be a game of patience. If you just hold on, if you bought into that stock with me, BAIF or BIAF, just be patient because I already went back through the history of the stock, and you see every 3 or 4 days, sometimes, whoa, spikes. So I'll sell some of it off today, but I'm not going to sell all of it because something tells me that thing is going to make a move within days. When the MMs get their hands on something like that, they don't just make it obvious. You know, they're going to drive it down, hold it down for 2 or 3 days, and then suddenly out of nowhere, the thing just, for unexplained reasons, just shoots up to 10 and 12, and FOMO kicks in, and they run it up to 13 and beyond. So, but you just have to be patient, folks. You don't need to be paranoid or freaked out if you lost some money on that stock already. Don't worry. There'll be other days where we'll make major gains, and those will, to the memory of Friday's losses, will just be a learning experience for you. That's all it is a learning experience. We live on, and we move forward, and we tackle all obstacles. Nothing can suppress where we're headed to. Nothing. So my technique of selling and buying is basically I buy low and I sell high. And as a matter of fact, on Friday, that stock that I got in on the right place because it went beyond my price per share, my dollar cost average. But then they had to halt it. They had to halt it, folks. $3 less than it was just 2 weeks ago. They had to halt the stock at a price $3 less than it was just 2 weeks ago. What a mystery. Why are you halting it there? Well, let me just say this about that stock too, BIAF. There's only 1.3 million shares outstanding. So today, when it hits 10 million shares, it's just a matter of question of time. When will it be that the last million are sold to people that just won't sell it anymore? They just like me. I could just say, well, hell, I'm just not going to sell it. And if you, a million shares, folks, at $6 million is not a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? There's people that can make a $6 million buy right now on that stock. So my question is, what happens when the 1.3 million shares that are outstanding on BIAF are all acquired by people who just won't let them go, won't sell them? Seems like some institutions would say, man, that thing is going to get an approval for lung cancer treatment, non-invasive. Let's just buy it and hold it. Doesn't that make logical sense? But somehow they're getting sold over and over. Who can make money off of that? Who can make money off of just selling it and selling it and selling it, selling it? Well, I'll tell you how. If this guy takes up a short position and buys shares and starts selling them, and then this guy takes up a short position, and then this one takes up a short, and this one takes a short, and this one sells and takes a short, and this one sells back to this one and takes a short, and then he takes a short position, and he takes a short, and he takes a short position, and then he takes a short position. It's a great way to make money, wouldn't you think? Maybe I should be shorting this stock. I'm not an advocate of shorting, but maybe I should. Anyway, in other news around the world, let me get this computer over here to my photos so I can show you pictures of stuff. I'd like to thank you all for being here with me today. I know there's plenty of other places you can spend your time, but hopefully this channel will be one where you can learn how to day trade. I'm going to be using, first of all, just as a disclaimer, I am not a financial advisor, and I do not make any guarantees. If you read in my description, I'm also here primarily for entertainment purposes. I play music while we trade. And sometimes I just play my original songs that are on Spotify and Apple Music and stuff. And sometimes I play them right here with my guitars. And today I've got them all I got all of my guitars all tuned up, and we're going to be ready to play. They're ready to go. And I'm going to let you hear some of the different sounds that these guitars make. This Washburn, I always really liked. It's my big broadcaster, the one that put out the most. But this Washburn has gotten passed up by this Silvertone guitar from, someone said it was from Costco, but I thought it was Sears Silvertone. I thought it was a Sears line. But anyway, we're going to let you hear some of them later. And right now we're going to look at some stocks and give you a little bit of news on SoFi. And once I get logged in over here to my photos, I'm going to show you some interesting data. I think you'll find it very interesting data. And let me make sure that the stream is up and running. View your channel. And down here, there it is. Day trading method you should know. All right, that's what we're going to do. Okay, and I can see that it is working. We're up and running. So let's say hello, everybody. It's 4:40 a.m. Gary's ready to trade, and the world is asleep. Well, that's not true, Gary. You're going to find out someone else was up with you, my friend. That's right. You're going to find out that you weren't alone. You were not alone in this world. Let's see. Good morning, Gary. Hey, well, right. And Gary, we're ready to trade. We're ready with you, man. Good morning, Gary. Casey, good morning to you. Don Bordelon, good morning, everybody. Yes, indeed. Dewey P, good morning, Tank. Yes. Rusty Pop Brewer, hello. Jays won the AL. Yes. Toronto, my mom and her folks out there, they live on an island off the coast, but Canada. And there's a lot of Toronto fans there, believe it or not. Of course, there's a lot of Vancouver, British Columbia up in that area. There, I guess they're Blue Jays fans. But at any rate, congratulations. And also, Cleveland won, which is regarding the Boston Red Sox. That's their old coach, Terry Francona, who coaches the Cleveland team. They had an incredible come-from-behind win, down by 3 runs in the 9th or something like that, or, yeah, walk-off. Wow. They came out of nowhere. I always like it when the commentators start to read the closing things like, so today's broadcast is brought to you by such and such, and we are glad that you're here with us, and also by this, and blah, 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 and this is for express written consent, and any other broadcasting without express written consent is considered a crime, and blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden, here comes the Cleveland out of nowhere, just wins the game. And that knocked the chances out for my Tigers to win the division championship, which is kind of a bummer, but that's all right. The Tigers still are going to be in the playoffs, and they'll be playing my old Boston coach, Terry Francona, and the Cleveland Cavaliers. I said Indians because, of course, the Indians are very upset in the area that they took away the name, and they want it back. The Indian folk want the name back, the Indians. And they're fighting to try to get the Cleveland Indians name back. VZ Rover coming in with a splash into the tank. All right. We got to start a new drawing list today. VZ, the first one on it. First in. VZ gets to be first in. I haven't looked to see if you sent me an email, VZ. I was really busy this weekend. But VZ was the lucky winner on the drawing we had on Friday, and he will be getting one of these items. Right here. He can get himself a Catfish t-shirt like that one. I need to take this one down back here. We've got, I just knocked something off onto one of my 12 string. Knocked my dad's photo off. That's not good. Well, anyway, so these are the shirts I have for anybody that wants to try to become a winner of one and donate to the channel. And I've got many others, too, that are online on my, if you go down below the description, you'll find a bunch of shirts in the tackle box, we call it. And let's get this photos thing going here, because I do have some good pictures to show you, the stuff going on with SoFi. And as always, Trending Stocks has given us some good data. Again, I'll be sharing some of his information. If you don't know about him, his name is Cal. I suggest you go over to his channel and subscribe, and tell him Tyler Catfish sent you. And we do communicate back and forth, he and I, via his streams. When he puts up his videos, I comment, and then, of course, we communicate back and forth there. And I've been sharing with him why I think that SoFi is about to surprise all of us. I mean, I know that everybody thinks, well, this could, some people say this could never short squeeze now because the short percentage is too small and all these other things. But I tell you right now, I'm an old cat. I've been trading a long time. I've been trading a very long time, people, and I know I've seen this pattern of behavior before, and I know what it leads to every time. And if you're wondering what this pattern of behavior is I'm talking about, I'll be happy to show you. But before I do, the time right now is 9:02, and please at 9:04 and 8 seconds, I'd like to ask you all to do me a favor before I show you all of this data. Okay, and that is to hit the like button, please. And so we're going to count it down together, 9:04 and 8 seconds. And I really do want to thank you for being here. I'm going to show you some interesting things. I'm going to show you an interesting trading platform called Charles Schwab's Think or Swim. And I think you'll be very, very interested in what I'm about to show you in the way that we trade here on this channel. All right, so we're going to do this countdown, everybody, and we're going to hit the like button at the same exact moment. And until we do that, if you wouldn't mind, I'd appreciate it if you would start some loving and throw up a little love onto the screen for us. That would be very sweet. I would appreciate it if you do that. Here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit that like button, please. And I can hear the timing behind it. So I know there's a 10-second delay. And there's about a 10-second delay. So I'm going to have to start my countdown 10 seconds earlier from now on. But everybody, thank you for the love. Thank you for the hearts on the screen. And there's a heart on for you. And a heart on for me. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to see. There's a heart on for you and a heart on for me. There's a heart on the screen for everybody to see. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone. Thank you. And now let us move to what's going on with SoFi this morning, and I will share with you some things. First of all, as I said, some of the data I'll be sharing with you will be from our friend at Trending Stocks. And I have to go turn off my lights on the other end of the this where I am. So hold on just a moment, please. I will be right back. We've got a bad reflection on the screen. There we go. Okay. So the stocks that we have our eyes on this morning, obviously, are SoFi. And we also have our eyes on this stock, BIAF. And the reason that we're watching this is because I'm holding a lot of it. I decided to hold on to. It was up 55% on closing on Friday. And there's only, on this stock, ladies and gentlemen, there are only 1.3 million shares outstanding and a float of around 750,000 shares. The stock I'm talking about is BIAF, and they have a very good breakthrough drug for lung cancer treatment. And on Friday, even though the stock's price a month ago had been far higher a month ago, really it was on the date of 9/15. So ladies and gentlemen, 2 weeks ago, the price was at $10.57. 2 weeks ago, $10.57. But on this breaking cancer news that came out on Friday, well, what do you know? The price went from $5 or whatever, over $7, and it went up to $7.29. And then it got the brakes put on it at 7:30, which is where I always tell you to sell, at 7:29 and 7:30, or any $2.29 and 2:30, or $4.29 and 4:30. You're selling there. So sure enough, it got to the 29 number, 7:29, And it did not get halted or anything. It just stopped at 729. And the manipulators then ran it down back into the sixes. Well, I say manipulators. It could be just the trading world, but it got to that 729 Friday morning, and then they drove it back into the sixes. So they had it contained, but they called someone, in my belief, and said, listen, we've got this thing pulled back down and we're going to be fine. We shorted it at 729 and we're going to hold it down there below 7. But if that thing breaks back over $7 and buy it, and we're going to try and stop it at 713. But don't you dare let that thing go over $7.13, because then everybody knows it's going to 8 if it breaks 713. So what did it do? It was up to 729. They manipulated it back down in the sixes, and then boom, it went back over 7, and it broke 713, and they halted it at $7.14. This is a stock that only has 1,400,000 shares outstanding, and somehow it traded 99 million shares on Friday. BIAF, ladies and gentlemen. Buy it and hold it. That's my suggestion. Now, the reason that I'm saying this is because I can go to its historical data. I'll show you something very interesting about this stock. First of all, just a few days ago, they did a reverse split. So that's not going to be happening anytime soon. They did a 1-for-30 reverse stock split. That's not going to be happening again. Now, these are biotechnology stocks, and this is what they're very common of doing, because this is how they pay for their studies and research. They do it often, folks, I know, but I'm just telling you that they're not going to be doing another split for at least a month or two, most likely. So you're safe for trading this without any split. But I want you to know this breakthrough thing for the cure of lung cancer without going invasively is huge news. And you just have to be patient, because here's what I want you to see about the stock's trading history. Hold on a minute. Close your eyes if you can't handle this. Okay, here we are. September 27th, 2024. A year ago, 1 year ago, $63. Now, here's what I want you to be aware of. Look at this price. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days later. Look at that. 49.50. Now, watch this. Watch what I'm going to show you here. 49.50. Watch how many days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, and it's back to 65. 58 to 65. And look at the volume. BIAF, folks. This is the stock I'm watching now. Just listen to me a minute. Now, after this, ladies and gentlemen, the price goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days, and it's on the 7th day, 43, on the 8th day, 43.08. 43.08, folks. From 65.40 to 43.08. Do you see how fast this can move? And the reason why, ladies and gentlemen, is because it only has a 1.3 million shares outstanding, and the float is only 700 and something thousand. So look up here on this day, October the 24th, $38 a share, right? Watch this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 42.30. 8 days, 41 and 39 on the 9th day. Now, here they held it here for quite a while. But here you can see from on November the 25th, hold on, right here, November the 25th, the price was 38.40 and went down to 35.10 that day. Folks, listen, this BIAF, man, this thing is manipulated big time. And the volume is very low over here. Look at the volume on it. It's just outrageous, really. So this is a example study of one that we might want to day trade. Okay? I mean, look at this price right here. You see the price in the middle of the screen, 17.10. That's January 23rd, 17.10. 1, 2, 3 days later, 24.84. That's a 25% increase in 3 days, people. And then 1, 2, 3 days later, 4 days later, down in the 20s again. Get this shit off my screen. Hold on a minute, folks. Do you hopefully all understand what I'm getting at? This thing is, man, this thing is all over the place. I mean, just look at this thing down here, folks. 1089 to 870, down to 810, up to $23. August the 3rd, 25, and then 15, 8 days later. Wow. Folks, this is what can happen with the stock when it has a very low volume outstanding and a very small float. I mean, look at this thing, 7 to 12 to 13 to 8 to 9.45 to $7 to $10 to 13. I have no idea what just happened there. But I'm telling you, folks, this stock is down to $7.10 in one day, and then $10, $8, $10, $20, $11, $8, $7 to $9 to $5 to $7. I mean, wow. Man, is this thing manipulated, folks. BIAF. Buy it and be patient. Man, oh man. And this is news that is big, this latest news that they had that made them go up to why they halted them. So if you guys don't know this, on Friday, this company came out with a great results on their testing for lung cancer treatment that's non-invasive. They've got a way of determining without going in and looking at stuff and under the knife or using imagery that is non-invasive and can pick up cancer in the earliest stages in the curable area. Folks, it's huge news. So the question is, if it is such great news, then why did everybody buy it and sell it all day on Friday and make it run down so much? The thing was the hottest thing since sliced bread, and running up early in the morning, you can see the takeoff on the news. You can see that takeoff. And as I say, the thing that bothered me the most is this graph is not accurate. What they're showing you is not accurate. The price went up here, and then it was not halted. It went to $7.29 a share yesterday morning. So this is not accurate. The price may have done it in pre-market, but it hit $7.29 and it did not get halted. And then it dropped back down below 7 into the high sixes. And then it went up to $7.14 and they halted it. No problem that the price 2 weeks later was $10 plus. Now it's gone to 7 and they got to halt it. That's right. Here's where the price was earlier, up here. That price is 10 plus. $10.55 you should have sold it, folks. But listen, why halt it at $7.14 on Friday when it was running like a mad banshee on that news? Why halt it there if it was already up here? That's the question I have. So I'm just going to watch the market makers on this one real close, and I'm going to be day trading this, no doubt about it. You're going to see me day trade this. I'll be day trading it today for sure and certain, and I'm going to make a lot of money doing it. You can just watch my account today as it goes back up. So let's take a look at this on the chart right now. BIAF, I'm using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. The 200-day moving average is slowly and steadily rising. The stock has consolidated and capitulated and capitulated and consolidated, and now they've converged it together right at the opening. Perfect timing. Going to converge it together and have it right on the 200-day. Yep, a nice place to accumulate right on the 200-day average. And I want to look at a further chart back. Let's go to the 5-day on this. Yeah. So I want to see something. Yeah. See it? See this here? I was right. Ladies and gentlemen, I was right. It came out of the gate and it got up to $7.29 a share. And I don't know if you remember it or not, but this isn't really accurate because right out of the gate, it dropped and I started buying it on the 10-day average. Right out of the gate, it dropped and I had about $3,000 to buy with. So I started buying it there, and I was down. I was down a lot. I was down about maybe 2,400, and all of a sudden, boom, it took off, and it got to $7.29, and then it dropped back down into the sixes, and then it went to $7.14, and they halted it. Why did they halt it at $7.14? So they could just sell it and sell it and sell it and sell it all day back down to the price where it was? Just hold on here, folks. BIAF. Yeah. I got my eye on you, babe. I got my eye on you, babe. There it is, breaking over right now over the 50-day. BIAF. Oh man, I sense a very interesting thing here and again, I want to make sure you understand something with this stock. BIAF, I want to make sure, three things I'm going to do. Number one, this is going to be the summary page. BIAF. Number two, this is going to be the historical data page. Number three, this is going to be the chart page. And this does not need to be open. And that does not need to be open. There we go. Some other stocks we've got our eye on are LAC. We've traded it lately. It can be very moving. It can be a big mover. RGTI. We're looking at that. RGTI. And just give me a second here. There we go. Pre-market 922. And ladies and gentlemen, we're getting close to the bell, 7 minutes away from the bell ringing. And we're also looking at OPEN here. We've been keeping an eye on OPEN. And this morning it is at 0.13 down, 13 cents. We have some people that are into BBAI. Let's close this one. Close this. Now, with SoFi, I do want you all to know that we have some very, very good news. The new total up there of institutional owners, and I've been telling you guys for 2 years, when there were 700, that we would be over 1,000 soon. And we certainly are. But what I want you to see more than anything else that's more got my attention more than anything is this right here. Look again, ladies and gentlemen, on Friday, look again at all the index funds. Fidelity Index Fund, John Hancock, the Jewish Advocacy ETF. But look at all of the index funds, people. Fidelity Extended Market Index Fund, Fidelity Total Market Index Fund. Listen, folks, these Fidelity Index funds don't buy stock for a day or two. They buy for decades, okay? Index funds. Look at here. Fidelity, again, buying on that low volume, ladies and gentlemen, all that low volume we've seen Thursday and Friday. And look at all these index funds buying under the radar, accumulating. John Hancock here too. But just look at all the index funds. Fidelity Flex Midcap Index Fund. They buy for 10 years, folks. They don't let go of the stock. Fidelity Series Large Cap Index Fund. They're pouring in right now on these days on this low volume. I mean, these are accumulating in large amounts. Large amounts gaining the value of their portfolios. Look up at the top. It says percentage value raised. Look at these index funds coming in. I'm telling you, folks, they're coming in like mad right now on these lower prices and under the radar with this low volume. This is very, very important for you to understand. Index funds don't sell shares, folks, when they buy them. Look, I can show you. Are you leaving, honey? All right, I got to come up and give you a kiss. So hold on. And the bell is going to ring in 4 minutes, so I'll be right back, folks. And I want to show you, you just look at all these index funds. The only time they ever sell, and by the way, oh, I'm sorry, this is the wrong one, folks. I'm going to show you this data too, though. I got this whole new data sheet for you to look at today. Oh my gosh, you're going to see so much information about SoFi here that'll blow your mind. It'll blow your mind when I get to it, folks. But let me go give my wife a kiss goodbye. And I hope you guys can understand that's of importance to me. So I am definitely going to go say to my wife, kiss time. And I will see you guys in just a minute. I will try to hold on here, YouTube. And we're going to play one of my songs. I have 125 songs on my music playlist, folks. And you're going to hear one of them right now. It's called, let's see, Goodbye, So Long, Farewell. That's what it's called. And you guys hopefully enjoy it. Turn the power on. Uh-oh. I think I got my speaker unplugged. She'll leave if I don't get out there fast enough, but I believe I have my speaker unplugged here. All right. Come on, baby. Come on. All right. Well, maybe I won't. I'm just going to go get the kids goodbye, and I will be back as fast as I can. You guys just hang out, and don't worry. I will be returning very soon. And but it is important, as you all know. And I don't know why this thing isn't playing. There we go. It's on. And it should be playing this song. Let's see if it'll come on. Yep, it is going to play.
I knew right from the start that you would break my heart, would tear my world apart, and so I stayed away. You wore your blue jeans tight, had them ripped just right. You whet my appetite, and you just love to play. You play with hearts and boys, you think are just toys. They fall in love with you, and here's what you do. Say me write a note, and here's what you wrote. Tear their brass worlds apart. You leave your note on their bed, and when they read what it said, it really messed up their heads. When they read goodbye, so long, farewell, and we'll see you later. Goodbye, so long, farewell, see you later, alligator. Goodbye, so long, farewell. So me, I stayed away, and when you looked my way, I looked the other way. I would not give away that I was hot for you, like all those other dudes. And right out of the blue, I got pursued by you. You held your body close, thought I might overdose. You whispered in my ear, I really disappeared. I didn't have a clue what you were gonna do, what you would put me through, but knew I wanted you. Yeah, I was blown away. There are no words to say the way you made me feel. Your body soft and smooth. You showed me all your moves. I really dug your
you're listening to the music of Tyler Self, TYLERSELPH. Come on over and stream with me. Right now, it's time to start trading, though. The market is open, and we are going to make some money. And that's what our efforts are, and we're going to come over here and begin trading. And it looks like today, right now, and hold on just a moment. Let's get a little light on the subject here. And just want to thank you all for being here, first of all, this morning. And congratulations to anybody that's a baseball fan whose teams may have clinched. And congratulations to any Lions fans for another Lions victory, a solid victory where they took control of the game and really ran it their way. And they executed. This is Catfish Tyler, and I'm going to teach you how to day trade using a stock software called... and by the way, this is where I'm going to begin my first buy on BIAF at $4.60. That would be my suggestion, BIAF at $4.60. And I think that is probably a very good low. And I don't see, looks like yesterday there was quite a bit of buying down below this in the 49.50. So this is probably a good entry point on BIAF. Entry, meaning just buy a few shares. Just buy two. Just buy 2 shares. You know, don't go heavy on this. Don't go heavy on this BIAF. And you're going to have to be patient, a little bit patient, I believe. But my thinking is that these shares are all going to sell out. This 1.6 million are eventually going to go into the hands of people that hold it forever. And then what are they going to do? What are they going to do then? So that's my buy point. 466 a share is all over my buy sheet, folks. You know this. And BIAF is the stock I would suggest. That's the pick for today. But just go in lightly here. Let's see what they do to it. Just nibble at this. They could come all the way down to $4 if they wanted to, I guess, or 408, you know. At lunchtime, they could, and then they could just stay after this all day, and they could just try to just attrition everyone out till this thing is at Nowhereville. Now, the reason they won't probably do that is because they like to keep retailers in. They like to keep you on the hook, you know. They don't want to just completely bash it down. Don't you think if they could sell it down from $7 to $4.59 right now, don't you think if they could sell it down from 7.14 where they halted it on Friday, if they can now manipulate it down to 4, don't you think they could manipulate it down to $1? They should be able to, but they don't, see? They only take it down to a certain number, but they're selling this share. Remember, this stock that I'm talking about, BIAF, it only has 1.3 million shares available, and it traded 99 million shares on Friday. So here's my call. A stock that trades 99 million shares means that it had to have been sold in a circle. Sold to this guy, selling to this one, and here's how they make money doing it. They short this position. He sells to his buddy who shorts it. He sells to his buddy who shorts it. It's the same shares. He sells to his buddy who shorts it. He sells to him. He sells to him, and he sells it. They're all shorting it, and he sells it short again. And then it goes here, and it's shorted, and it's shorted, and it's shorted, and it's shorted, and it gets shorted again. And it gets shorted. And they just keep selling it short in a circle, folks. That's how you get 99 million shares traded on a stock that only has 1.3 million. That's my theory. That's how it's done. That's the only way it can be done, in my opinion. But it's masterful because if they short it at 7, if they get a halt on it at 7:14, because this news about the cancer treatment is such big news that they can halt it, and then they can get their orders all in place. Then they can just start working it down and working it down and working it down, work it down, work it down, work it down, work it down. But every once in a while, they'll work it down and then, oh, it's going to go back up. Oh, no, they're going to work it down further. Oh, there it goes. Now it's finally going up. No, we're going to work it down even more. And they just keep working it down, folks. Listen, I've been trading for a very long time. I've been trading a long time here. And this is the technique used to get a stock that only has 1 million shares available to trade 99 million in a day. But at some point, the news is that good. And the merits of the news and the company's achievements should, in my opinion, at some point reach a point where it's not all being traded to the same group, that some are every once in a while buying it to hold it for when it really goes on this cancer treatment's final approval. In case you don't know about it, the stock I'm talking about is BIAF, okay? BIAF. And I got my eyes on it, and I'm down a lot of money on my account from where I was last week because of this stock. But I'm telling you, if you go in, you better be nibbling. I mean, buy 2 shares, buy 5. And another point is a good place to buy is right here at the 43.44. So I would buy another 2 shares at 43.44 because these numbers that I'm telling you about, they love. And one of them is 44, folks. And I say they, I just use that as an entity. The people that watch my channel, they understand because I often say they love that number, and that's where they stop it. Whoever's in control of it, they just stop it. And right there is a great number to buy, the 44. They usually will shoot for 44 for the low, but the momentum of them all doing it and working together can drive it a little bit below, but 44 is the number that they wanted there just then. 444, folks. Who doesn't want to buy at 444? I mean, doggone it, man. It's 8. It's the 8. It's 8's all over that. The number 8 is all over 444. So I'd be buying here if I were you. Okay? And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Nope, I don't think so. See what I got here I can sell. Yeah, I'm going to sell a little bit of here because I want to move it over onto this. Okay, trade. I'm going to move some money over from open right now. I'm going to be moving some money over from open. And I see it is basically at its low. It was at 881 apparently this morning. Now they've driven it down 40 cents. So everything's being attacked out of the gate, not just BIAF by any means. And so I'm going to be popping out 190 shares right there. Boom. So, and I only want to move this over to BIAF because I think BIAF is going to go faster up than open will. That's what I think. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And now I'm going to sell 90 more. There we go. We're out of that. And then how are we looking on our SoFi this morning? Everybody doing all right? Let's get over here. SoFi. Cleaned off my screen this morning and no, let's get back over here to BIAF. All right, well, there she goes. She's right on back up now. $4.60 on BIAF if you picked it up at 444. That's a good number to get some shares. That's a good number to get some shares. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. It's already at 457 right now, and they like to accumulate now a little while around the 455 number if they can. But that 444, man, that was something they had to have this morning. Well, I'm sorry, whoever it was that was here on Friday said that I could get this at $4 a share. I waited, but it never got to $4. So I bought 444. I would even buy here again. And I'm just going to be nibbling. I'm not buying a lot of shares. Not buying a lot, but I see that somebody bought a whole bunch at $4.66. That's for dang sure. And that's a good number to buy. That's a good number to buy. You can see right there. Look at all the shares that came in there. 214,000 at 466, folks. And the thing I like about it, they didn't even get that many at 466. They bought them at 467. They actually didn't even want to wait for it to get to 466. They just put their orders in right there, said close enough for me. That's all I need, right near the 466. So they bought 467. You can see that right there. And I'm trading with Charles Schwab Thinkorswim platform. Just so you know this, ladies and gentlemen, all of you, I am trading this, no longer using my real account. I had to switch it because, well, I learned a valuable lesson about using my real account. And so I'm just going to be using simulated trading. But this is the same thing as you can do with your real money. It's just I'm going to show you where to buy and where to sell each time. And you're going to see why I have these certain numbers on my sheet to buy and sell. And you'll watch how it works. So here are my buy-sell numbers. I'll show them to you right now. There they are right there. There are my sell numbers, the numbers I sell at. Now, don't worry about it being one. It can be $18. It can be $12. It can be $7. That doesn't matter. It's the cents that I'm selling on day trading, okay? It's the cents I'm selling on. And it's the buys. You can see I got down here, buy back, and look at one of the numbers. 43, 44. Buy back that number there, okay? And there it is again. They just tried to take it down to 44 again. They tried one more time just then to get it once more to 44. Now, also, understand something. All these light colors are all buying this right here. If any of these candlesticks were dark, they would be selling on the bid. The dark portions of the candlesticks on here are selling on the bid. And the light portions of the candlesticks are buying on the ask. Okay? Now, I'm going to keep my eyes open for any dark areas being created here, meaning that they're starting to dump shares right here. Okay? I don't see that happening right now at all. And let's go look right now at what the volume is already. In regards to SoFi, ladies and gentlemen, good news. Institutions that are index funds have started coming back in. Fidelity Indexes Funds, Fidelity Index Fund, Fidelity Index Fund, USSPX Index Fund. And folks, they're increasing their portfolios by 80%, 82%, 73%. Look at this index fund. Look at this Jewish Advocacy US ETF there. John Hancock's buying in. Fidelity increasing their portfolios by 111%, 80%, 81%. Their value, folks, their percentage value increases are huge. And these are all index funds, and they buy for life. They buy for 10 and 20 years. They do not day trade like ETFs, folks. These are index funds, and they're buying in again. Just like they were back in late December and early January, late November, index funds started buying, and SoFi went from $11 to $28. And now they're coming in again, folks, index funds. And I keep track of this, but just let me check something out here. So this is a very good common place for shorts to accumulate, 455. 455 a share, very common to accumulate there. Just give it time. It'll ride right on up, folks. In my opinion, it's going to do the exact opposite of what it did on Friday. It's going to go up 20 cents and down 10 and up 20 and down 10 and the exact opposite of the way they worked it on Friday. And I could be wrong, but I'm thinking, well, you're glad if you bought at 444 already, which I suggest is a good number to buy. It's on my buy sheet. And also, you can even see right down here above that, the next number up is buy the 55. Buy the 55. If they've run it down, buy back in at the 55. Well, that's what they're doing right now, folks. They're buying back in. They sold short at $7.14 on Friday when they halted it. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. They halted this stock, BIAF, on Friday when it was at $7.14. And the news was so big on this cancer treatment that everybody wanted to buy the stock, but everybody wanted to sell it too, coincidentally. Isn't that interesting? Well, there she goes, folks. She's on to the next level up. And don't be surprised with this stock to see it go up $3 by the end of the day. And I'm not kidding you, because, ladies and gentlemen, at some point, in my opinion, the 1.3 million shares will be gone into the hands of people that won't sell a damn thing. I could be wrong, but I'm thinking somebody even on this channel is buying it and not selling it. BIAF, you're only talking $6 million and all the shares will be bought. Folks, only $6 million and all the shares will be bought. I'm trying to get this back up here so you can see this. This is the stock right here. BIAF. Look how many shares are outstanding. 1.34 million shares outstanding. And only a 772,000 share float on this stock. People, this is why it's so volatile trading. This is the reason that this stock is so herky-jerky, is because it has so few shares. And if you'll give me just a second, I'll show you what I mean about the herky-jerkiness of it. Just look at the pricing on this stock, ladies and gentlemen. Dadgummit, man. Sorry, folks. Stupid Yahoo decides just to jump to another screen. Just look at this pricing, folks, on this stock, and understand why it could be a great stock to just hold for a few days, because, God dog it, the heck. Please hold. Could you just show the screen I'm looking to show everybody? Goodness. This is what I want you to see, ladies and gentlemen, about this stock. Understand this, okay? It's BIAF. Look, the price was $24. 24. Then it was 11. Then it was 8. Then it was 20. Then it was 16. Then it was 14. Then it was 13. Then it was 7. Then it was 6. Then it was 12. All right? Are you seeing this? Then it was 7. Then it was 10. Then it was 7 again. Then it was 10. Then it was 10. Then it was 7. Then it was 8. Then it was 4. Oh, my gosh. Wow. Okay, well, I'm just showing you, folks, the stock is ran way up and way down, $4 or $5 at a time. And then they get this big cancer news, breakthrough news on Friday, and they get halted at $7.14 when the price had been over $10 on September the 19th. It's weird, folks. They halted it at $7.14 on Friday. And then today's volume is what? On a stock that only has 1.34 million shares, what's today's volume? 603,000. Well, half of the available shares are now gone into the hands of hopefully some of you people that are listening to me. When I suggest you pick some shares up, because there's only 1.34 million and this float is 700,000. It's almost already reached the float right now at 600,000. It's almost reached its float already. And who got it halted on Friday at $7.13? They tried to halt it at $7.13. It halted at $7.14. Weirdest thing is, before $7.14 in the morning, it was already up to $7. After it came out of the gate, it already hit $7.29 a share. So why didn't they halt it at 7.29 a share? When they pulled it back down in the sixes, they thought they could contain it. But the news was too big, and it went back up over 7. And then they said, all right, now we got to halt it at 7.14. The price was already 7.29, dumbasses. Why would you halt it at 7.14? Unless you just want to make it look obvious what you're doing. I'm telling you, Friday morning, the price of this stock on the Cancer News shot up to $7.29 and was not halted. Then they put the brakes on it. Somebody shorted it. They started working together and they got it down below 7. And all of a sudden, the news got to more people's ears and they wanted it, and it got over 7 again and they halted it. Why didn't you halt it at 7.29 earlier out of the gate? It was after the market opened. It went up to 7.29, was not halted. But then they got it back down below 7. They thought they had it under control. They thought they were going to make a lot of money, that shorting position at 7.29. And then it went back over 7, and they panicked, and they got it halted at 7.14. Somebody tells me on Friday, oh, that's just the computers and the way they work, and they halt when the blah, blah, and the balance and blah, blah. I said, oh, no, I don't buy that. If that was the case, they would have already halted it at 7.14 early out of the gate. Why wouldn't it halt at 7.14 right out of the gate? No, it went up to 7.29, and then it took it down and below 7, and then it got to 7.14, and they halted it. It just doesn't make any sense that computers are doing that. People are doing that, people. That's what I think, and I could be wrong. But why wouldn't the computer have tripped the breaker already at 7.14 right out of the gate? They didn't do that, folks, with this stock. They didn't do it. Anyway, I'm just letting you know about it. BIAF, you can make your own decisions on what you want to do with it. But something tells me that just as this thing has been proven to be very, 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 very swing trading, someone's swing trading the crap out of this stock, folks. And there aren't any splits in here. There aren't any reverse splits. It's just swing trading, folks. Look at the volume on this stock, BIAF. Look how low the volume has been in the past. And look at these prices when it was at that low volume. Look at the prices. $63 high, and then days later, $53. Then back up to 60 the next day. Then down to $44 in 10 days. Then, I mean, look at the swings on this stock, folks. $39 back to 40, $36, $31, down to $28, up to $38. It's because it has so few shares, folks. There's only 1,340,000, something like that. 1.34 million shares available. And look at these swings, folks. I mean, dang, you can make some money on this. You can make some money buying a stock at 27 and selling it a week later at $35 or $37 or $38. And then a week later, buy it back at 25 and then sell it later at 30. And then a week later, buy it back at 20 or 19 and then sell it at $25 and then buy it back at 21 and sell it at 25 again, and then buy it at 22 and then sell it at 25.20. Man, there's some money here, folks. There's some real money to make on this stock right here. And the volume, like I said, very, very low on it. Very low volume. Golly, man. Down to 11 and then up, down to 9 and then up to 11 and then down to 8, up to $32. Oh, my God. What in the world? $8 to $24 to $17 to $13. This is BIAF. $13, and there's the 1080. 1080 a share, folks, right there on May the 5th. It hit a high of 13.20. It's traded $3 in one day. Now, do you know what I'm saying? Today, this stock could go from 4 to 7. I'm not kidding, folks. This thing has been manipulated big time. 960 down to 393, almost a 250 swing in one day there. $15 to 8 in one day. I mean, 13 the next day to 9. Holy crap. And look at the volume. Now the volume finally starts to pick up to something. But the manipulation is going on, folks. The manipulation is big. $8 low to $12 high to $9 the next day to 10. This stock, believe you me, is very, very heavily manipulated. $13 high to $9. What did they halt it there at $13.80? Is that what they do? Every time this thing starts to take off, they halt it on June the 26th. They halted it again there and then let them load in a bunch of sell orders and get it to go down to $9 after the halt. It's probably what they did. Came out of the gate. The news was good. They had good cancer research. It went up to 13.8, halted it. Then they let them load in a bunch of sell orders all day, and it sold somehow 6 million when it's only got 1.3 million. Is that the game plan? Comes out of the gate at 777. The low of the day was out of the gate, and then it went to 1065. Then you halted it at 1065 and ran it down to 870, didn't you? I bet you did. I wouldn't doubt it at all because I saw what they did on Friday. Amazing. Halting whenever the thing's on a high. Did they halt it this day at 1044? It looks like it. Came out of the date, went up 24 cents, and they halted it. 1044. And then, no, that didn't happen that day. That didn't happen. No, that day they ran it down out of the gate. They ran it down from 1020 to 903, folks. Look at that. They ran it down $1.17 out of the gate. That was on July the 9th. Opened at 1020. They ran it down $1.17, and then it came back to 1044 for the high and closed at 1020, right near the high. That's what they did that day on 120,000 shares traded. So yeah, this thing is manipulated a lot. Oh man, you can take advantage of this, folks. You can take advantage of this if you're a day trader. July the 16th, opened at $9. They ran it down 33 cents. Oh yeah, favorite number to run it down, 33 cent down. Then it went to 1005 and closed at 993. 13 cents off the high, 12 cents off the high. I see that. Oh yeah, I'm looking at this patterns. Opens at 1089. They took it down to 993, about 80 cents down, 90 cents down. Then it went to 1125 and closed at 1029. That's what I think it happened. Hell, they could have run it up right out of the gate from 1089 up to 1125, then attacked it down to a low of 993 and then closed it at 1029. I don't know what they did exactly, but that's a nice swing there that day. This has definitely got my eye, this stock, BIAF. It's definitely being manipulated big time. But the thing that gets me is right here. This share price here, $13.50 on September the 15th. $13.50, folks. $13.50. How did it get to that price? How was it not halted? How was it not halted going from 948 up to 1350? And then, by the way, look how much they ran it down. $3 after they maybe they did halt it that day. Looks like they did. Looks like they did. Came out of the gate, 948. They ran it down only 12 cents. And then, bam, the news came out. It jumped to 13.50 and they halted it. And then they ran it down $3. Ah, I see. Nice. Nicely done. But if you didn't halt it until it got to 13.50 on that day, on September the 15th, then why did you just halt it on Friday when it was only at $7.14? And by the way, why didn't they halt it at 7.29 when it hit the high right out of the gate? Why did they let them pull it back into the sixes, and then when it got to 7.14, halt it, when the price had been $13 just 2 weeks before? Who halted it there? That's what I want to know. The price over here on September, right there, September 15th, $13.50 a share. Who decided on Friday to halt it at $7.50? This thing had gone from $9.48 to $13.50. Let me check something out. I'm just curious. 9.48 times 40% plus equals 9.48 times 30% plus equals. So we know it was about 35% up. 9.48 times, let's try 38% plus. 1308. So we know it was 40% up. 9.48 times 40% plus 1327. So it was 45%. Wow. 9.48 times 45% plus 1374. Well, anyway, we know it was around that. Now, how much did it go up where they halted it on Friday? It went from 618 to 729. 6.18 times 20% plus equals 741. Why did they halt it at 21% up when the other day they let it go up almost 45%? See, that is the thing that doesn't make sense to me. That is, to me, that is the signal of, well, someone was saying, oh, it's this balance thing and all that. And, no. They let the damn thing go up 44% on the 19th. I don't buy it, man. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Now I want to go over to SoFi just for a minute, because this is the main thing that I talk about mostly, is this stock, SoFi. And I am encouraging people to buy it right now because I believe it is about to go into a zone where it's never been before. And I have no idea what this thing is doing here now. This computer decides to do whatever it wants, whenever it wants. It's going somewhere I didn't ask it to. So just give me a moment here. The one thing about SoFi right now, when it's up as high as the price is right now, a 1% drop is nothing on your account, really. It would be if it was $6 a share. But when it's $27 a share, it's not as drastic when you're down 1.5%. And one thing that surprises me here about this BIAF is that it could have 99 million shares traded on Friday, and today see such little volume. Apparently, no one has any interest. And they just love for you to think that. That's what they want you to do. Don't be interested in it. There's nothing happening with it. The volume is very low, right? 603. You see where the volume is now? 704. So 100,000 shares just traded in the last. And remember, this stock only has a 750,000 share float. 750,000 share float. All you buyers with all that money over in Saudi Arabia, over in Qatar and Dubai, and man, it wouldn't take you long to buy up these shares and sit on them. There's only 1.3 million. You're talking right now. I mean, $5 million ties all the shares up. And you just watch it rise in, because who's gonna have any shares to sell? You're not gonna sell them if you guys all buy them. Just saying, I could be wrong, but sounds to me like if you all put your heads together that you could just buy every dang share of this right now. And there'd be no more circle jerking this stock and selling it around in a circle, one to each other, to each other, to each other after that. Be nice to see something like that happen, and let the manipulators learn a lesson. And we'll just have to wait and see what happens with this. But I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to sell all of it. I am going to sell some, and some of you might have some stocks that are running. Let me make sure and catch up. VZ Rover, coffee for Catfish. Thank you, VZ Rover. Morning, friends. Good morning, Weavess. Welcome, Ben Demedio. Welcome, Gold and Silver up. Thank you, MCK BitConnect. Okay, connected. Why are you always taking multiple samples of Costco? Save some for us. I was busy at work, so I didn't even know I worked. Thank you. I will send you an email soon. Okay, yeah, you won. That's right, VZ. TLRY looking good, holding tons long. All right. Yep, me too. I like TLRY. It's one of my long stocks. Morning, Jeff Presley. Good morning to you. Fabs, good morning. I didn't see you there a little bit earlier. I'm sorry I didn't catch you. What tickers are we trading? BIAF is what we're going to buy today. We've been looking at this stock was up 80% Friday morning, and they've really washed it out good this morning on very low volume. There were 99 million shares traded, and now we don't even have 700,000, just barely over 700,000. But the thing is, this stock only has a float of 700,000 shares. So we've got our eyes on it. It's got only 1.34 million shares outstanding, this stock, BIAF. So I'm just wondering, when we get to 1 million plus shares, when does it take off and go up, $3? Because I just showed everybody how much this thing has gone up sometimes in one day, $3. Scrolling on down, Marcos Villa, hello. Ben, do you buy physical gold, silver too? What stock is that? BIAF currently, yes. Sledge1312, good morning. Wendy, good morning to you. Brady Thompson, hello and welcome. Good morning. Yep. Talk, go kiss Mrs. Cat. Well, morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Ding, ding, ding. Yes, indeed. Jersey Al, I did. Telliamus, hello there. Welcome. Pat Yeager, good morning to you. Steve J, hello. TLRY, what's your opinion? I like it. I've always liked it. SoFi RSI 17. All right, I got you, Lena. Thank you. Tortigo de Rio, hello there. I want you guys to know I got some news about SoFi. Anyone pick up TLRY? Yeah, put it out there before. Yepers. Oh, okay, hold on. Yep. Go kiss Mrs. Cat. I did. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Jersey Al. Yes, telling you. Steve, my screen rolled back down on me. Anyone pick up TLRY? Yepers, I'm going long tier bunch at 79. Why is SoFi down today? SoFi needs to consolidate just a little bit more. It's on a hitch and go. It'll make a nice move. Institutions are buying. Index funds are buying. Don't worry about SoFi. It's fine right where it is. They want to buy in, and they are buying in. Institutions and index funds have been accumulating and accumulating on this little dip. It'll just be a little drawback, and off she goes. Don't let it bother you. Hood is up $5. Hood is up, but SoFi is down. Yes, arbitrage opportunity. Hood, CELH, RKLB, AMD, all up and up. Thank you, Gary. Gary Inwards, Garage Trader, BIAF is old news. Close your position and move on to what's moving today. Garage Trader, I got you. And I said I will be selling some of it today and move it over on a runner. There's no doubt. I had TLRY many years ago and lost a ton. Got back in to get my money back. There you go. Good. Probably some 5 years ago, TLRY. Yep. That's right. Alex Bacall, welcome. Jose Rodriguez, can I get some opinion on DEFI technologies? Yes. Je m'appelle Chow. What happened? No SoFi? No, I'm still going to talk to you about SoFi. I told everybody I'm still going to be talking about SoFi. And I'm going to show you a lot about SoFi here in a minute. Can we have a look at SoFi? Yes, we will, newbie. We sure will. 10X has had a nice run the past week. Thank you very much, Steve J, for letting me know that. And I do know because I hold that long. Who even has BIAF? Not me, Kim. Yep, don't worry. A few of us on Friday predicted BIAF downfall. Too dangerous. Yep, Alex. Holo is slowly breaking out. BIAF, I'm down from $6. Yep. I called under 5 today. Move on to something better. The past means nothing. That's right. You're very, Kim, actually, the past means a lot. He who overlooks history overlooks the future. I hold BIAF, have made money on it Friday, down only 134 today and buying. Yep, nice, Richard. Yep. What is your dark sell buy indicator on your volume candlesticks? It's a good question on that. Let me just check and see if we got anybody else here. Hold on a minute. I got to check all the. Oh, there's not much chat left, so we got almost everybody checked out. SoFi, not so fly this morning. Oh, don't you worry about it. It's going to be fine. 445 on BIAF. That's one of my favorite numbers to buy is 444. 444 is one of my favorite numbers to buy. SoFi, not so fly this morning. Looks like it's almost time to pick some up. SoFi 1240, 2840, 2740 now. Yep. Leonid, that's 17 rate RSI, so believing it's most likely going to hike soon. Is this right? I want you to know that I am I'm very confident that SoFi is about to make a very nice move up from here. And I'm going to tell you why. Because silently under the radar, under this very light current volume, silently under the radar, there are some amassing of shares by index funds. And that's the deal with SoFi. Now, I want you also to know something else about SoFi. If you'll give me a second, I'll show you. First, I got to sign in. Hold on. All right. Here we go. And let me get my notes out. And let me also make sure everyone can see. All right. There we go. And we're going to make sure you guys can all see this. Because sometimes my camera zooms in and you can't see everything very well. All right. So I do have it showing up well. And now all we got to do is find a pen. All right. So in regards to SoFi, and I do, as I said, have to show you something interesting. Here we go. I want you, first of all, to know in the overall market, we are going to have, and this is all data that I got from our friend Cal at Trending Stocks. Go over and see his channel and learn what I learn and teach you guys here. He's a very good, Trending Stocks is his channel on YouTube. Please go over and check him out. No earnings really to talk about other than Resolve that's going to have earnings this week and Nike that are coming out with earnings. Monday and all week long, we're going to have Fed speakers again. Why they have to come out every 2 weeks with this bullshit, I do not know. I don't understand why they got to come out every 2 weeks to tell us what's going on that we all know. We can go and shop and find out what the prices are. But anyway, Tuesday, we've got the JOLT numbers and consumer confidence. We've got employment numbers coming out this week, the labor. And by the way, we want everything to be slightly negative. We don't want this data to be good on the labor. All right, we need it to be a little bit negative because if labor is good, it's going to hurt our chances of the cut coming up in October. So just keep that in mind. We don't want anything drastically negative, but we do want to see a little bit negative here for the labor market. Because if we see an increase in hiring in the labor market, that will not be good for us, and the market will not like that, okay? This is all according to Cal over at Trending Stocks. I'm just giving his viewpoint. There'll be no fireside chats coming up, and I do want to show you something interesting that came out here recently, and that is this right here. And as you can see, this, ladies and gentlemen, and there's Cal right there up in the top right corner of your screen. That looks to me, there's a belief that this could be SoFi's Bitcoin logo. This is a possibility that you're looking at SoFi's Bitcoin logo right there. And it's not a certainty, but it's a hint. Now, I also want you to know that this story came out on this story broke here yesterday, and I got to back my camera up here so you can see this better. There was a article that was put out yesterday on X or one of these platforms by someone who has a lot of followers called data-driven investing or data-driven investor. But I think it's data-driven investings. And I want you to know that the article was talking about certain companies that are going to lead the way going forward and that could be meeting a certain criteria to enter. And it says here is a comprehensive list of companies who fulfill these 3 requirements. And one of them that he doesn't talk about is SoFi. There are 3 requirements to get into this, and one is they have to have a market cap above 10 billion. SoFi, check that off. Number 2 is they have to have 3-year annual revenue compounded annual growth of over 35%. And the next rule is they have to have free cash flow margins over 35%. Well, guess what? SoFi already meets the criteria of a market cap above 10 billion, and they have the number 2 requirement of the 3-year annual compound revenue growth above 35%. But only this cash flow margins is where they did not meet the criteria. But Anthony Noto comes out and says the following. He says, hold on a second here. He says at the top of this article, Anthony Noto writes, "You mean no other fintech and no other tech company, question mark? Get some of that." Folks, this is Anthony Noto, and he is trying to hint that they're going to meet all 3 of the requirements. So now I apologize for not getting down what the requirements are to meet what level, but you can go and read this guy on X, Data Driven Investing, and do your research, folks, and find out what he was referring to for the 3 top companies. He says here, here, Data Driven Investing says, here is a comprehensive list of companies who fulfill these 3 requirements. Let's see. I love SoFi, and it's my biggest position by a wide margin, but it doesn't have the free cash flow margins over 35% over the trailing 12 months. Well, Anthony Noto sort of hinting here that they will have that requirement. Now, again, I apologize for not knowing what it is that they're going to be getting into, but apparently Anthony Noto, and I love this guy for doing that. He gets on X and he's defending this company that we hold shares in, and not many CEOs care to take the time to do that, but he's following what these people are talking about, and he is exchanging, and he is hinting. Yep, he is hinting that SoFi is indeed going to meet all 3 criteria. Now, again, I don't know the criteria for what. It's not the S&P 500, but it's something that they're talking about here on data-driven investing. Yep, SoFi will have its own crypto coin or a symbol for Bitcoin. I don't know for sure, but this is what was floated around. This is what was floated around, and I already showed you guys last week how many jobs they're hiring for crypto right now. But this appears to be the logo that's going to be for SoFi. I don't know. I don't know anything more, but I'm just sharing with you what I understand as for SoFi here, and it is possible that this is going to be their SoFi's Bitcoin logo. I do not know where Trending Stocks found this, so I can't verify anything about it. But apparently, this could be their logo right there that you're looking at right there. That could be it. We will see. I do not know for sure. Now, I'm going to get over here for a second. All right. Okay. Now, you guys have been talking this morning about TLRY. So let me take a look at that. Let's go see what it's doing. Oh, yeah. Nice. Well, gosh darn. Well, listen, I'm telling you right now, there's no way I'd buy that stock at that price. I would not buy it anywhere around 166. I would sell that thing in a heartbeat at 164, 65, and 66. I'm telling all of you people now. And as a matter of fact, I'll show you what I'm going to do right here. I'm going to start selling some BIAF. And I don't care if I'm down on it. It doesn't matter to me. I got plenty of it to sell. Okay, very good. All right. Okay. So what's the news on TLRY? Then that 17 RSI, so believing it's most likely to hike soon. Is this right? Who knows? NASDAQ halted at Rick Hard. Better off trading open. Yep. I just bought some SoFi. It should tank now. LOL. Next chapter, Philippines. Don't say such things. Cat, check out SoFi. Yes. I already know all about SoFi. I'm not worried about it. I see all the index funds buying it, and they don't like to buy at the highs, so they're going to run it down for a couple of days here and keep it down for a little bit, and then she's off. She's got a 5-day shoulder. I'm not worried about SoFi at all. Not at all. Garage Trader, halts are not a conspiracy. You should educate viewers, not confuse them. Thanks, Garage Trader. I'll let you take a little time out for that. Bye-bye. I'm entitled to my own opinion about what I think is going on in the marketplace, and you don't need to reprimand me, and you don't need to spank me on the wrist with your little ruler, okay? I'm a human, and you are too, and we're entitled to our own opinions about whatever we want to be. You agreed about halves, tried to tell him Friday. Kat, the only reason you're able to sell the stock is because it's a simulated account. There is no liquidity in BIAF. This doesn't work on a real account. Okay, I hear you. Did you guys get a short position on this? Food morning. Let's see. WAVS 434. Good, LOL. What's target and exit for BIAF? I have no idea. I have no idea. It could be $3 higher than it is right now. We know that. We've seen it. I already showed you the history of it. They can run it up and down $3, $5, $7. They can run it up and down $10. Whoever's in control of this stock, they're manipulating the shit out of it. And all you got to do is just be patient, because what comes down will go up with this stock. It's proven historically. But if you're impatient, just move it over onto one like TLRY and just make it all back in one day. That's all you got to do. And no, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Smile. Yep. Do you mean SoFi will have its own crypto coin or a symbol for Bitcoin? SoFi coin would be huge, huge. $130. Yeah. Yep. Up $9. Gary, wow. Hood. Yes. Eric Trump said buy the dip means crypto. BTC and ETH take off and all the crypto exchanges go higher. That's right. Well, woo, Ooh, says Doc Airline. Gary Inward, SoFi down on one of the banks revising their price target. It was higher, but still not high enough. Oh, who cares? These damn banks have been chasing SoFi's, their stock price forever and ever and ever. I've been in that Tilray, get rid of that thing now. I've been in that Tilray, get rid of it now, says Kenny Putnam. Yep, they rated it a sell, but raised the target price. That figures. Yep, it's a weed company. Yep, Morgan Stanley raised target from $13 to $18, but rated it for a sell. I bet they did. Every time they do a downgrade, the price is $3 or $4 higher within weeks. I saw a downgrade come out. Well, let me show you here. Garage Trader, you're now on my list. Oh, don't worry. I already put him, I gave him his I'm a B all over you like stick on shit. But oh yeah, it's not a conspiracy. They halt the stock and drop it. I've seen it. Oh my, look at this TLRY all of a sudden. What's going on with that thing? Look at him drop it. Market manipulation 101. TOP Financial was a fun stock, okay? Alex McCall says, tempted to get some more Tilray here. I don't like to buy around the 166 number. I just don't. I don't ever like to buy there. Not when it's run up to 166. I don't want to buy there. I want to buy if they run it down to 166. All right? And I'm watching it really right here just sit here. And there's no reason for me to move over from my stock that's stuck in the right lane over to the left lane if the left lane is going to go slower too and is stuck. So there's no reason for me to be incentivized. I'm just going to sit right where I am right now with what I've got and believe in what I bought. And you might think that's foolish. Well, don't you worry. If you guys can point out, I told you not to buy this. I told you all just to sell it at 166. I told you to sell this thing there. I know that. I know that you got to sell. That is a terrible number. When it hits that number, folks, yep. They've herked and jerked this stock for years, TLRY, and they have. And you know what? Every single time I've bought into this, I've lost money, just so you know. If you buy in on the enthusiasm, it'll burn you, folks. Just watch out. Watch out. That's what I got to say. And we already see the volume's 133 million. Well, shit, we saw 99 million on BIAF on Friday. We saw them run it down all day. All that volume just kept selling it down and selling it down and selling it down all damn day. And now today we see it's only traded 894,000 shares. There's no interest in this stock at all. Don't pay any attention to it. And that's what they want you to believe. That's what they want you to believe, folks. All right. Well, I'm sitting on some cash now, ready to buy something. If anybody can pull out a stock says it's on a run. If anybody's got a stock that's on the run here, I'm ready to hear about it. And let's go over to my data sheet here and see if anything I have that I used to trade might be on a run. So we're going to go to monitor, because I usually hold a few shares of each stock I used to trade and see if anything is on a run. And goodness, is the whole doggone market? Yep. S&P 500 green. The Dow's about to go green, it looks like maybe. The NASDAQ is green. The Russell is green. Everything's green except BIAF. And I just wonder, again, I looked back over the history of this stock, and man, I've seen some major manipulation. I mean, I just wonder, could it do it again today? All this manipulation on this, by the way, on this very, very low volume over here. They've been able to run this price all over the place on incredibly low volume. $10 to $13 to $9 and closing at 10. I just look at this stock and the trading history on it. I see a lot of days over $1 swings on it. I see it went from $13 down to $6 and back to $12 to 13 again, then down to $8. I mean, this stock has been, and then back to 13 again. Maybe I'll just sit on it till it goes to 13 again. I mean, they take it down to $8 and then back up to 13 and then, holy smokes, folks. Just look at this price here. September 15th, $13, $7, 8, 10, 10, 10, 8. I mean, when does it go to 13 again, folks? $13, $15, $46. How do they halt this son of a gun? How do they halt this stock at $7.14 on Friday? Oh my God. The price had been $8 and $9 and it goes up to $46. How do they halt it on Friday at $7.14? How does that happen? God. I mean, in the past, this stock has traded $5 up in one day. BIAF, folks. Yeah. Well, first of all, you never go all in. That's not my no. You should know better than that. You should know better, Teleliamus. That go all in is not in my vocabulary. Those three words do not exist in my vocabulary at all. Not at all. Go all in is how you lose. That's not my technique. Nibble, 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 nibble. But based on the history of the stock, looking at some of these day trades from $38 down to $29 on just 15,000 shares, how is it 99 million shares were traded on Friday and you only saw a swing of $1.50 or so, $2? What was the swing on Friday? It went from $7.29 to what? $4.65. Alexa, what is 7.29 minus 4.65?
7.29 minus 4.65 is 2.64.
So $2.64 swing. A $2.64 swing on this stock on 99 million shares traded. It swings $2.64 on 99 million shares traded on Friday. And down here, it's swinging I mean, huge swings, folks. 15 to 8 on 1 million. How is this? How does this stock trade from $8.40 to $15? How could it not be halted when it hit 10? This is interesting. Very interesting on this stock, BIAF. Yep, very interesting. How could it be allowed to go double in price on this many shares, 1 million, but on 99 million shares, it only went up $2.64 or whatever I just calculated? It's ridiculous. Market makers, baby. Market manipulation. And people don't believe it. Oh, you should not be telling people false information. Well, I think I have a lot more credibility with my argument than anybody else has. And I can tell you something else. I can look at SoFi's 1-year chart. All I see on SoFi's 1-year chart is this same similar market manipulation effort, the same amount down. That's the same. That's the same. That is the same. That is the same. That is the same. Folks, this is the drop before the pop. I'm telling you, man, oh man, this is the drop before the pop. And the reason I know this or feel this so strongly is because of all the index funds coming in. I looked at this on Friday and I said, oh my God, look at all these index funds buying these little drops. Look at all the index funds buying SoFi while everyone is selling it. The ladies and gentlemen, index funds don't buy to day trade. They buy for years, for 10 and 20 years at a time. And here you got Fidelity Index Fund, John Hancock. Down here you got all these index funds. They're all index funds, folks. Right here you've got Fidelity Index Funds, Fidelity Index Funds. Index funds, Fidelity here, index, Fidelity, index funds. Folks, and look at their increases. They're increasing 82%, 61%, 180, 86%, 82%. These are big increases, just like the increases that happened back in December and January when the price was $11 before it went up to 29 and 30. All these index funds are now coming in again, ladies and gentlemen. They're coming in again to SoFi right now on these days when the prices are being manipulated down each day. Oh, yeah, they're coming in. They're coming in. And I can show you right here. And let me get over here to trade. And I want to get back on BIAF and the chart right now. There it is. Well, that looks good. That looks real good. What in the world? What's going on with this crazy stock? Huh? What is going on with this crazy stock? What in the world's happening here? Did you guys buy it today with me at $4.44 a share? Did you guys buy it with me at $4.44 a share? I want to ask in a question. Let us get a little conversation going here. Did anyone buy BIAF at $4.44 a share? And oh my gosh, just look at him running this thing all over the place. Let me see something here. The bid is 422 and the ask is 425. The bid is 422 and the ask is 445. There was a halt while I was talking. And now the price is 439. Huh. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to create a poll right now. Did you buy BIAF at 444 a share this morning or in that range? Hold on, I got to turn this light on so I can see what I'm doing. That's what I want to know. Delete and shift. Boom. And oh my gosh, I can't believe I did it again. There. Did you buy BIAF in the 440 range, in the 444 range? That's what I want to know. Start poll. And by the way, that's where it is right now. So I want to know if you bought some there. And also, I want to now take a look at TLRY. Yeah, it's not going to go back over 160. It's not going to go over 166, folks. That's not going to happen. And by the way, also the number 2744 is just as popular to me on SoFi as the number 444 was on this stock, BIAF. And just as is always the case, ladies and gentlemen, nothing ever just keeps dropping, okay? Nothing ever always falls. SoFi isn't going to go from $8 to $30 a share without pulling back, which it's done. The price of SoFi 6 months ago was $8.60 a share on April the 7th, I believe it was. $8.60 a share. And now it's up to 27 bucks. And people are asking me, why is it falling? Well, folks, it's gone from $8.60 to 20 to 30 bucks. That's why it's pulling back. It needs to. It needs to fleece out. It needs to get the weak hands out of it. And I'm happy to buy some shares of BIAF here, so I'm going in at 433. And I just bought 431 a share, BIAF at 431. I just bought. And the reason I'm buying it here is because I think it's at the bottom. And I also believe that SoFi's at the bottom at 27.44. And by the way, I say Telly Lamas, it sold my shut at 425. All right, so now all we got to do is tomorrow find a nice runner to put it all over into and make it all back. Make it all back. Let me, while you're in your pit of despair, let me show you something, if you don't mind. Goodness gracious. Hold on. Just give me a second here. Here we go. And we will find what I'm looking for here in just a moment. All right. For those of you that are here with me, I went back and I decided to convert my notes over to a real data sheet. And to you who just spoke about hating yourself, Telediamas, let me show you something. Last year, during the month of July and August, these are the stocks that we owned, and these are the gains we made every day. Okay? We were in and out of these stocks. We bought in the morning on the run down, and we sold in the afternoon on the run up. So just keep in mind that this is the kind of performance that you can have in gains. And I actually started putting the real days in here. So don't worry, my friend, because we'll find one like these and you'll make all your money back. And you'll just be like, oh my gosh, everything's cool. So don't freak out, because we'll find some stocks like these, because we look for stocks like these. And then you get some gains like these, and days like this will disappear from your memory. There'll be just another learning experience for you, my friend. So just relax. There's plenty of stocks out there that go up, and they go up big, like this one last year on this day. I ask you, please just relax. Now, I haven't updated this sheet lately in a long time, but I'm going to, because we've had some big gainers here recently, some big gainers. So, yep. And let me just close this out now. And don't you worry. We'll get your money back. You'll find a runner. We'll all find a runner together, and we'll get in on it, a triple crossover, and it'll have massive volume and this time, hopefully, they won't halt it on us. Listen, we would have made a lot of money on this stock BIAF on Friday had they not halted that on us. I was up. They had already run it back over my dollar cost average by 10 cents, and I was in the green, and they halted it. So we would have made money on this stock if it were not manipulated. And I don't care what anybody else says about me telling that you shouldn't tell people that. No, I'm telling you what I think. I think it was manipulated, because they could have stopped it at 7.29 and they didn't. They pulled it back down below 7 and they thought they were safe. And when it went back over 7, then they halted it at 7.14. And that doesn't make any sense to me. That makes no sense to me. No logical sense. And I already showed you historically prices had gone from $8 to $14 in one day. Why would it go from $8 to $15 in one day? Why was it allowed to go from 8 to 15? But now we saw it go from the 4s up to 7 and halted. Oh, why? 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 And people that tell me, oh, NASDAQ halted it. Well, I'm not saying that they didn't do that. I know they did, but who instructed them to do it? That's what I want to know. Who would let us a price of the stock, this same stock, go from $8.40 to $15 in one day, but then make a decision to halt it at $7.14? I don't buy it, man. Don't tell me that NASDAQ stopped it because it was getting out of control. Nuh-uh. Yeah, Gary says, take that money and put it that you lost on that stock and move it over into SOFX and you'll have all your money back soon enough. Better yet, we'll just wait and we're going to find a nice running stock like we've done many times in the past. We'll invest into it. And here's the mistake about yesterday, Telelamas, and I made the mistake. Every time I deviate from my rules, I lose money. You guys have witnessed that on this channel. Every time I deviate and I buy something on a run and it's on that way up and I get screwed every time. I need to stick to my guns and buy stocks that are beat up and not on a run, okay? That is every time I deviate from my process and I buy stocks running up, it'll hurt you. We stick with what brought us, and that is my name is Catfish. I'm supposed to be buying the low. I bought into that stock up 78% on Friday. There's a big risk in buying in a mid-Friday at 78% up because profit takers, Friday, they want to be, so they start selling Friday afternoon. But I'm telling you, my friend, just chill out and don't you worry and don't you say, I hate life, because that kind of attitude will get you nowhere. You're going to enjoy your life and you're going to enjoy your prosperity if you just stick to the rules like I should have done. If I just don't buy stocks on over exuberance, I mean, it's like Tilray today. Everybody's, Tilray, buy Tilray, buy. You buy into that thing up that much and you're going to get your ass kicked. And I already learned I'm not going to be touching Tilray today because volume's massive just like before, and they can just sell that thing down to each other all day long. But yeah, Tilray's a different story today. Oh yeah, that's what I always hear about that thing. It's a different story today. It's different this time. No, it really isn't. It's just an over-exuberant buying spree that will be killing people tomorrow. It'll frickin' put the hurt on them so bad. But listen, you guys know Tilray is on my long sheet, but man, go look at the 1 year chart on it. That thing was beaten down to 35 cents a share. And go look at the 5 year chart and you'll see the price was in the $20 range, in the 10s and the 9s. And here's my warning to you all. You see that? An unsustainable spike. You see that? An unsustainable news spike. You see this? An unsustainable news spike. You see this? An unsustainable news spike. And do you see what's happening today? It's an unsustainable news spike. Learn from the past. Don't get burned by this stock on an exuberant buying spree, okay? Don't do it. Don't fall for it, people. Don't fall for it. That would be my suggestion. Do not fall for the illusion of a comeback, because everyone else fell for it at every one of those points that I just pointed out for you. Every single one of these, someone else fell for it and suckered 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 and suckered, suckered. Yeah, I know. I've lost a lot of money on this stock. I'm still sitting on it. I'm down big on this stock over my holding position. I'm down on it. But I still believe in the stock, and I'm just holding the damn thing, and I don't hold that much, but I've been holding it a long time. I probably have only about maybe 500 shares, but yep, that's been the history of it. Every spike like today has been unsustainable, and that's just the way that stock has been over the years, over the last 5 years, anyway. And now, as I go back over here to BIAF, because I do want to know what the volume is on it now. And hey, look here, BIAF. Now over 1 million shares traded. There's only 200,000 shares left, folks. There's only 200,000 shares remaining. There's only 200,000 shares remaining, and there will be no more shares left to trade on this stock today. That's right. They've already reached, well, there's actually 300,000 shares left now. 300,000. And what did they do? Did they halt it right there on us again? Someone said they halted it while you were talking. Did they halt it there? Did they halt it at 474 today? Is that the new thing? Or they're just going to halt this damn thing anytime it starts to get any energy behind it? Did they halt it again? The stock I'm trading right now is BIAF. And some people are trading TLRY today. Some people are trading TLRY. Now, I want you to know with SoFi, news just came out here on SoFi that there may be Bitcoin. This might be the SoFi's Bitcoin logo. So we know that they're hiring Bitcoin positions, and I have a feeling it won't take long to fill those positions for the Bitcoin hiring that they had. Rusty says, I'm trading SoFi today. Okay. Well, the reason that we're looking for some less expensive is because if the SoFi price is $27 or $26, but we can find one for $270, well, then instead of buying 100 shares, we can buy 1,000 shares. And if it goes up $1, we can make 1,000 instead of just 100. So we're looking for some cheaper, and we're buying this stock right here, BIAF. That's the stock we're buying right now. It was up 80% on Monday, and now it's down 18%. So this is a stock we're buying. It's down 18% on very low volume. And so I'm buying it right here. I'm going to go in and buy some more of it right now. And I just bought at $4.30. I just bought at $4.30. And the stock that I'm buying is BIAF. And I'm buying this stock because on Friday they had excellent news about lung cancer treatment. And they're using an uninvasive procedure to detect cancer at its earliest stage where it can be curable. And they're not invasive. They're not having to go in and look at the lungs and find spots or anything. And it's not imagery, which can be inaccurate. Imagery cannot pick up this early stage cancer. But this drug that they've got, it's picking it up. And they've got good results. And what do you know? On that news breaking out Friday, the price ran from where I had been buying it at about $4.88. It went up to $7.14, and I was up early, and they halted it. They halted it at $7.14, and then they let them load in, order, and execute their plan to drop this thing back another 30% down on Friday afternoon and another 20% down now. So they made it fall almost 50% after they halted it. And that's why I'm buying it now at these prices. because they made it fall 50%, folks. That's why I'm buying it here. And I love to buy at 438. It's one of my favorite numbers to buy at, 438. And I just bought 436. I just bought 436 right then. There's my order that just filled, 436. And I'm going to buy some more now. Except I'm going to come down here and try to get 431. Try and buy 432. Trying to buy 433. Trying to buy 434. And just so you're aware of something, this particular stock that I'm buying right now has shown the potential to make massive moves in one day. And I have the record of it here. This stock has gone from 14 to 17 in one day. And then it has closed near the high. This stock in one day has gone from 1320 down to 750. This stock has gone from 630 to 960 in one day. This stock has gone from $8.40 up to $15 in one day. May the 28th. This stock has gone from $8.40 to $15 and been back down to $8.10 low. So on this day, when it came out of the gate on May the 28th, they knocked it from $8.40 down 30 cents to $8.10. And then the dang thing went up to $15, and then they closed it at $12. Daggum, folks. And look at the volume that was on it, 1.5 million shares. That's what we're going to see today is about 1.5 million shares traded today, probably. Man, just look at this thing. Look at this. It was $6.75 a share. And the next day, 2 days later, 10 and then $13.80. What the hell keeps happening there? Stop that shit. This is the way this stock is manipulated, folks. Comes out of the gate at $9.51. They drive it down $1.50, and then it goes to $11.10. God, and then closes at that. I guarantee you, here's what happened. It came out of here at $9.51, and it got to $11.10, and they halted it. Then they let them run it down to $8.10 for the low, and it closed at $8.88. What a number, $8.88. Folks, listen, this stock is being manipulated big, BIAF. Look at this price, $7.77 where it opened, and it goes, that was the low. It didn't even drop. And then the price went to $10.65 from $7.77, 30% up. And then they brought it back down to an $8.70 close. And the next day, $8.60. Man, is this thing manipulated. I guarantee you, on this day at $7.77 and it went to $10.65, they halted it there. Right at the $10.66, they said, don't you let that sucker break $10.66. And just like on Friday when they said, don't you dare let this thing break $7.13 on Friday. That's what they said to him. Don't you dare let this sucker break $7.13 again, because it already had hit $7.29. It already had hit $7.29 and they didn't halt it. But I tell you what, once it went back down below 7 and they had it down in the 6s, they told them, if that thing breaks over 7.13, you stop it. And they did. They halted it at 7.14 a share. And it looks to me like back here on this day, they halted it at 10.65. Right there, they halted it there at 10.66. They told them, don't you let this thing run over that. Man, is this thing manipulated. BIAF, folks, and it's done it on very small volume. BIAF. This stock is getting drug all over the place by these market makers, folks. This stock has just been a pattern of massive manipulation. And I just bought $4.33. Going to go in again at that. BIAF, Raymond. Listen, they've already had the price all the way down to $4.04 a share. It was already run all the way down to $4.04 from $7.14. Alexa, what is 7.29 minus 4.04?
7.29 minus 4.04 is 3.25.
So they've run this stock down after they halted it, $3.25 now. Yep. Ran it down 325. Ruth C. Teleamus, I would suggest calling whoever you are trading with. If they are at fault, they will and should correct it. They can see every click that is made by you, too. That's right. Yes, you can call them if something's sold without your, yeah, you can call them and they will halt it. They halted it this morning at 447. God, wow. Well, I tell you what. They sure got their fingers around this thing. They're wrapped all around it, baby. And I just filled at 432. Coming in again there. Just filled at 432 again. Very, very odd behavior with this stock right now, isn't there? Very odd. Very, very peculiar, I would say, with BIAF. Very, very peculiar indeed. And I want to look at the chart right now on this stock. And I want to get in here and take a look at this. And somebody asked me about another stock earlier this morning. I did not write it down. I'm sorry. Someone says, can you please have a look at some stock? And I missed it. Let me see if I can back up and see. WOLF. All right, I'm on it. Just give me 1 second. Well, I told you that TLRY was a sell when it got to 164, 65, 66. I knew it. I knew that was a sell there. Could never get me to buy around that number. Whoa. This stock is up 958%, folks. Do not even think about it. No, no, no. This is danger, danger, danger. I'll write it down for tomorrow, but no way would I buy that stock today. I learned my lesson about buying stocks up yesterday. Just so you want to see what this is we're looking at, folks, right here. WOLF up 900%. And you never want to buy at 12.13 for sure. Central Florida Lawn Care. All right. Yeah, you never want to buy. Folks, never buy a 12.13. No way. Oh, my. No, 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 no. No, sir. Look at the percentage change. It's up 907, 915, 981%, 908%, 916, 922, 917, 926, 916. These are the percentages. Up 874, up 932, up 873. All right, well, holy cow. Wow. That is crazy, folks. Guess we could day trade this. I don't know, man. Just put your buy orders in right now at 12.49 and sell 12.90 and buy back 12.50 and then sell 12.88 and buy back 12. And just keep doing it all day, maybe. I don't know, but man, oh man, what in the world? Now, listen, folks, I am going to have some information to share with you. I've got about 2 pages worth of data. But before I do, I need to run upstairs and get some more coffee. And we'll get over here on SoFi right now to see what it's doing right now. And it's catching up right now in fast speed. It's catching up to real time. And it looks like it's recovering nicely, folks. SoFi is on the rise. And let me now, like I said, take just a brief break here. And I'm going to be playing my playlist, some songs on my playlist while I take a quick break. So I'm going to go over to my channel and click on playlist. And this is my playlist right here. And the song I'm going to play for you first off is going to be called That Old Guitar. And this is just an acoustic song that I'm going to do for you that I hope you like. And it's called That Old Guitar. And I have many others. I have 125. That I hope you like. And it's called That Old Guitar. And I have many others. I have 125. There was an old guitar and it hung in a bar. And it hung there for years while the patrons drank beers. No one knew where it came from or where it was found. But it hung there for years and did not make a sound at all. Is it a wall? No, it never got noticed.
afraid. It did nothing but hang there for a decade or more. Till the night that old man came and walked through the door. And he asked our bartender, what is that in there? And he said, just a beat up guitar, we've had it for years. And he said, for a while, live politely implored. Can you take that thing down so I can see it some more? That old guitar hanging there, so to the guitar, we brought it down, and the old man left, then came back around, and when he returned, he just had two things, an old tuning fork, and a new set of strings, and he took off the old ones and strung up the new, and he tapped on his fork, and he got her in tune, then he pulled out a pick, and he started to play. The next thing you know, we were all blown away as he played that old guitar. No, he played that old guitar. The old man quit playing with a tear in his eye, and he looked to us all, and he said it's alright. He said he lost that guitar a long time ago, and how it got to this far, said he just didn't know. Then he went back to playing till we closed that place down, and we were all overjoyed. His guitar had been found, and when he finally was playing that guitar for us all, when he took that guitar and hung it back on the wall, that old guitar, that was that old guitar hanging there in our bar.
All right.
If I were to write you a love song, would you know it was only for you?
Okay, we're gonna kill this right here.
I keep it a secret that it's you who I'm singing.
All right, we'll let these songs play here while we check out what's going on with this stock.
No one who it's written for
And
never say. If I were to write you a love song, then the lyrics might give it away.
there we go.
That's what some folks would
say. Was fun. We'll come back tomorrow. Totally anonymous. Okay. September 26th looks like. Kat, check out HIVE stock. See what you think. Might be a day trader. All right. HIVE. Let's take a look at it. Wow, that wolf is up 1,042% now. They'll halt it, though. They'll halt that thing. And in fact, it looks like it's been halted right now. Yeah, I think they've halted this at 1383. Wolf has been stopped. HIVE. Nope, it's trading again. It's trading again. But, ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you a question. Why do they let a stock like Wolf go up 1,000%, but they halted our stock? Why? And by the way, this stock right here, the reason I wouldn't buy it, look at the price, 666 is what they've got it up. They're going to try and stop that, folks, at 666 up. Now one last clue I have for you that I hope makes it perfectly clear. Love songs for you. They're going to try and stop it there. But one thing I like about it here that I do like is I like that the fact that I can see how much they've manipulated this down. And that range is from right here, which was 370 down to 365. So they're pulling it back 6 cents at a time, 6 cents there. And this is probably 6 cents here, which would be a good place to buy. 378, and I bet you it's 372, isn't it? 374, yep. All right, I like that. What has this stock done, though, over the last 6 months? Wow, that looks good. Digital Technologies. A lot of volume starting to build on this, folks. A lot of volume building here. All right, I thank you for telling me about this one. BIAF, ladies and gentlemen, I am indeed expecting to see this thing take a turn here and go. I do believe that it could be getting manipulated and held here, and I believe it's being consolidating here. And I can see a lot of consolidation on it, ladies and gentlemen, a whole lot. I see a lot. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank all of you who've been listening to my music online. And I want you to see there's a lot of accumulation happening here at this price right now on this stock, BIAF. 27,000 there, 11,000 here, 29,000 here, 24,000 here. I'm looking at the dark areas versus the light areas here. And I see a lot of dark area there that was sold to get this down. Yep, a lot of dark areas sold there trying to get this down, BIAF. And now I'm seeing equal buyers coming in. And I'm going to have to find another source for this music than where I am here because these speakers are looping. There's a ground loop going on, it sounds like. So anyway, let me get over here. And like I said, the stock is BIAF, where they seem to have gravitated around this number to now build their nest egg. All right, this is where the accumulation phase is occurring. And if we come over here, we can probably see it pretty clearly on this. Let's take a look at this. And this is BIAF. And here they are for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes of accumulating at $4.24 a share. And I'm not married to this stock, believe you me, not at all. If we can find another runner that's going in the other direction, I'll move over to it, believe me. I'm looking for anybody that points out a runner today that I can get on to make back my losses on this. And I say losses, they're really not losses to me. I don't consider them losses. Yeah, I'm down on it. But I still think that this stock, having looked at the history of it, what all they've done to it, that it can easily be getting manipulated right here. I've already seen what they've done day in and day out to this stock. Whoever's controlling this thing, they got their finger on this thing, and they can make it go up or down at their whim, and they're taking advantage of gullible retailers by doing this. And you can see it on the daily. If you look at this chart, folks, if you look at right here, look at the trading history on this stock, folks. Look at the daily manipulation on this stock. It's been insane, folks. I mean, outrageous. Look at the price swings. Jeez, oh, Pete, look at these price swings, folks. $21 to $25 to $21 to $25 to $16 to $10 to $8, from $8 to $23, $20, $18, down to $14, then back. I mean, this thing has just been manipulated. And look at the price range, $8.40 to $15. Why didn't they halt it that day like they halted it Friday? Friday, they halted this thing at $7.14. Why didn't they halt it this day? And they probably did. It opened at 12. They ran it down to 981, and then it took off, went to 13, closed at 1011. No, it was worse than that, folks. Here's what it did. It came out of the gate on the 29th, just like Friday. It rose from 12, and they halted at 1305. After they halted it at 1305 would be my guess. Then they attacked the shit out of it down to 981, just like they did Friday. And then it closed that much off of the low. That's what they did. It came back 30 cents off the low. That's how they did it that day. I bet you they halted it there. $1.05 up, they halted it. I bet you they did. And interestingly enough, the next day it looks like they halted it at 1305. God, dogs, man. Wow, this stock is just so controlled. Wow. 12 to 1305, and then the next day it's at 972. I bet they halted it again there. 1305 and let them run it down almost $3 whole at the close. Man, this thing is a dangerous stock right here, folks. And you know one thing's for sure, don't buy it when it's run up, because they'll halt that sucker and they'll yank the wool out from under it. See this? Opened at 1077, took off and went up 30%. Did they halt it there? Yes, I'm guessing they did, because then the price dropped $3. $3 exactly. Look at that, folks. Whoa, I'm starting to see a pattern on this stock, BIAF. Comes out of the gate at 777. They halted it when it was going to break 1066. And then they got it back down to 870. Gosh dang, folks, this thing, watch out. This is the halt king right here. And I'm not saying they did it, but it looks the same. Every single day, this thing starts its way up. They just halt that thing, and then they let them work in a bunch of sell orders and run the shit down. This day, it came out of the gate at 1020 a share. They ran it down to 903. I wonder if they halted it there. Then the high went to 1044, and they closed it 20 cents, 24 cents off the high. Yep. So yeah, this stock is heavily manipulated, folks. On 120,000 shares that day, they were able to pull off this big widespread swing. The only question is, how long it'll be again before big, huge spread comes again? How long will it be before this thing is back up to $11 or $13? They just did a 1 for 30 stock split, folks. They got plenty of revenue to get their studies finished off. They don't need to get any more money right now. Yeah, halted at 729 and then run it down to 466 a share, basically. Folks, you cannot get more blatantly manipulative than that. But I guess it's par for the course for this stock, it looks like now, having looked over its history of trading. Man, when that thing comes out of the gate and it jumps up, you better sell it. I should have sold it all yesterday, Friday. I should have sold it when it was over me 10 cents a share. But I couldn't because they halted it. They halted it on me after I got into the profits. They halted that thing right there. Said, no. Don't let Catfish sell and make any money today. Nope, we're going to halt that thing right now before we can ever even get any sell orders in. And you saw me trying to load them in and nothing was happening. I couldn't figure it out. And I go, oh, shit, they halted it. And then I started going, well, now I got to put buy orders in instead, $1 below. And that's what I did. And I should have waited. I should have put them even lower than that, way lower than that, obviously. Because, boy, after they halt this stock, they know how to run it down $3 a share every time, it looks like. I mean, you can look at all on this stock, you can look at all the previous, what I would consider halts. This is on BIAF. BIAF. There's a history of this kind of behavior with BIAF. You know, look at this day. They let it open at 20 and go to 48. Why didn't they halt it there? Or did they? And then let it drive down to 17? God, dogs, people. April 1st, April Fool's Day, everyone. Comes out of the gate 2070, goes to 48 where they halted it. This because there's only 1.3 million outstanding shares, folks. This is reality right here. This is reality right here. When the demand is so high on the news and the traded shares is only 16 million. Folks, on Friday, there was 99 million shares of this stock traded. 99 million on that cancer news. But I'm just letting you see how this thing's been manipulated. I can't tell if it came out of the gate at 2070 and the news was so good that they drove it down to 1710, sell on the news, and then after that, it went all the way up to $48. Did they halt it there? Why did you halt this stock on Friday when it was only up a few bucks? That's what I want to know. You're going to allow that kind of a move up from 17 to 48 without halting it? And then it closed at $32? Why did you halt it on Friday is what I want to know. This price went from $27 to $32. Did you halt it there when it went up $5? I bet you did because, look, they ran it down $4 afterwards. Ran it down $4 afterwards. 980,000 shares traded. Man, this stock, BIAF, stands for beat it all over the fucking place, is what that stands for. Look at this stock, 1770 in the morning, 2310, halted it, then drove it down to 1880 after the halt, and it went up and closed at 21. How many shares was that done on? 63,000 shares, folks. BIAF is the stock we're talking about. It's worth looking at for day trading, folks. When a stock is $14 and it goes to from 14.54, it came right out of the gate on the low and went all the way up to 17 bucks on 15,000 shares. Why didn't it do this kind of move on Friday? Why did they have to halt it? And why did it have 99 million shares traded? Is what I want to know about this stock, BIAF. Yeah, I got your eyes on this. You should be looking at it. This thing is highly volatile, very erratic, totally, in my opinion, manipulated. I mean, look at this price, $12.90 down to $6.30. It dropped all the way down to $6.30 and back to 15 bucks. Then down to $8.60, then back up to over 10, then over 13 again. This stock is dragged around even worse than SoFi used to be, folks. Look at that. Then run it down to $9.27 and then back up to $11.25, down in the eights, down in the sevens. I mean, it's crazy, folks. This stock, BIAF. I'm looking at HIVE right now. It has gone back up over 366. So I like HIVE. That's looking good. I'm talking about this stock right here. There's the chart on it, HIVE. It needs to break the high level there that it had already today of 379. It breaks 379. It should get to 388 for sure. And I want to look at this right here for a second, if you don't mind. HIVE. Remember this. Oh, yeah, that looks very good. Oh, yeah, I like that. Okay. So I'm going to come over here to BIAF. I'm going to sell right here. I just sold 100 shares at 421. And I did that one more time. I've got a lot of shares of this, folks. I've got a lot of shares of this. All right, now I'm going to go over to HIVE. And I do like what I'm seeing here, so I'm going to be coming in 20 shares at a time at 369, 370, 371, 372, 373. And there's not some sort of ridiculously over-exuberant volume here either. This is not something like we saw yesterday with that one I got burned on. And by the way, I got burned yesterday on that stock because I didn't stick to my guns. I bought a stock that was up 80%. I never do that. I always buy the bottom. You deviate from your standard rule, and it can cost you big. And I did that yesterday. I deviated. So I want to get in on this right now. I just bought 376, and I'm buying at a number where the most shares have been bought today. There's been 6,768,000 shares bought here, so I feel very good about buying there next to that. And my presumption is, and one of the things I want to look at on this stock, which is HIVE, is how much has it been trading over the last month? This stock is up 27% over the last month, folks. HIVE, it's up 27% over the last month. I like that. And when I just looked at that chart, I like the way that chart looks too. But as you can see, I'm just wading into this position. I'm not diving into it. I'm not going to go ape crazy over this. But I am going to buy it here, and I've got my orders in down below it. And I like to buy underneath this massive, massive platform. This is very solid right here. And if I can get any shares down below this, good for me. And now I want to take a look at this stock a little bit closer. I'm going to examine it on a daily basis. Hold on. And I want to know, is this a good stock for day trading? So here you go. 301. Okay, the high. $3 to 265, 35-cent swing. There's a 20. Alexa, what is 241 minus 223?
241 minus 223 is 18.
So there's an 18-cent swing in August with 14 million shares traded. 18-cent swing. All right. August 22nd. Alexa, what is 2.53 minus 2.29?
2.53 minus 2.29 is 0.24.
24-cent swing. So six cents higher on the swing. 17 million shares traded.
I'm
Okay.
not quite sure how to help you with that.
Don't worry. I'll get it all figured out. So here's a 20-cent swing on 13 million shares traded. Here's a 35-cent swing on 28 million shares traded, and the volume starts to pick up now. Alexa, what is 3.82 minus 3.47?
3.82 minus 3.47 is 0.35.
So there's a 35-cent swing again there on September 12th. Alexa, what is, that's a 26-cent swing there.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, what is 3.87 minus 3.54?
3.87 minus 3.54 is 0.33.
33-cent swing. Okay.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, what is 3.88 minus 3.49?
3.88 minus 3.49 is 0.39.
So now we got a 39-cent swing because the volume is starting to get up here, folks. The volume is now increased up into the 40s, 50s, and 60s. This is much like SoFi started doing when it was down in the 12s and 13s. I showed you this. The volume was low, and then the next thing you know, this volume started picking up, and then the swings got 40 cents, then 50, then 60, then 70 as the volume increased and increased. And you're seeing a lot of volume coming in here on this, folks. And this is the stock here, HIVE. HIVE. And I see the number that it's up right there now, 666. And I mentioned that when I first looked at it. I said, folks, I don't usually like to buy it, numbers like that, because they like to hold things there, those kind of things. So we may see an attempt to big time hold and manipulate here. We'll see what happens. But they like to play their little psychological games. And people always say, don't, it's that guy here this morning earlier. Oh, you can free to say what you want, but don't tell me not to speak my mind. BIAF, going down and look at Wolf. We looked at Wolf earlier. Adam Sampson, hello there. Nail Activity, hello there. Ridigity, HIV looks like it's making a cup. Ruth C, I feel like it's mind games. Yep. Mike Mountain says, I see BIAF. Yep. Wolf at 19 says DAK. I would never buy that stock, though, and I wouldn't even recommend anybody do it either. Don't do it, folks. Don't do it. Too volatile, too much risk. There's far too much risk on that. Far too much risk on that stock. Well, shucks. All right, we're going to get this where I want it. Okay, here we go. All right. Well, we'll see where it ends up. I'm not going to buy too much of it there, that's for sure. Keep an eye on SoFi, of course. I want you to know SoFi's got some news that came out here recently. SoFi is going to be most likely announcing Bitcoin any day now. Just give me a second here, folks. I do have a few things to show you about SoFi today, as always. And I have, as usual, photographic proof of certain things. And here we go. First things first, SoFi has apparently given a little simmer of what could be happening in the Bitcoin world. This was picked up by some alert individual, and they believe that this is going to be SoFi's Bitcoin, SoFi coin, perhaps coming soon to a theater near you. In case you didn't know about this, and this was broke to me by Trending Stocks, our buddy Cal. Make sure you go over to his channel and stream his very valuable information every day. He caught this. Good job, Cal. All right. And Trending Stocks, I've been telling you about this guy for years. I told you, go over and subscribe and tell him Catfish sent you. I appreciate it. He gives very good news. And he also caught a little conversation by a guy called Data Driven Investing. And he has put together on, I guess this is on X, here is his comprehensive list of companies who fulfill these 3 requirements. Now, I don't know what the requirements are for, but he's trying to imply that, and you can go look this up on, that's the entire list. NVIDIA and Duo is what he thinks. That have a market cap above 10 billion, 3-year revenue CAGR over 35% and free cash flow margin of over 35%. So this is the comment that he makes. And whoa, and lo and behold, Anthony Noto comes back with a reply and says, you mean no other fintech and no other tech company? Question mark. Oh, he said, get some of that. Get some of that. Anthony Noto, by this statement, and Cal, Trending Stocks, thinks that he's hinting that they will have all three requirements. He's hinting about their free flow cash margin. He is hinting that they've already met the market cap requirement. They've already met the 3-year revenue. The only one they haven't met is this one. And Anthony Noto, here he is throwing this out right there. He's not saying that there are, but he's implying something. Folks, this is like a little bit of a, like Cal says, this is like a little Easter egg he threw out, Anthony Noto. And I tell you what, I love this guy for doing this kind of stuff. Getting in there in the social media, and man, he was very important. He's very important doing these kind of things, folks. He needs to be commended and applauded for doing that, because not all CEOs care enough to understand the importance of social media like he does. So I say for him, it's time to give an applause right now for Anthony Noto.
At UBS,
Yep.
we match your ambition with tailored advice to craft a unique outcome for you. Advice is our craft.
I have no idea where I'm hearing other audio coming from. But let's hear it for Anthony Noto. Yes, indeed. He deserves it for standing up for SoFi, ladies and gentlemen, on X and speaking out these things. Okay? I believe. Jay Crazy, wow, that was quick money today on BQ. Under $3 open for a 13 current. Whoa. Well, that'll be one to watch for tomorrow, I would say. And, well, I can tell you one thing. There's a lot of buying going on this stock here at this price. And I'm just looking to acquire 20 shares at a time. I've just been nibbling on this one, HIVE. And now I want to go over to BIAF, see what it's doing. $20 down. Ladies and gentlemen, on Friday, this stock I'm looking at was up 85% in about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yep. And they drove it down about 50%, and I bought it. And then it shot up, and it went to $7.14, and they halted the stock. And I couldn't sell it. I was up, and they wouldn't let me sell it. After the halt ended, they ran it down 30% after the halt. And then today, they've run it down another 20. So they've now run this thing down 50% after they halted it Friday morning. They've run the stock down 50% after they halted it. And the news that it ran up on was cancer treatment, lung cancer treatment. And catching lung cancer in patients before it gets to the second stage. They catch it with this non-invasive way of catching it in the very, very beginning stages where it can be treated, lung cancer. So this is a very huge breakthrough. And of course, they had to halt the price as it ran up was headed for who knows how high. But they halted it on Friday, and they allowed, in my opinion, a total manipulation of it. And now it's been driven down 50%. And I believe now there's a lot of accumulation happening here. And I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong, but I've already seen this stock has been manipulated very, very, very big time. Big time manipulation on this stock. And I went back and looked over the historical data to prove it. And this stock has seen days when it went up $7, even $20 in one day without being halted. So very peculiar that the halt was on Friday at $7.14. And when the thing had been $13 2 weeks earlier and had been as high as in the 40s. I went back over the history and I showed everybody this is very unusual, folks. Look at this pricing history. And I want you to look at some of the run-ups that it's had before in its past. I want you to see that this price went from $8 to $20 and then $46. How can it do that without being halted? How could this stock go from $17 to $23 without being halted? Or was it halted that day at 23 and then they ran it back down to $16 afterwards? I mean, ladies and gentlemen, this stock is very peculiar and it's made some massive runs on just single days in the past. So this stock is absolutely manipulated, no question about it. And you can see they drove the thing all the way down into the sevens like they used to do with SoFi. And just days later, $13, $15, doubled. But listen, here on this day, May the 28th, how did it go from $8.40 a share to $15? And if it did, why did they stop it when it went from $4.50 up to $7.14? They doubled it this day. They doubled it. And did they halt it there and then they closed it down? $3 off of the halt? Looks like it. Looks like they halted it there and let them load in a bunch of sell orders and drive it down 8 to 8.10 even. Price, it probably opened at 8.40. They got it up and halted it there. Then they drove it down and got in at 8.10 and then they closed it at $12. I don't know. But man, this baby is being manipulated, folks, this BIAF. You got to understand it, man. And today's just another job being done on it. Just another number being done on it today. I mean, look at this price, $7.23, and they let it go to $13.80. What the hell's up with that? $7.23, and they let it go up to $13.80 the next day. Why did they halt this stock at $7.14 on Friday on this of Cancer News? It just, to me, it's baffling, and it's very peculiar, I'd say. 99 million shares traded. Look at the volume on this stock. 57,000, 25,000, 12,000, 8,000, 25, 11, 12, 37, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000. And then all of a sudden, 99 million shares on a stock that only has 1.34 million shares outstanding and a float of less than 750,000 shares. And it trades at 99 million. And they halt it at 7, not that number. See, this is what makes the worst of it all. They didn't halt it at $7.19, folks. They let it go all the way to $7.29, and they didn't halt it there. Then they pulled it down into the sixes. Then it went back over 7 to $7.14, and then they halted it at $7.14, folks. Why didn't they halt it at $7.14 earlier? Why did it get to $7.29 earlier in the day on Friday? Because the news was that good on the cancer studies. It opened on the news $2 higher, so it was already up 30%. And then it went up that much, 50%, and they halted it. When down here, they're letting the thing double in price. I'm serious. Down here, it went from the 8s to the $15. There are places that happened on it. But now they got to halt it when it's up 50%. I showed you guys, man, this thing, oh my gosh. Look at these prices. I mean, one of the times this thing ran all the way up to $47 a share. The daily swings back here in 2024, October, you're talking a year ago, folks, a year ago. Look at the daily swings on this stock a year ago. Look how big they were. This is BIAF, folks. Look at the daily swings. I mean, folks, they were making some serious money day trading this stock, and the volume was non-existent. Virtually no one. Thousands of shares a day were being traded on BIAF. BIAF. And then just look at these swings, folks, each day. They get big, man. I mean, big swings. This price was $25, then down to 22, then back to 25, then down to 19, down to $13. Man, down to 12. Smoke, this thing can smoke in a day, folks. Look at this thing. $8, and somehow the next day it opened at $20 and went to 46. Folks, that's more than double. Why didn't they halt it that day? See, this is what can happen to a stock that has so few shares. It only has 1.3 million shares outstanding. That's why it went from 780 all the way up to $45. Folks, this is what the reality is. This is when real trading is happening and real demand controls the price. This is without the synthetic and the fake and the rope-a-doping with the stock. This is all reality right here. It went from 780 to $46. How can it do that without being halted? How can it do that without being halted? And how could they halt it on Friday when it just got up to $7.14? I mean, this stock, folks, sometimes swings up $3 in one day and then drops back down and closes. This is the trading history on this stock, BIAF. Look at this day right here. It's in the 13s, and the next day it's at 7. Oh my gosh, man. Wow. You're talking major, major games played with this stock. And on very, very, very small volume, folks. But now we got some volume starting to come in. But look at this day here. When it opened the day before at 837, and then it opens at $15 a share. Look at the low. They probably froze it right there as soon as it opened. They probably halted it. And they let them put in a bunch of orders, and then it closed at 12. What in the world is going on here? And folks, again, the price doubled from where it opened. It doubled from 840 to 15. Why didn't they halt it when it was up 50% like they did on Friday? Why did they let it double on them? They opened it at 840. They ran it down 30 cents to 810. Then it nearly doubled, and they didn't halt it. Or did they halt it at 15? Well, even if they did, that's still a way, way bigger jump up for the halt than it was from what we had on Friday. The day before, the prices were in the 6th on Friday. Right here. The day before the Friday, the price was $6.18. I don't get it. I don't get it. Why from $6.18 to $7.14 it had to be halted? Is it the news was so great, this cancer research development was so big that they just, I mean, what in the world is up with that many shares being traded? BIAF, folks, I'm telling you, that's a lot of eyes on this sucker. That's a lot of eyes that were on this sucker yesterday. And now look at them, got it down to 4.13 a share. Oh, they halted it at 7.14. You think they're going to halt it at 4.14 now because it's fallen? Are they going to halt it now and save it at 4.14? $3 down. Oh, I've seen this. Oh, we've seen this number. I can go back and show you so many $3 changes here. There's a lot of them, folks. You better look here. Look at this day's high. 25.65 high. They halted it at 25.66, 25.65. And look at the close. $6 less, folks. 25.65 from 24.75. They halted it when it was up to gonna break the 25.66, and then they ran that thing down from 25 and closed it at $19. Jeez. And only 15,000 shares? Wow. What in the heck? Yikes. Yikes-o, yikes-o, yikes-o. Is this what they do every time this thing takes off? $3 down. I can show you a lot of other ones, folks. There's a lot of them where they ran it down $3 off these highs. Many, many of them. $35 here on the high that day, and they ran it down to 31. $38 high this day, and they ran it down to close at 29. God, dogs, man. Did they halt it there at 38.70 that day and then let them close it down at $9 less? $8.88. Hey, Alexa, what is 38.70 minus 29.79?
38.7 minus 29.79 is 8.91.
$8.91. They ran that thing down on 15,000 shares. Jeez. This stock, danger, 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 folks. On days when that thing pops to the upside, man, they come after it. Heavily, heavily, heavily. Well, I should have known then they would do it again like they did on Friday. It pays to look back over the history, folks. And someone said earlier, history does not matter. Oh, yeah, it does. Yes, it does. He who overlooks the history misses opportunities. See this 21.90 high and then 17.85 is $3 down, folks. This is very common for them to run this thing down, $3. And then the next day it was right back up to 21.9. Opened at 18.60. They drove it down. Drove it down 80 cents. Then it went up to 21.9. That thing went up $4, folks. It went up $4. Alexa, what is 21.30 minus 17.85?
21.3 minus 17.85 is 3.45.
$3.45 smash down and then up back up. And that was on 21,000 shares traded. I'm just looking over a stock here called BIAF, folks. And now I see that my stock that I got, that I bought earlier is on the move. And that stock is HIVE. HIVE is starting to climb now. And I'm not up massively on it, but it is starting to make a move. And this stock has made a very nice move over the last month or so. And over the last 6 months, its chart looks very good. This is what the chart is now, what it's doing right now. So you can see it. HIVE is the stock. It has a triple upside crossover forming where the current price, the 10-day, and the yellow 50-day may soon all cross the 200. Now, when it gets up here, though, you know what happens when this 50-day gets to the green. They're going to attack it down, most likely. That's the standard procedure. When the 50-day gets up to the 200, smash down. So I'm going to come back in here below. And I just bought right there at 376 again. But they'll probably come after it if it gets to that 50-day, gets up near the 200. Well, I've only got 120 shares of this stock right now. But I'm up green on it, and that's good. And hopefully it'll continue to rise. We'll see. The stock I'm looking at there, like I said, is HIVE. And if you look at it on the chart, in the long-term chart, rather than just this short-term, this thing looks good on the 20-day. This is the 20-day chart, folks. HIVE. Just now breaking over the 200-day after a big nutsack. Coming up and breaking over the 200-day now on the 20-day chart. HIVE. That's what it looks like on the 20-day right now. That's what the 20-day chart looks like right now. There's the 5-day and there's the 10-day, and they just crossed the 50-day moving average. Now we're going to go back to the 1-day chart and look at it. And there it is right there, HIVE. And basically the rule of the thumb is buy this far below the 50-day. Buy this far below the 50-day. Buy this far below the 50-day, okay? And look at that 200-day just rising and rising and rising. And there she goes. She's rising right now. She's hitting an all-time high right now today. Right now, she just went on up. HIVE. She's rising now. Looking good. As for our stock SoFi, I've got some news for you guys and gals. I got some breaking news. On Friday afternoon, the shorts returned 1.6 million shares. But listen, they actually returned 2.3 million. And you might be going, what do you mean, Catfish? Well, what they did was the shorts first in the afternoon had to cover on Friday. So they returned Friday midday 2.3 million shares during the session on Friday. But then in the last 15 minutes of trading, they got back shares to sell it down and make it break below $28. So they had actually returned 2.3 million shares covering all their open positions. They returned 2.3 million in the last 15 minutes. They ended up at the end of the day only returning 1.61 million shares. Alexa, what is 2.3 minus 1.61?
2.3 minus 1.61 is 0.69.
So they borrowed, after they returned 2.3 million, they borrowed another 690,000 shares in the last 15 minutes on Friday so they could sell SoFi down below $28 to cover all that they had in options. Now, the weird part is open contracts at $28, there was only 7,000 there. So what in the world are they thinking? I mean, I believe there was only 7,000 at that number, $28. Yeah, 7,000 in open interest at 28. They were that determined to get the price to close below $28 on Friday that they borrowed another 690,000 shares. Interesting, huh? Don't know what they're doing and don't know why they would care, but anyway, shorts returning is optimistic for SoFi, folks. And by the way, on Friday, many other stocks fell below their 10-day moving average on Friday. Strike prices in the money, folks, is virtually nothing on Friday, so we're not going to see any kind of a little spike on them having to cover. But there was also in the dark pool a lot of buying going on Friday, 5.2 million, 3.8 million, and the institutes are definitely trading in the stock, okay? And I already told you, these index funds, they've been buying in and buying in and buying in. And I can show you what the effect of that will be over time because I can go back and track the history and show you what happens when institutions that are index funds start buying into SoFi. I can show you what happens. In other news, don't know whether you heard about this, but hey, right now, look at this stock, HIVE. She's starting to run, folks. So you guys might have heard that the Department of Justice is now going after a guy named Comey, and that apparently he turned himself in. He's going to be going to trial. And that guy started out his response to being questioned about his activities. He responded with a video on, I guess, on X. I do not know for sure. But I thought it was very interesting in his wording that his response to what's going to happen to him going to turn himself in to the feds, his response is, he replied, and the first words out of his mouth were, "My family and I." My family and I. And he went on to say something like, "My family and I have always known there comes a cost to standing up against Donald Trump." That's what he said. My family and I. Why are you dragging your damn family into it, Comey? Leave them out. You're the one that sat on the stand and gave false testimony. Apparently, I don't know that's a fact, but allegedly, leave your damn family out of it. Okay? They didn't have anything to do with your decisions. It's not your family. It's you that are going to be interrogated, and you're the one who's going to have to answer questions. You're not your children and not your wife. Dragging his family into his conundrum. And of course, in all the stuff that was asked about this other guy, Ray, who is also being brought in possibly, that was on the stand for the FBI, the head of the FBI, Ray always says, "I don't believe there were any Fed people there." Oh, he answers in that same old very ambiguous way. I don't believe there were. No, they said, were there any Fed people there dressed as mega people? I don't believe. No. Oh, that's a great answer there. That's a good way to get around to giving a solid answer. And he wouldn't answer it. They asked him over and over and over, and he would not answer. Oh, I don't believe. I don't recall. I don't. This is the same answer they always give as an out. I don't believe. See, that way that absconds them from any it gets them away from any perjury because they all give this key answer. I don't believe. I don't believe. That's a great way to protect yourself against perjury because he said right there, well, I don't believe so. No, I don't believe. No, no, we're not asking. Was there or wasn't there? Well, I don't believe so. No. Oh, that's a good answer right there. Whew. That gets you out of everything. Man, I'm going to use that from now on. That is the foolproof response. Not to my recollection. No, I don't remember it that way. No, no, I don't recall that. No, I don't believe so. Nope. Don't you love that? Skirting around the answer with that. Oh, well, there's still mitigation on this and there's trials going on, so I can't comment on that. I'm not allowed to say anything about that because we still got, there's charges and stuff, there's files and there's all kind of procedure going on and we can't talk about that, so I'm sorry. No, I can't answer that. You can't tell us for sure that there weren't any guys in there despite, well, listen, folks, here's the deal. Allegedly, Bondi and everybody has come out with the information that they were, in fact, 275. This is allegedly what happened. They've discovered through documentation 275 individuals that were undercover, if you will. And who knows, how many others might have been involved. But according to the records and the proof that they now have is that they have documentation that they've found that shows there were 275 people that were among the crowd. Were they in any way influencing the behavior of the crowd? Who knows? But they were there, even though they were told, all of our people in Congress asking over and over, we got this answer of, no, I don't believe there were. No. No, can you say emphatically, can you say beyond any shadow of doubt that there weren't? I don't think so. No, I don't think there were. I don't remember there being any there. No. We don't have a number. And they wouldn't have been FBI people. They would be, what we contracted people outside. Well, that's all crock. So apparently, we'll see what happens with all that. I'm just commenting on it. I'm saying allegedly because I don't want to imply any guilt to anybody. Everybody is innocent until proven guilty. But you could see by the conversation in that courtroom while they were trying to get to the truth of the matter, he just skirted around everything. He skirted and mumbled and jumbled and he talked a bunch of word candy, word salad, and he never said anything other than, really, after I listened to it all again, I don't know how they can get the guy because he kept saying, I don't believe so. But that's a very convenient response. Why didn't you just say, no, there were not any there. There were not any. When you knew there were 275 there. Why didn't you just answer the question and say, yes, there were 275 there? Why couldn't you just say that? Well, we don't want everybody to know how many people we've got at these events. We need to keep that a secret. We don't want people to know that we've got people there to, otherwise we'd give up our defense, the element of surprise. So we don't want people to know that all of our men are standing there. Okay. That might be a more relatively good. I would have been a good response. Better. He should have talked to me. I could have given him better advice on how to answer that question, and that would have been the way that I just said. Well, we don't want to let everyone know. And they didn't want to let everyone know, did they? Nope. They didn't. Including a guy by the name of Ray Epps. We need to go down there and we need to go into that building, he says. Anyway, you guys know what I'm talking about. We're all on the level. We're all on the level here. All of it is just political BS, and I wish we didn't have to talk about it at all. Be honest, all of it's political, and it's nonsensical, and it's all mishmash, and it's all, and many might say even scripted, and but it keeps people entertained, keeps people involved, keeps people tuning in to those stations, doesn't it? Ridiculity. Oh my gosh, that seems odd when they are all just saying it was $31. Crazy. What? Short clowns. Hold on, I'm missing this. I missed all this conversation. Yep. You guys have a lot. Wolf is up 806%. Don't touch that stock. Don't do it. We buy on the bottoms, folks. After AIFF, I'm wary of any of all. Yeah, AIF stock. Okay. Yeah, I know about Wolf. I already know about it. I'm not going to buy into a stock up that much. It's too risky. Yep, too risky. Just listed. Wolf is new. Yes, Cat. Check out HIVE. Yep, I did. Was fun. I'll come back tomorrow. You're welcome. Thanks for the heads up on SoFi. Rusty Pat brother was able to buy in another 100 at 27.33 to lower my DCA from buying last week. Good. And where are we now on 27.33 is a good number to get in. You know that. 27.39. Good. Well, I told people that get in at 27.40, 43, 44. Those are good numbers too. And let's see, Hood is blasting off. Says Ridiggity, slow traffic, it will clear. Did you see the news that Morgan Stanley upgraded SoFi from 13 to 18 today? What a bunch of shorter clowns. I did hear that. Morgan Stanley, always too late, Stanley. Morgan Stanley also told everyone to short the S&P 500 about 4 months ago. Morgan Stanley told everyone to short the S&P 500 4 months ago, which has just reached another all-time record high. So they don't know shit. Everything they say, no, zero credibility to Morgan Stanley, in my opinion. Okay, none whatsoever. And Morgan Stanley also downgraded SoFi when it was in the $10 range. Oh, I got some information for you guys. I'm going to show you guys some stuff I put together yesterday. I think you'll find very enlightening. Just give me a second here. And I'll just have to find this file. There we go. Open file. And I created something very interesting yesterday. I think you'll find enlightening. I hope you do. And just find out where this is. And I will find it here. All right, here we go. This is what I have for you today, ladies and gentlemen. And before I go any further, the first thing I'm going to show you is SoFi stock price right now after 1 month. And the stock price is currently up 7.34%. On the 30 days. All right, now, allow me to show you this. open with, and I've got to get this this other. No, I don't want to open with that. I do not want to open that with that. Just give me a second here, folks. I'm going to find this other software to open this with. SoFi trading history. File. Open. Here it is. Earnings history. Right here it is. And let me open this with a certain open with. Here we go. And I'm going to open it with this one. And just something I threw together that I think you might find interesting. And I want to thank you for whoever suggested I use this software. I tried that Libra thing, and it just wouldn't do anything for me. But this one does work. And so here it is. We're going to open it right now. So what I've done here, ladies and gentlemen, is I've gone back over SoFi's history, and I put down the earnings date, and I've shown what happens after earnings most of the time. Remember, I just showed you that right now on this chart over here, SoFi is up 7.34% after 30 days after earnings. That's what I want you to be aware of, that SoFi is right now up that much, okay, after earnings. And now I'm going to show you the history of earnings on this stock. So the day before earnings came out here, Monday, October 31st, the price was $5.44 a share. And on earnings day, the price went up to $6.47, up 20.7%. But just 8 days later, on November the 9th, and again, this was from November the 1st, and a 20% rise in the stock price. 8 days later, it was down 31%. All right? $4.94 was the share price. And they did it with massive volume, folks. Massive, massive volume to run it down that much. Now, look here. The next earnings call. Right here, January 27th was a Friday close, $5.94 a share. And that was down 20%, folks. I mean, back up 20% from the $4.94, okay? Just understand that. It had gone from $4.94 up to the day before earnings, January 27th. It was back up 20%. And there was the price, $5.94 a share. And by January the 30th, ladies and gentlemen, and this is again, January the 27th close, $5.94. January 30th was the day before earnings. It was at $7.01, up 18%. And then the day of earnings comes out, and it goes down to $6.51. Oh my gosh. And by that day right there, after Tuesday, January 31st, 2 days later, February the 2nd, the price had gone from $6.51 up to $8.24. $8.24, up 26% in 2 days. From January 31st, earnings call in 2023, the price actually went up. It's the first time it had ever happened. And it did it in 2 days. But after that, it was 82 days separation. And the price went to 572, ladies and gentlemen, down 44%. So again, here, after an earnings on January 31st, the price was down 44% from that $8.24 run up 2 days after earnings. Now we come over here, we look at the next earnings call, and Wednesday, July the 12th. And by the way, I want you to note this. On May the 1st earnings call, SoFi was at 654, and it had gone from 824 to 654. After that, it was 14% up. But remember, after that, by May the 4th, the price dropped 42% on massive volume, massive volume. So here's another earnings call that happened on May the 1st, and the price dropped from 654 in just 5 days to 459. And this is the first price I ever bought SoFi right there, $4.59. It was down 42% from the earnings call. All right, 42% down in 4 days from May 1st until May the 4th. And then 42% down is when I bought it. Then the price started to go back up, and it made a recovery of 9.5% recovery. And that's right. And that was May the 12th. It was up 9%. I was feeling good about my buy-in. It was up to 502 from where I bought it at 459. And what happens? 1 day later, David Chiaverini steps in. C-Day, ladies and gentlemen, May the 15th. And the price drops. He made it fall 13% to 445. The price had been 502. And he and his downgrade to 250 target price made the price fall to 445, 13% down. And I started my channel that day about SoFi. On this day, I learned from Danny Deals at Hurricane Lopez that this guy, David Chiaverini, was a 0-star rated analyst with no credibility whatsoever. And I started my channel telling everyone the next day. This stock had been 85.3% down in just a matter of 90 days. It was down 85% in 90 days on David Chiaverini Day. And I started telling everyone to buy it. Well, guess what? After that, guess how many days it was? After 445, it was 30 days, and the price had gone up 130%. Because I was spreading the word. And that's right, by the May the 15th, on May the 15th, when that price hit 445 a share and it dropped 13% down, and I like to make that a bold number because that's a fall in price, bold. After it was 13% down, ladies and gentlemen, within just 29 days from May the 15th to June 14th, the price had gone up to $10.23. And everyone on my channel that had started listening to me from this day, May the 15th, had now made a vast amount of money from buying in the 460s range and then selling. I told everyone to sell at 10, 17, 18, 19, and 20, all on my buy-sell sheet. And we sold there. I did a question that day and asked, and over half my people sold with me there when I sold, told them to sell there. Well, how many days was it after that? 30 days later. And by the way, on this June 14th day, the very next day, Wednesday the 15th, there came the false articles saying that three analysts were downgrading the stock. All of them did the same thing Morgan Stanley just did. They just raised their target prices, but they called them downgrades. Yeah, and sells, they said. And all that news came out after the price had gone up 130%. And the most interesting part about all this is that on this day, June the 15th, the shorts had no shares left to borrow. There were no shares left to borrow at all. Over here, I can show you. Hold on. SoFi cost to borrow. I have it saved on this one, on this computer, I believe. Hold on. Favorites, bookmarks. Well, maybe it'll just fill in if I come up here and put SoFi cost to borrow. Got to get the letters right. Oh, man, Tyler, please get your fingers working. Cost to borrow. No. Wow. I'm sorry, folks. SoFi, cost to borrow. Usually I can find it this way. But no. Let's just try cost to borrow. Cost to borrow. When I find this, I'm gonna have to definitely save it when I find it again. And I think I found it just now. No, I don't want to play any game. No, thank you. Screw that. Oh, screw that. And now I got my computer all winding up here as they try to load something on my computer door. Oh, yes, today's low on BIAF is going to be 413 or thereabouts. Yeah, let them drive it down a whole $3. And that is a very usual amount to drop the price, $3. This is a very highly numbered manipulation, $3.02 now they've manipulated it down. After they halted it on Friday, they've driven it down $3. This is the typical number that they drive it down, $3. I went over and looked over the history of it, and I can show it to you time and time again that they've drove this price down off of a high of $3. And that's just what they like to do. I guess they figured out that that's the perfect price to run everyone out of it at. $3 down and gets them all out always, and then they run it right back up. So I'm just going to hold tight here. $3 down. That's perfect. That's what they've been doing with it over and over. I can show it to you right here. You can see it right here on June the 23rd, for example. BIAF, June the 23rd. Price, $20.70. 17.10. There you go, folks. It's $3, folks. This is the typical $21.90 to $17.85. $3 down. See? $25 here. $25 down to $21.93. Alexa, what is 25.17 minus 21.93?
25.17 minus 21.93 is 3.24.
Yeah, $3.24 down. What's this one? Hey, Alexa, what is 25.11 minus 21.42?
25.11 minus 21.42 is 3.69.
Yeah, $3.69 down. So now from Friday's price of $7.14, they've driven it down $3.02. Actually, where they halted it, the $7.14 halting. They've driven it down $3.02 from the $7.14 halting. Should be no surprise whatsoever about this stock, BIAF. This is the typical rundown amount, the typical manipulation maneuver. And I'm also looking at some other stocks today besides these that we are looking at. One of them, someone called out earlier today, and I bought into it. HIVE is a stock that I've got my hands on right now, a few shares. HIVE. And I'm going to take a look at it right now. And I bought this stock when it was $3.70, 72. It's at 381 right now. And I'm up right now, very slim amount, but I'm up $6.90 on HIVE. It has a very strong looking chart. The chart on this looks very good, and I would buy it every time it bumps the 50-day moving average. Every time this thing hits the 50-day, buy it there, buy it there, buy it there, buy it there. On the 50-day moving average, folks, is where you should pick it up. And this chart I'm going to look at, this is the one-day chart, and there it is. And it's on the 50-day right now. It's on the 50-day right now. And by the way, look at that 50-day. It's just rising and rising and rising, folks. Every time they get the price down to it, it bounces right off of it. So most likely going to bounce again here off of the 50 again. Every time so far that it's hit the 50, it's risen. You can easily see that. So this is just my suggestion, folks. I could be wrong, but I like buying on the 50. Look at that stock. The only time they ever got it below the 50 was this morning at 11 o'clock. They got it below the 50. And then here it bumped the 50, right on the 50. Then it bumped the 50. And now it's bumping the 50. It's bumping the 50. What do you know? It's bumping the 50. All right. So that's the stock I would get some more of. And I'm going to right now, buying it on the 50-day moving average. And I'm not the only one. You can clearly see they're trying to buy now on the 50-day. They're trying to buy the 50-day moving average right now. They already bought down here, and they accumulated down here already. Now they're just trying to accumulate on the 50. Here, they got the nut sack below the 50. This is earlier today. That's where they got the nut sack below the 50. Now they're buying it on the 50-day. They're buying on the 50-day right now, like me. So I just bought it again. Boink. Right there. Going to get it right here at my dollar cost average. Try to buy again on my DCA and then try to buy 1 penny over my DCA. There we go. They'll be down here 2 cents below me in a little bit, but they already have. Look at all the shares they bought 2 cents under my dollar cost average. Just look at that, folks. 2 cents under my dollar cost average, and they bought 6,654,000 shares. You can't make that stuff up, folks. You just can't make it up. 2 cents below my dollar cost average. 6,654,000 shares. And that's just the way it is, folks. They like to buy around my dollar cost average. All right, let me take a little break here, folks. I'm going to go up, and my wife is over with the grandchildren today over in the Detroit area. And so I'm by myself, fending by myself for myself. And I think I'm going to make myself some peanut butter and banana slices. And I'll be back down here. And I'm going to, while I'm taking a small break here, I'm going to play you some of my music on my music channel. I hope that you enjoy it. And the songs you're going to be listening to are songs from my past. And this will have to be a sort of long song. So this one here is going to be called Immortality. And I hope you enjoy it, everyone. A song by me, Tyler Self, Tylerselph. And I have many studio recordings, but this is one that I did just with an acoustic guitar. So I hope you'll enjoy it. And this song again is called Immortality. I believe that's the song that's going to play. And it's still waiting to get caught up. And action. Maybe we'll get to hear it. It's trying. All right.
People ask me why I write and sometimes stay up late at night, searching for the perfect words to match a melody I've heard inside my head, running round inside my head. There in my head I hear a tune and the lyrics they'll be added soon. I'll toast it, then I'll post it on YouTube, and I'll tell you why that's what I'm gonna do. 'Cause once it's there for good. 100 years from now it could be listened to, my little song, even though I'm dead and gone. Yeah, when they lay me in the ground, my melodies will still be around for years and years and years. You see, it's almost immortality. It's what it means to me. So even though I'm dead and gone, my melodies will carry on. And when I finally pass away, my songs will still be here to stay. Perhaps they'll play them in their cars, or maybe play them in the bars. They may come on the radio. The fact is, I don't really know. No, I don't really know. But when it's time that I move on, you see, my songs will carry on. My songs will still be here to play. I'll be immortal in that way, like Elvis Presley and James Brown, whose songs will always be around. I hope that my songs too remain when I am on a different plane. On a different plane. My songs will still remain. And who knows when I'm beyond the grave, may tune into radio waves to hear a song that I once wrote, and I will know it note for note. As long as YouTube still exists, no reason for me to be missed. That's right, I'll always be around. Come hear my lyrics, hear my sound. No, I will never really leave. My songs, they're all a part of me, and they will help me to achieve a state of immortality. Yeah, that's what it means to me. A state of immortality. That's what I'm trying to achieve. The state of immortality. That's what it means to me. Take my place in history. Immortality. Immortality.
After the kids go to bed and the house is finally quiet, that's when Amazon Zero fits in. Zero
Oh,
social
no,
media,
it doesn't.
zero
That's when
shipping,
nothing
zero
happens.
tech headaches. Carla,
Goodbye. All right. Got myself a little snack. Okay. And I already know about this stock right here that I'm on, HIVE. It usually only swings 30 cents. So 361 to 381 is only a 20-cent swing. And it has swung 26 cents. So I already know it usually, that's the range. This next song I'm going to play while I eat my snack, and I'll be done in a moment, is good, called Goldilocks. Hope you enjoy it. One, two.
Well, she's my Goldilocks. Yeah, I'm all about the bed. Yeah, she's my Goldilocks. Got that golden hair. When I'm coming home, you find my place is a mess. But I'm not here alone. No, I got a special guest. Her name is Goldilocks, and she's here in my place. 'Cause it's her that I'm smelling, and her I can taste. Goldilocks. Oh, and I'm a fucking bear. When I come to the table and find all my food, gold is good to dinner, that puts me in the mood. She knows my flavors and knows I like me real, knows just how to flavor it, and nothing compares to my Goldilocks. Oh, and I look fucking there. Yeah, she's my Goldilocks. Got that golden hair. When I head to the parlor, it's in my chair. Appears again, that gold is in there. If you ask me how I know, I can tell you a lot. I can tell that it's golden, 'cause the chair is still so high. Oh, so high. Yes, she's my Goldilocks. And I'm her Papa Bear. Yes, she's my Goldilocks. Got that golden hair. Well, I pick up the piano and I head up there. Can't wait to see the golden light there in my bed. And who knows, maybe she'll kiss me and share. And maybe she'll have missed me when I wasn't there. Goldilocks. Oh, and I'm a fucking bear. Oh, she's such a fine song. And she loves to share. She's my Goldilocks. Oh, and I'm a Papa Bear.
One more for you, and then I'm going to be done with my break. I hope you enjoyed it, everybody. Called In My Dream. And this song talks about when I was on the Wheel of Fortune.
Before our date, I was.
And here we go. Whoops, I'm sorry. My bad. Try it again.
Another night, it's getting late, and I'm headed off to bed. I close my eyes and concentrate. About a girl inside my head. What kind of woman do I like? could only be in my dream, in my dream, in my dream, in my dream. I'm sure you heard of Vanna White. You might have seen her on TV. I never will forget that night. Vanna came to visit me. I dreamed that I was on the show. Saw that look in Vanna's eyes. I dreamed I spun the wheel and won. And that Vanna was the prize. In my dream, in my dream, in my dream, in my dream. I'm sure you heard of Demi Moore. She's a famous movie star. Oh yeah, I dreamed of her before. In the backseat of my car. It always makes me want to laugh as I'm headed off to bed. Why should I want their autograph when I can have them here instead? It's my dream, in 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 my dream.
All right, folks. I do have to take one quick thing, take care of something. I hear someone at my door. I will be right back. This song is called "The City," and I hope you like this song. It's called "The City," and hopefully this will be the last song I have to play, and then we'll get back to trading here with you. This is a live performance of me with long hair singing a song called "The City." Oh no, I had my hair cut this time.
Stuck again in city traffic. Another Friday afternoon. Everyone's in such a hurry, 'cause the weekend will be over soon. I'm looking in my rear view mirror. That guy is riding way too close. I think if he gets any nearer, I'll hit the brakes and he'll be toast. Hit the brakes and he'll be toast. Hit the brakes and he'll be toast. Then why is he in such a hurry? And why is everybody else live our lives in such a flurry? Why do we always push ourselves? I guess it's living in the city. I guess it's just a city way. I think I'm gonna leave this city. I think I'm gonna get away. Get out of the city. I think I'm gonna leave today. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause when you leave the city, everything slows down. When you leave the city, you can get unwound. But if you never leave the city, then you'll never know what it's like to leave the city and let your problems go away. Pushing, shoving, standing in line, and almost everywhere you go, you feel you're wasting so much time. Where did another day just go? I think you're living in the country. I think you're living in a farm. Don't need to lock my doors and windows. Don't need to have a car alarm. No, I don't feel the same alarm. No need for a car alarm. No, no. Even if I left the city, a somewhere far away, know that I'd be back to see my city. Yeah, I know I'd be back someday.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've just been listening to a little bit of my music from back in the 1990s. That would have been early 1990s, and I was playing down in Orlando, Florida. And the stock I'm looking at right now is HIVE. I bought a little bit of it here a little while ago. I've got about 260 shares now, and I'm up a little bit, about $10. It's not moving big, but it is on the move up. And that's very contrary to everything else I own right now. So I was looking for something, and I can see now HIVE is looking very, very good here. So I'm telling you about it. I'm not guaranteeing it's going to keep rising, but the chart looks very good on HIVE right here. And let's go over here and see what's going on with some other stocks that we've got our eyes on today. And BIAF is one of them. And yeah, I've taken a hit on the chin with this one, but I'm taking a look at it right now. It's at 409. The price was $7.14 on Friday. They ran the price up over my price where I got in. My dollar cost average was in the 690s. And when it got to 714, they halted the stock. And then surprisingly, after that halt, it was down $3. It's down, they've driven it down $3.10 now from where they halted it. 310. That's the normal range of manipulative move on this stock. That's about the normal range of the manipulation on it. And I show you that because I can go back over the historical charts on this stock and show you how many times that this stock has been gone up and then been halted and then dropped $3. It's just like a standard drop amount, $3, 30% fleece them out. And you can see it over and over, time and time again on this stock, BIAF. And the reason I suggest it might be a good buy now is because it is that amount down. So if you go over here and look at the history of the stock's trading, you can see many, many instances where the price was dropped $3. You can see it over and over and over from the highs, 22.80 to 20.82. Right there's a $2 drop. Right here, you see 25.50 to 21.96. So this is a common amount to manipulate this down $4 or $5. Now, keep in mind, there was only 3,000 shares being traded today back then. But this is a very common manipulative number for whoever's manipulating it. They like these numbers, and you can see how many times back here in February and March of this year, They've run this thing down $3 from the highs. $3 is a very comfortable range for them to manipulate it. Even more, you can see here from 25.66, they tried to stop it. You should have sold there 25.64, 65, and 66. But from there, look at that, $18. I wonder if they halted it that day. Is that what they did? Oh, yeah, they did, I'm sure. Look at that. It came out of the gate. They had great news, 24.75 back here. Just, you're talking 8 months ago, folks. 24.75, and then it hit 25.65. It was up almost $1. Halt it, and then let it get dropped down to 18.57. Wow, look at them just kill that thing down. Same thing they did Friday, folks, when it got to $7.14 on all that millions and millions of shares being bought. They halted that sucker, and they did the same dang thing they did here. The same thing, folks. The thing is, did it ever recover after they ran it down that massively this day? I'm not sure that they did halt it, but I wouldn't be surprised. It sure looks like it. It went up from 24.75 to 25.65, and they halted it. And then look at them drive that thing down, and look at the volume. 15,000 shares is all it was trading. Wow, man, what manipulation. Alexa, what is 15,000 times $18.57?
15,000 times 18 US dollars and 57 cents is 278,550 US dollars.
$278,000. Wow. Alexa, stop. $278,000 to make that price move that much. Wow. Goodness gracious. Man, this is a stock that you got to keep your eye on, folks. BIAF. Because, man, oh, man, are they making this? They're making tons of money off this thing, folks. I mean, look at them drop this price from $13.44 high. That they came out of the gate from 11.07. It looks like they probably halted it right there at the open. Just halted at the open. And then look at the price, 9.03, and it closed at 10.82. God, dogs, folks, look at that. This stock has just got a trading history like very few others, folks. I'm telling you right now. Just look at that. Oh, my God, just look at this, folks. How does it go from $8.10 to $20.70? And then how is it not halted before it hits $46? On Friday, they halted that thing when it was up $2.30 or something. $2.60, I think. On Friday, the price was what? $6.20 in the morning, right? Friday, there it is, $6.18. Alexa, what is 7.29 minus 6.18?
7.29 minus 6.18 is 1.11.
$1.11 swing, and they halted it at 7.14, 15 cents below $1. Not even a whole dollar swing, folks, and they halted it at 7.14 to run it down to $4.65 and to down today all the way down to 4.03 or something. Wow, dadgum, people. And who is behind this? Who's behind this? And look at the volume on Friday, 99 million, and today just 1.3 million. Well, that's all the shares that are outstanding on this stock. That's all they've got. That's all there are is 1.3 million outstanding shares. Huh. If you think I'm wrong, I'm not. If you come over here and look, just give me a second here. Well, here they are. Shares outstanding. BIAF. 1.34 million shares outstanding. And the float, folks, look at the float. 772,000 share float. And yet we're all supposed to somehow believe that this stock traded yesterday 99 million shares. It traded 99 million shares yesterday, huh? And now you're almost up to the 1.34 million shares that are outstanding. And the float is already double what is in the float almost. Okay. A $7.14 halt. I'm just talking about this stock, BIAF, folks, and I would not be surprised at all to find it back up to the 8s and 9s and 11s within no time, really within 4 or 5 days. And the reason I say that is because the news that came out yesterday is good, very good. In case you don't know what that news is, and the reason the price jumped up 80% and it had 99 million shares traded was this news. Bioinfinity Technologies adds to growing number of case studies demonstrating clinical value of CyPath lung treatment. This company from San Antonio released the news yesterday morning, or, yep, before they halted it, saying that a biotechnology company, theirs, for lung cancer, which is what they study and do, it says here, today released 3 additional case studies, one in which use of CyPath lung led to detecting lung cancer at stage 1, its earliest and possibly curative stage, and 2 were risky invasive procedures were avoided for patients facing difficult healthcare choices. It said these 3 new cases provided by a Texas pulmonologist who has been using CyPath lung for more than a year reflect that we're hearing from many physicians. CyPath lung enhances clinical decision making by personalizing care and playing a critical role in refining the diagnostic pathway, said Dr. So-and-so. We believe CyPath lung can be a transformative tool in the lung cancer diagnostic pathway, especially when imaging results are inconclusive. That's right. When they use photography and the results from the photography that they take are inconclusive, this stuff, CyPath lung, can point out that in the earliest stages, if they get inconclusive results. So, folks, this is big news. It's a big breakthrough. This is why it traded 99 million shares on Friday. And I'm not here to try to tell you and convince you to buy into this, but I've already shown you the historical value of the price being manipulated massively day by day. So you know this thing is manipulated and in big ways. So there can be, if you're just patient and give it 3 or 4 days, there can be a big pop. And that's all you got to be is patient, folks. Now, I could be wrong, but I can tell you right now, sure, I'm going to sell some of this position each day and bleed it off a little and move it over onto runners like I just did today. You know, I bled some of it off and I moved it over onto Hive. And now I've got a nice gainer here, all right? And I'll continue to do that each day, but I'm not going to sell all that. I'm going to give it about 4 or 5 days because I know it's patient to wait on stocks like these that are heavily, heavily manipulated. So I'm going to, and I'll just bide my time, and I'm not going to go crazy, but don't be surprised to see this sucker up, and just no one understands why when it does run. It's just something that just no one understands, but don't be surprised, folks. I've been around a few times. I've been around the block a few times. And when you see this kind of market activity around a stock on this kind of news and 99 million shares traded, and then you see such low volume the next day, reflectively of 1.3 million today, you just have to keep your eyes on stocks like that, folks. That's what I'm telling you. And I could be wrong, but I'm going to play my odds from just my experience. Says case study Samuel says prompting action in a hesitant patient led to detecting stage 1A lung cancer. This 68-year-old smoker's CT showed a 1.8 centimeter speculated lesion in the right upper lobe. The nodule was characterized as suspicious but relatively low risk for malignancy. The patient was hesitant to undergo a biopsy. However, a positive CyPath lung result shifted the clinical picture, convincing them to proceed with the biopsy. Pathology confirmed stage 1A lung cancer, allowing for timely and potentially life-saving treatment, folks. This is good news. BioAffinity previously released 3 case studies details in the article from uncertainty to clarity and confidence. Cases 5 through 7. So, folks, this is big. This is big news. They are able to get results without going in invasively and doing surgery to determine, yes, it's there. Go and get it now while it's in its earliest stage. This is big news, folks, and I'm telling you, the end result was a $3 drop in price to my opinion, to just simply accumulate here under the radar. And I'm gonna sell some of this like I did today and move it over to stocks that you guys suggest that we pull into that are moving up, that look like good prospects. Now, somebody called out earlier today TLRY, and I want you to know that TLRY has. When I saw where it was, I said, "Stay away, folks," because I do not like buying stocks around the 66 point. I do not like it at all, and I told you to watch out at 66. And sure enough, it's at 61. So I was right, folks. Don't buy that at 66. I was right. Don't buy it up 40% at 66. That would be foolish of you. In my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Now, something I noticed is look at all the index funds that are buying into SoFi right now, folks. You better take a look at all these index funds. Fidelity. Oh my gosh, all these index funds. Why are they buying in? Why are they buying in? Now, it's weird that this one thing tried to open up under Libra. Stock earnings history, top gainers, index funds. This is what I want. Open with. See, this Libra office, I want that off my thing. I want that office. Libra office, uninstall. Because it won't open the program. It doesn't work. So I want Libra out of here. So I'm going to go down here, add, remove. I'm getting rid of Libra. Hasta luego, Libra. I thought I already deleted it off here. There it is, Libra. Bye-bye. Uninstall. Yes. We're kicking that thing to the curb. Seems like it wants to try to default to open my files with that too, and I don't want that going on. So bye-bye, LibreOffice. I gave you a try, but you just didn't fly. The setup must update files or services that cannot be updated while the system is running. If you choose to continue, a reboot will be required to complete this setup. Oh, gosh. And that's why I didn't uninstall it before. Well, I'll do it after work. I'll do it. I'll take it off here. LibreOffice, you're going to be gone. All right. Because I don't want to reboot this. So what I want to do here now is SoFi index funds. open with XLSX spreadsheet. And here we go. Now, for those of you that are new to this channel, I study SoFi primarily and have been. And I've been telling everybody to buy it since 2 years ago when it was in the $5 and $6 range. And right now, I just want you to see something I consider valuable information. Back about, well, you can see the dates. November of 2024. 10 months ago, index funds, index funds, index funds, index funds. Folks, usually, just so you know, index funds do not day trade stocks at all. Index funds are long-term investors, but some of them had started getting out of SoFi. Out. But right here, look what happened with index funds. Their percentage value increases started to leap upwards right here. So this was October and November, but right here in late November and early December, all these index funds started acquiring SoFi stock. Now, what you need to know is, as I said, index funds do not day trade, so they all started buying right here and increasing nicely. Their portfolios increasing big, because what happened during this time was a company called Fortress, which is a $5 billion in assets company, came to SoFi wanting to give them $2 billion to loan out to their clients, their high tier rated clients. So SoFi got $2 billion right here, and at a perfect time, and interest rates starting to come down and mortgage rates were starting to come down, and people were coming in to refinance homes because a lot of the elderly were starting to live off the equity in their homes a little bit here recently over the last year and a half. So you had a whole bunch of people coming into SoFi. It is the perfect time to get all this money. And that also, this $2 billion coming into them, is money that they can rotate. They can rotate it around to the lender, and he pays it all back, and then they lend it to the next guy, and he pays it all back, and the next guy. And the general rule is for a bank on this type of loan to make 6 times, folks, that they make money on this money as it revolves around and around from customer to customer. And this is the deal. So once this money came into their hands, this mitigated SoFi's risk, and all the index funds started to come in massive ways. And so what I want you to see now is that during this time period in December, where was SoFi's price? Where was SoFi priced during December? Well, that's easy to figure out. SoFi's price in December, if you go to SoFi on here and look on Yahoo, it shows SoFi's price in December was right here. November and December, look at the prices on this thing. $10, $11 when they started buying late November. And then the reason I'm bringing this to your attention, folks, is because all these index funds started buying in this neighborhood, and you can see what happened to the price. Just look at it rising and rising as all these index funds were accumulating and accumulating and accumulating on pretty low volume, really pretty low. And they were buying in, and all these index funds kept buying all through December. And then guess what happened? SoFi got another deal right here. They had a company called Blue Owl come in And Blue Owl said here at the late January, we're going to give you $5 billion. And here in late January, after the news came out about Blue Owl, and by the way, look at all these Fidelities and BlackRocks, Fidelity, BlackRock, Schwab, Fidelity, all of them. Look at them all just increasing their portfolios. Well, that was before the news break of Blue Owl coming along for another $5 billion to give them. And when that happened, look what happened to these index funds. All of them are index funds. Every one, folks, look at them. They're swarming all over SoFi then when this news came out about Blue Owl, because guess what? This mitigated SoFi's risk even more. SoFi's risk got mitigated even more. And they were just, oh my gosh, look at these increases. Oh, look at this money here too. Calvert, do you know how old that money is? Calvert family is? That's old money, folks. Very old money. Here they are again, Calverts. All of these are old money, folks, and they're increasing their portfolios by 100%. Now, here's what I want you to realize. After all these index funds had got the price of SoFi up to $18, including Fidelity and others, some of them started to reap some rewards and took profits, including the Calverts. Look what they did. They skimmed some off. They skimmed off 11%, 20, 24, 23, 24. So these institutions, man, they get rich this way. So they skimmed the cream off the top, folks. And I want you to see that they just took all of them taking the same general amount, 23, 24, 22, skimming that cream, baby. Skimming that cream off. Well, guess what? After all of them skimmed all the cream off, now they've all begun to reacquire. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, looking right here, as of this date, the skimming ended right there. The skimming ended on this day. 6/26, they skimmed off all the cream they wanted. And then they didn't touch SoFi until recently. And here they come again. Here they come again. And here they come, coming in again. Folks, listen. I already showed you how high the price went up when they started buying in way back then, how high it rose. And now they come henceforth again to accumulate. They're coming in now. Look at them. This is very recently, folks. Kathy Wood made those two big buys. Kathy Wood came in, made those two very big 2 million share buys. And then all these others, look at Schwab right on her heels, boom, 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 buying in index funds. And these are how many shares they're holding right now, each one of these. And look at them increasing again. And look at them. Some of them, this one increased 305%. Fidelity, BlackRock, all coming in right now, folks. Look at the dates. They're coming in again, folks. Follow the money. I told you that when I first showed you all these institutions coming in when the price was 10 and 11 a share. I showed you this a long time ago, and I showed you guys this a long time ago, and I said, look, folks, index funds are coming in. I said, watch what happens to this price with all these index funds coming in. I told you that then. So you better be listening because they're coming back in again. In the same ways, all of them, Schwab, Fidelity. Well, here they are coming in again. They're all coming in again. So don't worry about SoFi right now. And by the way, these institutions that are buying in right now, they don't like to buy SoFi at the all-time high of $31. They got to get it down 2, 3, 5%. So they're getting in, folks. Just chill out. They're all coming in right now for a reason. Again, there's a reason they've all started reacquiring more, in my opinion. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Now I want to look at back at my other stock. And I hope you can appreciate this information I'm sharing with you. And that there's some very interesting groups of people buying into SoFi, not just institutions, folks, not just index funds, but we're seeing some other very interesting names coming in here right now, like John Hancock. Yeah. Oh, look at this company. You know who that is? Invesco is KBW. Invesco is KBW, folks. They've downgraded us several times. Invesco. Oh my gosh, look at them up here buying more. Invesco. If you think I'm kidding you, I'll show you right here. I'm not kidding. KBW. Invesco. There they are. Invesco. They are KBW, folks. KBW Bank. Product Invesco. KBW Bank. Yeah. That's Thumbhead, isn't it? Isn't that who he's with? KBW, Tim Schwitzer, I think. How's my hive doing? Ah, looking good. Surviving with hive. Nice. Well, I like that when he showed it to me on the chart. I looked this one over and I said, yeah, I sort of like that. Ah, look at the RMMs working their magic. Got this price all the way down from 714 to 413. 301 down, folks, on this stock. BIAF. 301 down. Yep, okay. I got you. Well, in case you're wondering about the stock that I'm buying into, that I moved some of this money over to from, I sold a little bit of this morning, and I moved it over to this company here, HIVE. I moved it over here because, ladies and gentlemen, over the last 6 months, this stock is up 156%, and that's its chart right now. HIVE. And dang, look at that. Look at that mark. Look at that dip right there and smell the rip. Buy the dip, smell the rip. Just be confident that you better be selling this thing at 403, 404, 405, 406, 407, and 408. That is it, man. It's done there. 408. It'll come back down to here again after that. You know I tell you to sell the '08, everybody. Always sell the '08. Well, let's go see this thing start to move here. Let's go look at this. This is the chart on HIVE, the stock I'm looking at right now. There's the chart on it right now. It looks very strong. Therefore, I'm going to buy some more of it. I'm going to come in here. I'm not going to buy BIAF. I'm buying HIVE. There it is. And it looks to me like they've maxed this thing out at 5 million, almost 8 million, then 5 million again, then 4,666,639. Okay, well, all right, I got you. Buy market. So I just bought another 20 shares right then, and I just filled at 384. And I'm going to come in again here at 382, where many others have tried to buy. And I'm going to try and buy 383. And that's what I'm buying. The stock is right now HIVE. And I just got a 382. That's nice. And 381. Nice. I guess, like always, they're going to take it down to 2 cents below my dollar cost average at 2 o'clock. Right, everyone? Right before 2, it'll be 2 cents below me at 377. Or right around 2 o'clock then, anyway. But we'll see. But that's HIVE. It is up big already today, but not like yesterday. Not like that one BIAF, which was up 80-something% yesterday. Man, we should know, and I even told everybody this morning, when you buy out of your norm, when you don't stay in your norm buying on the low, you'll get burned every time. And yesterday, I bought out of my norm. Someone threw that stock out yesterday, and I bought out of my norm. I don't usually do that. Someone threw it out there, and sure enough, it made the run. It made the run, and I made money on it. But damn, they halted it, and then I lost my ass after that halt. But you live and you learn, folks. You live and you learn. Here they come now. It's almost 2 o'clock, so it's almost mandatory to get the price to 377. So I'm going to put that in 2 cents below me. They've got to get it down here to my dollar cost average and 2 cents below me. You know that. It's a prerequisite for every day's market manipulative stocks. Wow. But apparently, no, it's just going to be get more at 382. It's a nice accumulation there. But I'm waiting for them to come down here 2 cents below me. And there goes BIAF finally. I wonder how much it's going to go up now between now and the close. What a mysterious stock this is, BIAF. It's halted again today. This stock was halted again. And I'm tracing up behind the stock HIVE. And now I want to take a look at the volume on this stock. BIAF. Yes, there are only 1.34 million shares available of this stock outstanding. And coincidentally, that is exactly how many shares it has now traded almost. That's right. BIAF, a stock that only has 1.34 million shares outstanding, has now just reached 1.332352. A stock that only has 747,000 shares in the float. I believe is the number, 747,000 shares in the float. It only has 1.34 million shares outstanding. Traded 99 million shares yesterday after they halted it. It traded about 80 million shares after they halted it. I believe it was only 20 million shares that made the thing go up to $7.14 where they halted it. And then it was about 80 million shares that monkeyed around with it all day, the rest of the day. They monkeyed around with this stock all day yesterday, BIAF. Now, I am day trading this stock right here. And I might not make a fortune on it, but it's nibbling and nibbling that gets you where you want to go eventually. Rome was not built in a day, everybody. Rome was not built in a day. Remember that. CNBC Cannabis Talk. Okay. Ruth, too close. I bought LAC at 571. I'm not done with it. Well, says Doc Airline. When it goes to 21, I will buy and hold some. Kim says. All right. TLRY. Target $2. Got it. Wow. Yeah. Wolf. Oh, snap. Wolf, huh? Well, what's going to snap up here is going to be BIAF once they sell 1.34 million. $14.97. Sell it there. Oh, you missed it already. You should have sold it. 1921. And now down $5. Something tells me this isn't right, or have they halted this thing? See, here's another thing. How does a stock go up, allowed to go up 1,100%? Why didn't they halt this thing when it was up, 50%? That's another thing. Who makes these decisions to halt stocks when they're running up? Who gives the okay? Who gives the okay for a stock to go up 1,100%? But then when my stock goes up yesterday 50%, they halted it. Who okays that? How does this happen? Listen, I'm telling you that this could have easily happened on 99 million shares yesterday if it wasn't all manipulated on that BIAF on Friday. Why didn't they let this happen on BIAF? It's just so ridiculous, folks. It really is. And yeah, I'm bothered because to me, well, I have already told you all, you got to learn from the manipulation. You cannot let them dominate you with that. You got to learn from it and you got to move on and you got to go, all right, next time I'm going to be the one that takes advantage of this situation. And I will. The next time on BIAF, you'll see I'm going to sell that thing probably in less than a week for twice what I paid for it. I'm not gonna be radical and do something ridiculous and stupid. I'll bleed off a little each day of it and catch a runner like this one that's going up. I'll do that. That's the rational way to behave. But I'm not gonna freak out about it and go ape crazy and wish I wasn't alive anymore and hate my life. I'm not gonna do that. No way. Nope. That's not in my nature, folks, and you'll learn that. I've been knocked down before on a stock about 2.5 years ago. I lost $47,000 in one day. So I know what pain and suffering is. $47,000 in one day. Ugh. But guess what? Now I'm 400,000 higher than where that was that day. So you just can't let this bother you, folks. You just got to keep doing what you do. And you know what? Again, I'll say it again. The reason I took that hit yesterday is because I didn't do what I always do. I didn't wait and buy it on the bottom the next day when they washed it out. I should be buying it today. As soon as it was thrown out there yesterday and I saw it was up 80%, I should have never even thought. And today, that Wolf, I would say, no way, do not buy that. And I would say that to everybody else about that stock yesterday. But why I bought it, I have no idea. I have no idea why I bought that. Well, I do. I do know why, because I read the news and I went, wow, this is very big. And there's probably going to be a big run up. And there was. They just happened to halt it. So I made the right decision to get in on it when I did, because it went up over my dollar cost average. But that little halt is what caught me and got me. Because once they had it halted, then when they broke the halt, it was already down below me again. They had already sold off everything and had it way down there. And I was like, oh, shit. Now I'm going to be holding the bag. And that's what I did. They got me. They got me yesterday. But like I said, you know what? I've got plenty of other opportunities coming my way that I'm going to take advantage of. And they're going to be with your help that we do it. Because you guys are going to call out these stocks like today when you called out HIVE. I went over and looked at it. I looked at that chart formation. I said, I like it. I told you it was going to run up there. Then they try to yank it back down. They did. As soon as that 50 got up there, they tried to smash it down. But now it's going on up, right on up. It looks good. I'm up $16 on it now. So I'm going to buy some more of it. I'm buying HIVE here, folks. HIVE. And the reason I am is because I'm looking at the chart on it, and it looks fabulous. Here it is. You can see it for yourselves. HIVE, folks. This is the stock. There's the chart. That's why I bought it. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And let me back this out so you can see this better, because I can see my camera's decided to zoom in. Hold on, guys. Let me back out this camera. Hold on a minute. All right. So you can clearly see we got some interested parties buying in down here now. You got some big candlesticks right here. So I'll just trail along behind it. And I also want to look at SoFi right here. Okay. SoFi looks very good, folks. SoFi looks extremely good right here, ladies and gentlemen. I love the look of that right there. That looks strong. Dang, that looks good, folks. SoFi's looking very strong there, everybody. Oh, yeah, they manipulated it down. All those index funds have been buying under all this low volume and under the radar. I'm looking right here at this HIVE up above here. Hold on here. I want to come up here to studies. There you go. Here we go. I want to add study. Hold on. Here we go. Save study set, load study set. There it is. Tyler's setup. And I'm going to go studies, load study set, moving averages. I wonder why it isn't loading those in. Studies, load study set, moving averages. All right. Studies, load study set, Tyler setup. And it is not loading in my setup with all my candlesticks and stuff down below. So that kind of stinks. But at any rate, SoFi looks very good here. And their Hive chart looks very good right there. Hive looks very good right there, folks. That's good to know, Doc Airline. Thank you. 52-week high for Tilray is $1.77. It's good to know that. Yeah, this is looking very good here, folks. Both of these charts look good, boy. They look good. This is Hive, and this is SoFi. And they both look extremely good here, folks. Hive especially looks good to me. And I am going to be trading more on this. And I'm going to be buying more right here. Drop in some buy orders here and one at market now. And I'm also going to come back over to my stock, which is BIAF. Which is at 418 now. And it also looks good. BIAF chart looks very good as well here, folks. I like the look of that too. Yeah. Here she goes, folks. And by the way, don't be surprised by how fast this can go up, folks. You can see all the dark areas of this stock that they've used to drop it down. See that dark? It's the light areas we want to see now that are going to raise this up. Just hold on a second, Vera. I've got this too zoomed in. I see that. When I lost on Tilray years ago, I also lost with MSOS, which is up today too. Yep. BIAF at 420. What do you know? 207 and sitting at 420 now. Oh, don't be surprised, folks, to see something miraculous happen here with this stock. Uh-huh. I just bought some Hive again. They're pulling the price back a little bit now, I guess. My. Just watch this old BIAF. The sleeping giant. BIAF, folks. Look at it rising. Oh, my gosh. What in the world is happening? You better halt this thing. Y'all need to halt this right now. It's getting out of hand. It needs to be halted. Somebody pull that buzzer. Somebody pull the breaker on it right now. Don't let that thing fly out of control. Don't you let this thing go over 430. It needs to be halted at 430 for sure. 433 maximum. It needs to be halted there. Don't you dare let that thing go. You know the rules here with this stock. It's halted when it starts to fly. Oh, I don't need to joke about. I mean, I'm telling the truth. This thing's been manipulated big time over the last 2 days, folks. And look at it rise now, just right on up. Nice. I just bought some more Hive at 382. And heck, I'm going to buy some more of this sucker. Boom, I'm in. 427. I'm in 427. Watch it rise, folks. Watch it mysteriously rise like a phoenix out of the ashes. Nobody paid any attention to it before, but you better look at them damn green candlesticks there, those two. Because right there, somebody bought a massive number, 14,000, not really massive, but 15,000, and every one of them was bought on the ask. Every one of them was bought on the ask. What a coincidence. I'll buy again. Market share, 428. And the stock I'm buying is BIAF, everyone. BIAF. Reason I am buying it is because it is currently crossing up and over the 200-day moving average. The 5-day is breaking over. And I'm going to buy it again. I just filled at 428, and now I just filled at 430. And I'm going to continue to buy this stock underneath it. I'm going to come up on here at 427, 428, 429. And I'm trading using Charles Schwab, Think or Swim. I'm going to try and buy 430. There we go. I just picked up a 430 share of it. This stock was up 80-something% 2 days ago. On Friday, actually. It was up 80%. And I made a good profit on it Friday morning, but that profit was all negated because they halted the stock when it was up. And I lost a lot of money because after the halt, even though I had about 2,000 to buy with, man, I couldn't make up for how far they dropped that thing on me. I just couldn't make up. I mean, man, they just slaughtered how far they dropped it down, $3. So, but that halt, that kept me from making money, big money. So anyway, I live and learn. They halted it on me. They froze the stock. It couldn't be traded. And then they opened it up. And of course, they had all the sell orders in place on it. And it collapsed $3. And now I'm buying it here. I'm buying it down here. I'm going to get my dollar cost average down. My dollar cost average is $5.48 right now on this stock because of what they did to it. But I feel all right. I'm okay. I know how to do this. Not my first rodeo, folks. This is definitely not my first rodeo. And I just picked up some shares of HIVE. Let me get over and see what that's doing. Yeah, good. See, I'm waiting for them to bring it down to just below that 50-day, just like here. See, just below the 50, just below the 50, just below the 50, just below the 50. It's a good place to buy it right there. Bam. Just below the 50. And notice that the 200 has been rising the whole time that they've done that. Look at the 200-day moving average on this stock, HIVE. With every manipulative effort to try to scare and fleece out people, look at the 200-day, just rising and rising and rising the whole time. And BIAF is definitely breaking over the 200-day moving average up there now. You can see it's making a nice move. I'll come in right here and buy. I just bought $4.34. BIAF is what I'm buying here. And it's just rising right on up now. I don't know why. I don't know why they decided to buy. And listen, folks, they never wanted any of this stock in this price range before. There's never been any of these shares sold through here. Look at how many were sold here. 1,225, folks, were sold at that price on the way down. That's all. 1,225 is all that were sold at that price on the way as it dropped. There's never been any interest in this stock at this price before. None. Never been any here. And therefore, that's why I'm buying there now. You got it? Nobody had any interest here in this price range. It's going to go right back through that right now. You watch. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. You watch how fast it runs right back up through this. It won't run into any resistance until we get up here, 446. Watch it go right through all this. You think I'm crazy, but it sure as shit fell right through that fast this morning when they ran it down. It fell right through there like that. The same way it falls is the same way it rises, is what I say. And I could be wrong, but we'll see. We'll see whether I'm right or wrong. But I've seen that happen the same way it falls, and there's no accumulation through here because they dumped the shares so fast through here before. Then the same way it rises, right back up. See if I'm right or if I'm wrong. Yeah, this thing's going to go. You can look right here, folks. You can see it. This thing is building some momentum here now. This is going to be a wave. You can see that this is, what's the word I'm looking for? It's a little bit of proof of the fact that the thing was manipulated down to allow a double crossover of the 200 here now. Why would they allow that? It makes me wonder why they allow that so easily to happen. To let that thing cross over right there, you'd have thought when it got right there, man, they'd have smashed that down to the 50-day so hard. Right before it broke that 200, you would have thought, man, they're going to knock this thing down to the 50 right now. But it went right over that, folks. And you can over here see the blue is gaping away from the yellow. Folks, the 45-day moving average was here equal. They were equal. And the 45 is moving away from that 50 right now. And there's there's even a gap between it now. But why didn't they stop this price from breaking the 200-day moving average? Well, because you had these massive buys seeing that they was going to do that. They said, oh, man, look at this. It's going to break the 200-day. And they went in heavy. And boom, it went right over. And now we just got a short eating porpoise with the 45 leaving the 50-day. Ladies and gentlemen, this stock is BIAF. And I say it's time to make your move and get a few shares of it. All right, that's my call. Get some right here is my call. And I'm going to come in with a market share buy right now. I just bought it $4.36. Oh, I don't lose money. You got it wrong. I don't lose money. I move money. Gadong. I don't lose money. That's not my vocabulary. I move money. If I'm down, I move it on a runner. My track record is very, very good. The only reason I ever lose, or you might use the term lose, is when I deviate from my normal program. And that's what I did on this stock, BIAF. I deviated from my normal program. I tell people all the time, never buy a stock when it's up. Why buy a stock when it's up? Buy them when they're beat up, when they're down in the dumps, when they're down. That's why my name is Catfish, for gosh sakes. But somebody got me all excited about BIAF yesterday, and they were right. I looked at it on the chart. I looked at the news. I saw the headlines that they had a cure for cancer in the first stages, or not a cure, but a detection of cancer without doing surgery and without imaging. Another way to find out if someone has got cancer or not in the first earliest stages. It's huge news. And sure enough, I bought it, and sure enough, it went up. But they halted it. So once they halted it, they allowed it to be manipulated down, and I lost a lot of money. That's the only reason I'm down on this stock, is because they manipulated it, period. And I know they manipulated it because the price of this stock was already $40 earlier in the year, $40 a share. Why stop it at $7.14? One day, about a month ago, the price of this stock went from $8.40 to $15 plus, and they didn't stop it that day. So why did they halt it on Friday? Because the news was too big, folks. Too big. The news was too big. And then remember, there's only 1.34 million shares of this stock outstanding. 1.34 million shares of this stock are outstanding. What happens when they reach over 1.4 million today? Well, I asked my people earlier, did you buy this stock at 444 range? A lot of them, I think about 20% said yes. So Some people are down a little bit right now on it, but ladies and gentlemen, this thing is looking good to me. And I see run up ahead. I see run up ahead. I see a run up straight up ahead. I've seen how fast this price can go from there to there. And I see it going that fast again. And there she goes, folks. You can just look at it and watch. And I'm going to buy market again on it. And now I'm going to try to buy it at $4.38 a share because I know that the manipulators will try to do that. So I'm coming in on this BIAF at $4.38 trying to buy it. And again, I show you the chart right now. It looks freaking fabulous. That is a short eating porpoise. That's a short eating porpoise. But folks, when this 50-day gets up here to the 200-day, they're going to try to push it down. And if they don't, then the thing is going to just go completely ape shit. I'm telling you, if they don't do that, it's going to go gone. Gone, gone, gone. Rapidly gone. And now I want to look again at my Hive stock. And here again, I'm deviating from my usual because I usually do not buy stocks that are green. I just don't do it, folks. I just don't usually buy stocks that are green. I don't do it. That's why my name is Catfish, because I buy them on the bottom usually. And it seems as every time I deviate from that program, I get burned. And I've told you guys before, the last time I got burned so bad was on a stock that was on a rampage and I got burned on it. So I'm done with this, man. And I even said to that person the last time, listen, don't call out these to try to get me to go in on them. And I'm not saying that you did, but one of the things for sure is that stock that we called out, BIAF, that was good value. That was a good call out. That stock did run up, but they sure manipulated it. But it did run out. And it's going to run up. I still feel like it's a good buy. Right now, I think it's a good buy. And if I didn't think it was a good buy right now, I wouldn't be buying it. Period. I wouldn't be buying it if I didn't think it was a good buy there. And I expect it to go on up to, who knows how high it'll go from here after this 2 days worth of total manipulation moves. There she rises steadily out of the ashes. And I just bought it at 442. Well, listen, if I asked you guys earlier, did you buy SoFi in the 440 BIAF in the 444 range? Well, here we are back at 444. So congratulations, everyone. And this is just the beginning, I think. This really is just the beginning. And all this mysterious interest in this stock now. Now I'll take some more at 443. Why all this interest now at 443 when they could have just bought it at 404 earlier? 404, and now they're buying it for 40 cents higher. Huh. Go figure. Who would have ever guessed that they would do something that crazy? Huh. My goodness. 444 is where we are again, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 444 floor. And you're now in the money. All right. You're in the green. Those of you that bought when I suggested at 444. And I'm going to stay here with you. I'm going to try to buy some more at 443 and 444. You're dang right I am. But I'm afraid that this train has left the station. And the stock I'm on is BIAF. And that is the train that you need to be boarding right now. And I'm going to be keep these buy orders coming in up from down below. She is breaking away. You can clearly see the big green candlestick buy right there. And you can see the red attempt on the heels because it's breaking the 50-day right now. The 50 is breaking the green 200 as we speak. And look at the buyers coming in as the 50 breaks the 200-day moving average. Nice. All right. Looks like Catfish might have got some people lucky today. You were watching it with me, and I said 443 and 444 on my buy-sell sheet, folks. And I'm glad you got some there. I can't wait to see how high this thing is tomorrow and the next day and the next. I really can't. Man, I'm sitting on 2,000 shares of this sucker. And notice, no pullbacks at all here. No pullbacks down. They're not even trying to run it back down here and take control. They're just loading in a bunch of shares at 450, folks, is all they did. Somebody just loaded in a big sell order at 450. There's no effort at all to try to pull it back. It's all just sell, sell, sell at this number. And look at the dark area on that candlestick. That's all selling to make it fall below there earlier today, folks. All that dark area was what they sold today to make it fall below this price. And look at the little light area that just pushed it right back past here. Look at the light area, folks. That's what just bought on the ask to push it up past this. This dark area is what sold to make it fall this morning. And now just that chintzy little bit of shares drives it up. Look at it go, folks. Look at it rocket. And I was right about it. Yeah. Breaking over 450 now. Nice. Keep on rising, people. Keep on rising with it. BIAF. Look at her go, folks. Just look at her rise. And look at that thing breaking right over the 50-day. Just no problem. Whoa. Look at that thing break over the 50-day there. That's the 45 and 50-day average break over that green 200. Yeah, oh, here comes the attack. Here comes the attack right on it like I said they would. Yep, I told you when it got up to that 50-day, they were going to try to smash it down when it got to the 50-day right there. I'm buying here. Oh yeah, beautiful, folks. And you can see right when that 50-day hit the 200, look at the attack that they brought in. Hardly any. There's no volume there, folks. Look at these buys instead. Look at the size of the buys there. Look at those candlesticks buying in. And look at that little dump attempt, that tiny little dump attempt to make it fall now as it crosses the 200-day. Oh, baby. Yeah, market makers trying everything. Yep. Like I said, when they make that 50-day golden moving average go up over that 200-day, they make their move to suppress that thing. That's a guarantee. They don't want that triple crossover. They do not want the current price, the orange 10-day and the yellow 50 to all cross the 200-day. That's a golden cross. So they try to attack that back real hard right there. And they didn't even use much volume to do it. They just used pretty small volume, folks. So I anticipate it to continue to rise with that tiny little a bit of volume there. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Another thing I like a lot about this HIVE stock that I bought is the volume is really starting to increase right now. The average daily volume is 27 million today, 38 million plus. So I like that increase in volume. And I see no more I see no more attempt to sell here. I see just a satisfaction to try to hold it at 441. And I just bought it there. And they're actually trying to buy it at 440 and a half, folks. Nice. Trying to get some at 440 and a half. And let's go see how many shares of this stock have been sold now that there's only 1.34 million of. BIAF, folks. This is it right here. And now we see the volume is, oh yeah, they've already sold all the shares that are outstanding now. They've already surpassed the number of shares that are available. The outstanding shares is 1.34, I believe. That's how many shares are outstanding on this stock. Go over here and look at statistics. This is HIVE. I'm sorry. How many shares does it have outstanding? Hive. 230 million. Okay. 230 million shares outstanding of HIVE. And that is a good thing to know. And this stock we're looking at here, BIAF, has how many shares outstanding? 1.34 million. 1.34 million shares outstanding. Ah, okay. That's not many shares considering the volume's at 1.4 million already today. And the float on this stock is 772,000. BIAF. That's stock I'm looking at. Yesterday, or somehow on Friday, this stock traded 99 million shares on. Nobody knows how it did that. 99 million shares traded on Friday, but the news was huge about their cancer studies and how well their program is going. And that huge news prompted a halt of the stock. It went up so fast on them that they had to halt it. They halted the price at $7.14 because it was running wild on all the exuberance of the great news of the cancer treatment. It's not a cancer treatment, it's cancer diagnosis. It's a form of diagnosing early stage cancer that is non-invasive. That's what it is. Guys, give me a second here. All right. So by George, Friday, the news comes out about the cancer studies, and boom, the price goes up to a high, and then they halted it, folks. It went up to a price of, if I go to the chart here, look at this strange thing that they did with this stock. Very, very odd. Very odd. Very odd indeed, ladies and gentlemen, what they did with this stock yesterday. When the news came out, the price hit 529. After it dropped from 529, it got halted. I'm sorry, it went up to 729. And after it was not halted at 729, it dropped back into the sixes, then went up to 714, and they halted it. Why? When the price had already been up here at about 720, and then came down here into the 670s, and then when it went up here to 729, and then it got down here to the 690s, when it went back to 714, why did they halt it there? Why was it halted at 714? The price had already been higher than that twice in the day. Why do you halt it there then? Why? Well, I'll tell you why. So you can drive it down $3 a share and then drive it down another the next day. Oh my God, has this thing been manipulated, folks? Wow. Just look at that. On the news of their cancer study getting such good results, they stopped the price from running up, not here at 729, but when it got to 714, they halted it. Like I said, it came out of the gate. It went up here to 720, then down in the 680s. Then it went up here to 729, then down in the 690s, and then 714 halted. Why? Why halted at 714? So you can do that for the next 2 days and drive the price down $3? God dang, folks. That is a major manipulation of a stock right there. And this is when the manipulation ended. And look at the 90-degree turn off that bottom. Look at that very, very stinking 90-degree turn. See, it's not like this where they ran it down and then manipulated and consumed and accumulated and then ran it up. Over here, this is just flat. Drop it and then pop it, baby. That's what that is today. That's just flat out of the gate. Drop it and pop it. Smell the dip. Buy the dip and smell the rip, baby. And buy over here, by the way, buy the dip, smell the rip, and then buy the dip and then halt the rip. Halt the rip. Halt it, folks. Halted the rip there. They halted it. Now that they got their accumulation on the nut sack this morning, they're just going to run it up here and down. They're going to herk it and jerk it and herk it, jerk it, herk it, jerk it, herk it, jerk it, herk it, jerk it, just like this, just like this. But they're going to do the same thing up here. Boom, 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 boom. You'll see. This is ridiculous, folks. When the price was $7.29, why didn't they halt it there? Why did it let come down back in the 680s and then halt it at 714? Just so they could herk it and jerk it and herk it and jerk it and herk it and jerk it and then herk it and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk. And now here's the end of the herking, folks. And then it's just going to be jerk and herk, jerk and herk, jerk and herk at the same stages here. So when this thing rises, we're going to sell it here and we're going to buy it back around here. And then we're going to sell it when it gets there. And we're going to buy it back here. Then we're going to sell it when it gets here. And then we're going to buy it back down here. And then we're going to sell it when it gets here and buy it back down there. And we'll sell it here and buy it here and sell it here and buy it there and sell it here and buy it there. That's what we're going to do on this stock on the way up the next 2 days. BIAF. That's my call. And I could be wrong. But ladies and gentlemen, this is called mirroring. This type of trading right here that I'm talking to you about is called mirroring. And you're going to use this level right here. You can see they just stopped it right there at that level right there. They stopped it right there. So that's why they're pulling it back from there even, because this is a level of resistance before on the stock. If you don't believe me, just look at it. Look at it. 2 times. Look at this price right here where it just got stopped. Well, hell, they stopped it right there at it once. See that? So you got to know, man. You got to, and right there also, 2 times this was a resistance point. So it's going to be resistance as it climbs, and they're going to take it back to there. Then it's going to go up to this point, and then it's going to come down to there. Then it's going to go up to this point, and then they're going to take it down in the mids. And then it's going to come up here, and they're going to take it down to there. Then it's going to come up here, and they'll take it down there. Then it'll come up here, and they'll take it down to right there. Then it'll come up here, and they'll might pull it way down. Then it'll come up here, and then they take it to there. Then it'll come up here. Folks, the same way. They work it down. They work it up. They know that these levels of resistance worked for them before, and they'll use them now as the price rises. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. So you can all just bear witness to it and watch it and see it happen, if I'm telling you the truth or not. Watch it over the next few days. Watch and see if it doesn't do something very similar to the way it dropped. So mysteriously goes right back up. And it may even go a lot faster up, because I showed you the way SoFi was dropped all through here, and then, man, it just got over here after 3 years and went right back through all that shit. Didn't I show you that? You can see it on SoFi's chart here on the 5-year. I'm happy to show it to you guys that are new to the channel here today. I'll show you right now. Once we get SoFi to load up here, I guess I should just refresh the page, so I will. There we go. And now what I'm going to do here is I want you to see this chart on SoFi. And this is very typical. So I'm going to take you down here. SoFi chart. And we're going to go to the 5-year. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. And as I explained to everybody before, and I'm trying to teach you guys now, when SoFi was manipulated down years ago, back in 2021, after Biden refrained from getting student loans repaid for another year, he extended the moratorium on student loans. And this thing fell so fast through here that I told everybody, after this period, when it got back above here, it was going to go up the same way with very little resistance. That's what I said. Well, look over here. After it broke through this period right here, look at it go up with very little resistance, just like I told you it would. I told you that as it was here months ago. I said, man, they ran it down through here too fast, folks. It's going to go back up through this range very rapidly, I said. And it did. It did, and it's gone even higher. Look where the hell it is here, folks. It's beautiful, $27. And look, here's the catch. Listen, folks, look right here when this price ran up, when they ran the price down to right to where the 10-day was, that turquoise line. Look right here when it got up here and they ran it over and it got to where the 10-day is. Look right here how close it was to the 10-day, and look right here how close it is to the 10-day. I mean, what do you think is going to happen when it got near the 10-day there, when it got near the 10-day there, when it got near the 10-day there, and now look where it is. It's at the 10-day, folks. This thing is going to blast off of this. All the 5, look at the, by the way, this is the 5-day, and this is the 10-day. Every time this stock has been at the 5-day, folks, well, there, and every previous time it hits the 5. Look at it hit the 5 there, and boom. And look at it hit the 5 there almost, and boom. And it comes down here, and it's going to hit the 5 right now. And when it does, it's going to go boom, people. Because the 5-day is rising, the 10 is rising, the 45-day, the 50-day, all long-term averages is climbing, and the volume very steady and high. I'm telling you, folks, oh my gosh, this thing is so ready to make its move. Wait till you see this thing bounce off that 5-day and just run up. They got it to the 5-day there. Every time they've gotten it to the 5-day, folks, Right there, they made it to meet the 5, bam. There, they made it meet the 5, bam. Oh boy, you watch and look at this 200-day average. Look at it. Look at the angle on that thing. It used to be like this. The pitch angle was like this. Now the 200 angle is like this. See the difference in the 200 days angle? Look at where it was for days and days. Look at the angle of it now. Folks, this thing is going off. SoFi's going off, folks. It's going to come off this line, and it is going to springboard. And the institutions know it. That's why all the index funds are buying it right now. The index funds have been flying in on this thing right here on this point. In the last 2 days, they've been accumulating and accumulating. And I'm on it, man. Now I want to come over here and I want to refresh this screen on institutions. Let's go see if any more index funds have come in today. Oh, yes, they have. Oh, yes, they have. There you go. Knights of Columbus taking up 2 big positions. Oh, yes, index funds, baby. Index funds. And look, Invesco, even KBW. Oh, my gosh. Galaxy Crypto. Knights of Columbus. Oh, my gosh. Look at the percentage value increases. Whoa. 275% by Invesco, 85% by Knights of Columbus, 153%. Oh my gosh, look at this. And whole new positions on Knights of Columbus, folks. These are brand new positions. These 2 right here are brand new positions. They accumulated 67,000 and 4,640, and these two here are brand new. This one they just bought 67,681. Oh yeah, baby, follow the index funds. Golly, more index funds now get to be added to the list. Nice. And look at that at the top. Look who it is. SOFX. SoFi buying SoFi, people. SoFi increasing their portfolio shares by 13% and increasing their value by 105%. So SOFX. Oh, man, gosh dang, people, you got to love that. Golly, SoFi buying their own stock. Folks, this is almost like a doggone stock buyback. 87,000 shares. Man, increasing their portfolio by $1.9 million. 105% increase in the value of SOFX into SoFi. Whoa, man, oh man, oh man. SoFi, more index funds coming in. Golly. I get to add some more now, folks. I don't know how many there are. FIOOX was the last one I had. Hold on. So who came in now? FIOOX right there. And then we got TSMOX increasing 88%. But I'm looking for only for index funds. Knights of Columbus Large Cap Growth Fund iShares. Knights of Columbus, here it is. Knights of Columbus U.S. All Cap Index Fund. And this, they were coming in on the, I'm sorry, I got the 29th. These are all, I got to change the date to these. The 29th. Man, I'm so glad to see all these index funds coming in on SoFi now. Oh, I told you guys from before, they ran it up, the price from $11 and $12 to $30 after they started buying before. All right. Sorry, folks. Hold on a second here. So let me turn on the light so I can see my keys here a little bit. And let me get these institutions in here. Knights of Columbus, U.S. All Cap Index Fund. Okay. I love it. All Cap Index Fund. iShares. And they have holding 4,640 and increasing their portfolio by 85.71%. Enter. Okay. And save. Next. Next. Let's see who else came in. I thought there was some other indexes that I just saw. Did I miss? Well, I see Knights of Columbus index, yeah. 2 Knights of Columbuses, though. I like that a lot. And that one was a whole new, so I'm just going to put that in there because I like seeing Knights of Columbus. I like people to note that Knights of Columbus are, and this will be the only one that on here that isn't an index fund other than the Kathy Wood 2 buys last week, the big 2.6 million buys. Knights of Columbus, large cap growth fund, iShares. And that was 67,681. A new position. Hold 67,681. 67,681. Nice. And so there's no percentage increase there because it's a new position. But still, man, that's a big buy-in right there by Knights of Columbus. Hey, Alexa, what is 67,681 times $27?
67,681 times 27 US dollars is 1,827,387 US dollars.
All right, Alexa, stop. All right. Well, I'm glad to see them coming in there, and interesting to see these Invesco buys coming in. Invesco buys coming in, huh? All right, let me save those. But there's a lot of institutions that are coming in that are index funds. Zero Index Fund, Fidelity Zero Index Fund. Oh, man, there's a lot of them, folks, here. Fidelity Large Cap Growth Index Fund, USSPX Index Fund, Fidelity Large Cap Value Index Fund. Index funds buy for 10 years, folks, and for 20 years, okay? And right now, as I take a look over here at SoFi Technologies, I see a very good-looking chart right there. SoFi Technologies does not worry me in the least. It is doing just what it should be doing, consolidating nicely. And consolidating right on the 50-day moving average. It isn't even on the 50-day, folks. This thing just looks absolutely gorgeous. SoFi looks great, folks. Oh, boy. Man, oh man, look at that thing right there. Look at that thing. Oh, beautiful, folks. Look at all the long-term moving averages. Oh my gosh. Look at the 45-day. Look at the 50-day rising. Look at the 10-day, the 5-day, the current price. Oh, shit. Forget about it, folks. Don't worry about SoFi. It's doing just fine. Look at that chart, folks, on SoFi. My gosh. That thing is unbelievably strong looking. All those institutions, they want it in, folks. Nice. 447 now on this BIAF. I'll be day trading the heck out of this thing tomorrow. Oh boy, I cannot wait to see what this thing does after today's manipulation down to 404. The thing's already come back 44 cents off the bottom. It's already come back 44 cents off the bottom, folks. It's going to continue to rise tomorrow. Everybody that told me that this thing is dead and you should leave it alone, Tyler, you're going to find out that I think I'm right about this, that there's just too much. This news is too big. This news is too good. That's why it traded 99 million shares on Friday, folks. This news is too big. This news is too big, folks. Too big to be squashed. And there it goes now, BIAF. There's the stock that I think you should be investing in right now. As a matter of fact, you can see down here in my question, I asked, did you buy BIAF in the 444 range? And you can see that out of 183 votes, 21% said yes. Alexa, what is 183 times 21%?
183 times 21% is 38.43.
All right, so 38 viewers. Alexa, stop. 38 of my viewers, are almost 40 people today on this channel, bought this stock at $4.44 a share. Congratulations, everyone. I know you're not up huge on this thing, but hey, it's just starting. In my opinion, this thing is really, we keep watching it and we keep trading it. I think we're going to be fine. I think we're going to do real well. And I don't see anybody dissuaded here to buy this thing at $4.50 a share. As a matter of fact, I'm going to buy some more right now. And I just bought it at $4.50 just then. And am I piling in? No, I'm only buying about $25 at a time of this stock right here. But, geez, I can see 164,000 shares were traded at this price, $4.47. And all of that was dark, folks. Every bit of that was dark. See how they sold so many to make it fall below that price? But then look at the light areas of shares that made it now rise past that. And look at the light areas of shares that are now making it rise through here to there. Look at the light areas of shares compared to all the dark that was sold this morning to get it to drop through here. Look at the darkness. Look at all those shares sold to the bidders. And now look at the shares being sold to the ask. And holy crap, folks, this thing's starting to move. Whew. Nice. I think I'm going to dabble a little more in this. 452 I just bought. Well, my goodness gracious, look at that stock, BIAF. Somebody told me it was dead, and there was no interest in it anymore. I disagree. BIAF looks very much on fire here. It looks to me like a stock that was totally manipulated, if you ask me. And I like the fact that they halted it at $7.14 so I could get orders in $3 less than that today. That's right. We got as low as $3.08 lower than the low of this stock was yesterday. Man, oh man, that was good buying there, you guys. I think I'm going to try and get me some more of this BIAF. I have a feeling this thing was so manipulated. And I could be wrong. Now I want to go down here and look at my HIVE. Oh my gosh, you mean they did not bring it down below my dollar cost average? I can't believe it. Also, SoFi is about at 3:06 p.m. Watch what happens with it after 3:06 if you happen to be trading SoFi today. Watch what happens at 3:06. SoFi at 3:06, folks. Watch what happens on SoFi at 3:06. And man, look at that 45-day blue line over the 50-day. BIAF, folks. I told you, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. And I love the fact that I'm sitting on 2,088 shares of this stock right now. You might think I'm nuts to say that, but I do. Look at it go up. The bid is 454 and the ask is 458. Nice. I'll buy there. And I just filled at 456. All right. You might want to look at this chart right now, folks. BIAF. A stock that was at $8 almost. Well, I exaggerate. It was at $7.14 when it was halted, strangely, because the price had already hit $7.29. And they halted it, and then they drove it down $3 plus today. They halted it yesterday morning on Friday morning on great news about cancer studies. And they halted that thing at $7.14. I was up on it at the time. But after they halted it, they ran it down $3. And I got stuck holding the bag. But now, mysteriously, it's rising higher and higher this afternoon. And we'll probably be back at $7, $8, $9, $10, $11, $12, or $13 within a week. And that's what it does. I already showed people the history of this stock, and it's absurd what they've done to this stock over the last few months. I mean, absolutely ridiculously absurd what they have done to this stock. And to get an idea, just look at what it's done today. But to get an idea of the historical data on this chart, which on this stock was kind of hard to even believe. I'll show you right now. Historical data. There we go. Pretty amazing with this stock, the historical data. But what I wanted to know is, why didn't they halt the stock Friday morning at 529 right there? Why didn't they halt the stock at 729? Why didn't they halt it at 729? And why didn't they halt it at 720? When they got to 720 and they took it down to 688, and they got it back to 729 and then down to 688, why did they halt it at 714? That's what I want to know, so they could run it down $3? So they could run it down for 2 days in a row to $3? Is that why they halted it there? Oh, gosh. So I ask again, if the price had already gone up Friday morning on the news about the cancer research to 720, then down here to 688, then up to 729 without being halted, and then down to 688. And then why did they halt it at 714 then? Why? Why? So they could run the son of a gun all the way down today, and when they got it to the bottom where they agreed to run it down to, they get a 90-degree turn to go right back up and make all this back up. Folks, in my opinion, this BIAF stock was absolutely handcuffed, and they eliminated the run up on the cancer news so they could just get all the stupid retailers out. And as soon as they got them out today at mid lunchtime at 1:30, it was off to the friggin' races, and it will be herked and jerked and herked, and they're going to do the same way that they brought it down. We're going to be selling it here, buy it back there, sell it up here, buy it halfway down, sell it up here, buy it there, sell it here, we'll buy it there, we'll sell it here, we'll buy it there, we'll sell it here, we'll buy it there, we'll sell it here, and we'll buy it down here. And folks, that's what I'm going to do with this stock. I'm going to mirror everything they did to wash it out, to get them out. I'm going to mirror that, and I'm going to sell at every point that was resistance, and I'm going to buy back at every drop point that they came back down to. That's my plan with this stock, BIAF, and I could be wrong, but you guys can watch. Yeah, hey, Savannah, what happened at 306? At 306, SoFi takes off. That's what I say. 306, man, it's launch time from right here. Boing. Watch it, 306 on. 306, it'll be an attempt to push it down here near the rising 45 and 50 and watch it bounce right here. Now, if it doesn't happen at 306, it will happen at 317. There's two numbers that they like to run SoFi up from. The time 306 and the time 317. So both of those numbers are, and sometimes I'll even wait until 345, but usually it's 306 or 317 that they start coming in, start showing their cards. 306 or 317. And I'm not down anything on SoFi today, by the way. I'm only down $7.50 on SoFi because I'm holding so many few shares of it. I've sold almost all my shares of SoFi here in this. But now I'm going to get back over here to BIAF. And I'm going to buy at market. I'm buying BIAF right now. And I just filled at 460. Whoa. 460 now. Well, I'll take that. What the heck is happening with this BIAF? Wow, look at that. Someone told me earlier, don't mess with this stock when the price was at 413 and 420. Said it was dead in the water, man. It's past. It's past. It's all over, they said. They said, you're wasting your time there, Catfish. Well, that's what they said to me. Said that I was wasting my time. And I asked my buyers today, did you buy BIAF at 444 a share? And out of 185 votes, 40 people did. So they are to be congratulated. Congratulations, my friends. As it continues to rise. Oh, my goodness gracious. BIAF. Look at that doggone candlestick buy right there. Wow. Look at that buy in there. Look at that candlestick. Nice. That's a commitment. That's a nice commitment. My. Very nice. And SoFi looks good, folks. Don't you worry about SoFi. There's all these index funds buying in again for a reason right now, I promise you. SoFi's going to be fine, everyone. Do not worry about SoFi down point fractions of a percent or 1%. No worries. Be happy. We're in good shape. For those of you that didn't know it, earlier, there was an announcement by someone on X about companies going into another index, I guess. I'm not sure which index it was, but apparently someone by the name of right here, please look into it this yourselves, data-driven investing said here is a comprehensive list of companies who fulfill these three requirements. And there's only two companies he called out, NVIDIA and Duo, okay? Two, who have a market cap above 10 billion, 3-year revenue CAGR of 35% plus, and free cash flow margin of 35% plus. Ladies and gentlemen, although Anthony Noto did not say, we already know that we meet this market cap of 10 billion and we meet the 3-year revenue, SoFi, and he did not say yet, but he does respond, and he hints that they will, because he says right up here at the top, his response is, Anthony Noto, you mean no other fintech, ? And no other tech company, he says. He says, get some of that. Ladies and gentlemen, Anthony Noto is hinting right here that SoFi is going to have, a very big surprise in their margin, all right? And that they will qualify to be in this list of capable or qualified companies to reach this another index. Now, go listen to Cal at Trending Stocks yesterday's, it would have been Fridays, I think Friday or Saturdays, he released this, and I watched it. And make sure you go and check out this information about this deal here with Anthony Noto responding on X. And I love the fact that the CEO of this company stands up for this company. I love the fact that he stands up in these social media chats and throws out little, as Cal would say, that's a little Easter egg he's throwing out right there, giving people a tip. He's tipping people on the numbers that are coming without actually saying it, okay? But he's pointing out, hey, you better look at us. Look at SoFi. There's not just two that qualify. We're there too, and we meet this criteria. So don't be surprised by some very big surprise numbers on earnings per share, revenue growth coming up, and in particular in free cash flow. Free cash flow. This is the only one of these three that SoFi so far has not achieved. But apparently, Anthony Noto is letting you know that through what he's saying here, that this is probably going to be met too, this requirement for inclusion. And again, I'm not sure. You might want to look into it a little bit more in detail about this. Now, I also want you to know that these beans got spilled, and I'm sorry that I haven't edited this out yet, but hold on, we'll get to it. Right here, SoFi up over the year 200%. That's hefty, folks. 260 something percent. I thought it was 260%. That is incredible. So some people say, why is SoFi falling? Well, every once in a while, folks, you got to let things chill out just a little bit. All right? Now, I want you to know that also there's even more news, and that is about SoFi maybe having a crypto coin coming our way. And this could be SoFi's new crypto coin right here. Again, thanks to Cal for mentioning this for us and discovering that this, and this is not a guarantee, but this is just something that he stumbled on that he believes, and I agree, could be SoFi's new Bitcoin logo. All right. This, I'm not sure where he found this, but the stream that I watched by Trending Stocks that had 2,722 views is titled Noto Hints at Huge SoFi Q3 Earnings Beat. So this is what that X posting by that individual prompted, was a hint from SoFi CEO Anthony Noto that a huge Q3 earnings is coming. All right, no guarantees, but just our observance. Now, as I come over here to BIAF, coming to the summary page, the main thing I'm interested in seeing is what the volume is now. And the volume is 1.570 million shares traded. There are only 1.34 million shares of this stock available, folks. There's only 1.34 million shares available. And when you don't have the MMs in there circulating the same shares over and over and over, you'd be surprised what can happen. You can be surprised what happens at that. Now I want to get over here to BIAF's chart. There we go. And there she is. And just what I thought would happen once they got that 50-day to the 200, they try to smash it down to the 50-day. And that is a number they love. Now they've got the 50-day average on 444 a share, folks. 444 a share. And that is a number that they definitely love to try to retain and hold. And because of that, I'm going to buy some more there. And don't be surprised to see something crazy happen with this stock tomorrow, because I can show you the historical data that proves that anything could happen with this stock tomorrow. I want you to look at some of the history of this stock's trading, BIAF. And you better look at some of these closing prices and then what happens the next day. Here's a closing price of 788, and the next day it opens at 804, and then 2 days later it's at 948. And I'm going to show you some other examples of surprise, surprise, surprise in a big way. So let's look at some of these closes over here, where the price closed at $7.80 one time and opened the next day at $20. Don't ask me how, but this is the tendency of this stock, folks. I'm just showing you that on these days here, for example, the price closed at crazy numbers and spiked big the next day. And this is on very low volume. This BIAF has been doing this. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, look at this closing here, $26. The next day it opened at $26.70 and went to $32. Then they knocked it down and closed it at $38.60. But folks, there are many instances where this stock in its past has closed at numbers that were quite driven down, but then rose miraculously from these numbers the next day. So I'm going to show you some trends that have been happening as of late, and maybe you can understand what I'm getting at when I say this. This price here closed at $9.90, and the next day it hit $11.55. This stock closed at $7.80 a share one day and opened the next day at $20. BIAF. This stock closed one day at $7.80 a share, closed at 20, folks. Get it? This stock has done many miraculous things after closing on crazy lows. And I can show you several of them to prove it's true. Here, this stock closed at $6.18, just 3 cents off the low. But look, it opened at $7.20 and they attacked it right out of the gate down to $6.15. Then it only came back 3 cents at the end of the day. But after $6.18 the next day, friggin' $8.85 a share, folks. This is BIAF I'm talking about. And that happened on very low volume, just 51,000 shares. We're trading millions of shares now. But I'm just trying to let you know that this day here wasn't long ago, May the 19th. Price closed at $6.75, and the next day was at $9.60 a share. On the 20th, don't be surprised by what this stock could do, BIAF. Don't be surprised. This day right here, the price was driven down to $7.80 a share on 52,000 shares, down to 780. And what was the price just 3 days later, 2 days later? $12, hit 15. This is BIAF, folks. It went from $7 to $15. How in the world did that happen? It opened at $8.40 and went to $15 without being halted. On Friday, we saw it at $6.42 and go to $7.14, and they halted it. Why did they let it go from $8.40 back here on May 28th and go all the way up to $15? That's a massive doubling of it. And then on Friday, we saw the price go from the low sixes to $7.14, and they halted it, up 90 cents. But they let it this day go from $8.40 to $15 without halting it. Or did they halt it at 15 and then ran it back down to 12, $3 down? Look at that, $3 down, just like the rundown we just had off the 714 halt. The 714, and they bring it down to 413 today, $3 and a penny. $3.10 is how much they dropped it today to 404. They dropped it $3.10 from where they halted it. And here they dropped it $3 from where they halted it this day, 15 to 12, $3. So this is a common amount. And by the way, the next day from 12, it was at 13 again. Then down to 840. And again, this here was at 1305, and they halted it, I guarantee you, at 1305, and then it went down $3 to $10.11. So what we just saw of this 714 halt and then take it down $3.10, we've seen it before. It's been seen. It's a common thing. 729 and take it down to 414. $3.15 down. Well, I've already shown you this has happened many times to this stock. I've shown it to you that when they stopped it at 10, they ran it back and closed it at $9.50, $1 down. When they stopped it at 11.2, they ran it down to 10. When they stopped it at 10.65, they ran it down to 8.70. When they stopped it at 13.80, they ran it down to 10.80, $3 exactly. So don't be surprised after seeing this thing run from 13 down to 10.80 that it doesn't go right back up to 10.80 or higher. Don't be surprised, folks. Look at this. They stopped it at 15 and ran it down to 12 at the end of the day. $3 exactly. Boy, we've seen this, haven't we? Several times. Stopped it at $20 right there and drove it down to $18.78. And the next day, they had it down $5 almost from $20.40 down to $15.90, $4.50 down. Boy, I tell you what, man, they've manipulated this thing. They have done this so many times. This poor stock. BIAF, folks, that's the one. BIAF. Market manipulating it to death. Even now, here in the afternoon, they broke it down below the 50 and down below the 200. And BIAF still being marked for manipulation, ladies and gentlemen. Marked for manipulation. Well, let's go see what happened with our the other one, HIVE. Hive. Oh, and they're sitting directly on my dollar cost average. What do you know? Of course. Yes. sitting on my DCA of $3.80. Nice. All right, well, at least it's not red, that's for sure. HIVE has a very good looking long-term chart right now, folks. I like it, HIVE. All right, well, 333. Who is out to scare everyone out of this BIAF stock? Who are these market makers that are scaring everyone? So 1,570,000 shares traded today, folks. I've already shown you in the past trading of this stock, they could under just 5,000 shares, that they could make it the price 50,000 shares. They could make the price fall $5 and $6 on just 50,000 shares. Whoever's behind this, they're strong manipulators. And they've done it in the past with very, very low amounts of shares. I showed you that. You just look at the quantities of shares that they were making these massive swings on. I mean, amazing. Amazing to see this. Are you guys seeing this? I mean, it is crazy. The price, $19.50 after going from 1770 to 1950 and then $15. I mean, just look at this thing. Did they come out of the gate on February the 26th at 1770 and take it all the way down $2.10 and then run it up to 1950 from 1560 and then close it at 1734? And look at the volume, 6,800 shares. Holy shia. Folks, that is BIAF, ladies and gentlemen, the stock I'm watching. Look at these major 24.75 open, and then they ran it down. After it opened 24.75, it went to 25.65, up 90 cents. They probably got it halted up 90 cents and then drove it down from 25.65 to 19.50 at the close. God, dogs, on only 15,000 shares, folks. On 15,000. Somebody is manipulating the crap out of this stock. 24.75, got it halted when it was up 90 cents and then ran it down. Who in the world? And look at the shares, 15,000. Man, oh man, folks, just look at this. This stock is really, really a swinging stock, and you can make a lot of money on these kind. So just letting you know, don't be surprised to see this thing suddenly just come out of like a phoenix out of the ashes, because, man, they've been manipulating it around with just thousands. Now we're up into the millions. Now we're up into the millions of shares they're starting to trade. All right? So if they can manipulate it with just 15,000 shares, just think what they can do with 420 or 99 million like Friday. Yep, Brady Thompson, I saw that. Blue Jays division champs. And also the Cleveland Cavaliers have also set their place. And so congratulations to the Cleveland Cavaliers for winning the Central Division. And they did it in a massive way. And, of course, my Red Sox helped them by beating Detroit the last two games they played. And that means that now Detroit's going to be playing against Cleveland for the Central Division. And we'll see who comes out champions there. But what a game. All these games. I drove a Cavalier. Yeah, a Cavalier is a swashbuckler. A Cavalier has valiant morals, and it's very Cavalier of you, meaning high standards. And by the way, take a look at my HIVE coming into the close of the day. HIVE with a crossover of the 50-day coming into the close right now. And I'm very glad to see that. HIVE making its run. And my presumption is that after today's $3 drop on this BIAF and the accumulation of more shares than there are available, I would only guess it can only go up from here. BIAF, more shares sold today than there actually are, again. But at least it wasn't so ridiculously positive or blatant that they were manipulating the stock, because yesterday, the volume, they're trying to get everyone to believe that yesterday's volume was 99 million shares traded of a stock that only has 1.34 million shares. And this is when you know that a stock is truly being manipulated. When it goes from 618 to 729, is not halted, goes back into the sixes, then goes to 714 and gets halted, you know there's games being played. That is for sure. And in fact, Friday morning, the price opened at 618 and it went to 720 and was not halted, then back down to 688. Then it went up to 729, then back down to 688. And then it went to $7.14 where it got halted. And then they let them run it down $3. Alexa, what is 7.14 minus 4.04?
7.14 minus 4.04 is 3.1.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Alexa, stop. So they made this price fall $3.10 after they halted it at $7.14. Alexa, stop. How do you like that? They made it fall $3.10 after halting it, going up from $6.18 to $7.29. Alexa, if a stock price goes from $6.18 to $7.29, how much of a percentage increase is that?
From sacredtexts.com. So, in this case, the stock increased by 10%.
Thank you. Alexa, stop.
My pleasure.
Yep.
Just doing my
Alexa,
job.
stop. All right, so nice, 10%, and they halted it. Up 10% when they halted it. Why? Why did they halt it up 10%? Down here, when the price went from 770 to 1065, why'd they let that happen? Why did they halt it up 10%, folks? When it was down here at 1070 and went up to 1380. Alexa, if a stock price is $10.77 and goes up to $13.80, what percentage increase is that?
From gitbook.io. This means the price increased by 30%.
30% increase. Thank you. Alexa, stop. So here they had no problem with the price going from 770 to 1066, basically. And they probably halted it there at that price and then ran it back down to 870. Yes, they did. That is what they did. They knew it was going to break 1066, so they halted it at 1065, folks, is my call. Same thing when they stopped this at 714. It's because it was going over 713, and they knew they had to halt it there. On this day here, the price had gone from 1077 to 1380, and we know that's a 30% increase, and then they drove it back down to $10.80. Folks, a 30% up where they halted it, and then 30% down right where it started out the day at 1080. Look at that. 1077 open, up to 1380, and then down to 1080. God dang. And how much volume that day? 6,405,000. Boy, they're just all over this stock, folks. Somebody got control of this thing. Oh my goodness. Wow. BIAF puppet. No volume on BIAF. This isn't going anywhere fast unless it gets more news and momentum. It's such a low float. Are you hearing yourself? What you're telling me is low volume? This stock went from 1077 to 1380, back down to 9, and closed at the 1080. And look at the volume. Well, I want to show you some other days where it did even worse than that on no volume at all. Look at this price opening from the day before's open of $8.40 up to $12, 33% increase on the stock, and comes down to $10.11. Look at the volume, 252,000 shares. This stock doesn't need volume to move. Look at this price. Opens at $23.40 a share, goes to 25, and then driven back down to 20. And you know, after it went up $1.60 here from 23.40 to 25.80, up $2.43. It went up $2.43, and they probably halted it at 25.83. And then they took it down $5 to 2013. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know, then it came back $1 off that. But look at the volume, only 116,000 shares. Please don't tell me that there's low volume on it and it can't move without volume. The volume was only 116. Today was 1,000,004 or 1,000,005. This stock can move plenty on very low volume. From here, it went from $27 to $32, up 5, and then it came down to 26, down $6. And look at the volume, 980,000 shares. Comes out of the gate, 1089. They don't let it go any higher. Then they take it down to 843. And look at the volume, 18,000 shares. The price opened at 1089. It was driven down right out of the gate from 1089 to 876 on just 18,000 shares. This stock can move plenty on low volume. Look at this day. On this day, March the 5th, opened at 993. Look at the volume, 7,000 shares. The next day's volume, 8,000. And the price went from 990 to 1395. This stock doesn't need volume to move. This price went from 990, and the day before 780 to 1395 in 2 days, and it did it on 20,000 volume. $780 to $13.95, and it did it on 15, 20,000, 22,000 shares. Jeez. Yep. Only insiders profit from stocks like this. All right. You're going to watch me profit from it, my friend. You're going to watch me profit from it, my friend, because I can see how this has been done. I can see the few shares that have run this thing around before. From 1470 high to 1179. You know the thing came out of the gate at 1389 and went up $1 almost, 90 cents, and they halted it, and then they took it down. From 1470, they took it down $3 again. There's that 3 again, $3 down on just 5,000 shares. And then on just 20,000 shares, the price goes from this price of 1170. I mean, it's done on such little volume, folks. This is BIAF. BIAF. Huge number changes and running this stock all over the place, folks, on little volume, on very, very little volume. Price is $21 one day on just 2,000 shares, 2,333, $21. And the next day, the price is at $22. And then look here, the price was, ladies and gentlemen, at $21.93, and the next day, $25. See that? Alexa, what is 25.11 minus 21.93?
25.11 minus 21.93 is 3.18.
Dollar went up $3.18 on 2,000 shares.
$2013.com.
Alexa, stop. The price goes from $21.93 to $25.11 on 2,333 shares. Okay, all right. Well, folks, BIAF is the stock. It's clearly and most definitely been manipulated big time. You can see right now also my HIVE is going to close at the high of the day. HIVE is about to close at the high of the day. Congratulations if you bought some of HIVE with me today. Not a huge gainer, but not bad. Now, ladies and gentlemen, all we got to do is keep our eyes on our goals. Buy low, sell high, don't deviate from that. When someone shouts out a stock like BIAF that was up 80% on this good news about its cancer research, lung cancer, then that's great. But we do not buy it up 88%, folks. We'll never, ever do that again. And like I said, every single time I stop buying on the low and I turn around and buy something on a springboard, it always messes me up. Even though I was right to buy this stock at those prices because it did shoot up, but they halted it, folks. The only reason I'm down on this stock as much as I am is because of the halt and because of the manipulation. And now I've looked back over the history of this stock day in and day out, and I see this happens a lot. So I'm just going to be patient for 3 or 4 days. And yeah, I'll sell a little bit each day. I'll sell a little and run it over to a runner each day and make money. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, this HIVE is going to close at the high of the day. It sure is. And if they try to manipulate this thing down tomorrow, this BIAF, I'm going to be there to buy. I'm going to have money to buy it with. So I'm going to sell this one now that I've got 420 shares in. And I made good money on it today, so I'm just going to go ahead and sell 400. I'll sell 288 shares. 288. Sell at 386. And then I'll sell another 100 at 387. And that's what I'm going to try to do. So I'm going to try and sell 388 at 386 right now. That's the stock I'm going to be selling is HIVE. And no, I didn't make a huge profit on it, but I want to use this money tomorrow to buy this BIAF. And they're hitting my number right now, so I'm going to sell this. And I should be easily selling this now. They're at 385, 386. And this should go out right now on HIVE. And I just want to have this money to buy tomorrow. I want to have it to buy this BIAF if they try and come at BIAF again tomorrow. Because I see the amounts that they've been swing trading that stock, and they're spoiled by that, and they're going to continue to do it in my belief. So I'm going to be there to take advantage of it. I'm going to be there to take advantage of it. And I can see right now that this stock is up 9.66%. And so I made about a 3% gain on this today. I'm waiting to sell some shares. Time now is 3:54. And I hope that these 380 shares are going to sell here at my quest for 386. If not, then I'll just ping them down a little bit. I see there's a lot of people trying to sell at 386, though, 700 and something shares. So I'm going to just go out here, and I've already learned my lesson, and I'm going to begin to do it another way. 50 shares. There we go. $384.5 is where they're filling right now. And the time left now is 5 minutes left here on the clock. And the stock I'm trading is HIVE. Brought to my attention this morning earlier, and I thought it looked pretty good. And I see orders filling at 385 right now, so not sure why mine isn't filling at 385. I see orders definitely filling at 385. There's another one filled at 385. And I do like that this stock is closing at the high of the day. HIVE is the stock. There we go. Got 60 out right there. And there it goes. Nice. 385. Nice. Very nice. Got 250 shares left. $386 just sold. Very nice. And like I said, I just want to have some money to buy with tomorrow. All right. And now I'll have just 10 shares left as I sell the last 60. And I'm out of HIVE. And now I want to go over here to BIAF. Time now is 3:58. Man, look at him attack that thing. And now I want to try to buy here. Buy market. Confirm. Oh, yeah, I'm going to buy a stock at 366. You bet your ass I am. And I'm going to buy it again right now. And I'm coming in again. Yes. And I'm buying order after order at 366. Yes, indeed. And boy, howdy, ladies and gentlemen, you know a stock has got only 5,200 shares sold at 366, folks. Only 5,000 shares sold at 366. Why? 5,219 shares at 366. What a joke, folks. They had to have halted this thing. They had to halt this. Oh, I guarantee you they halted this. They had to halt this. Oh, yeah, they halted it into the close. Somebody said that they just made a public share offering. Well, pricing of 4.8 million. Okay. Let's add insult to injury and do a public share offering when the price has been driven down $3 a share in one day. Huh. Interesting. San Antonio today announced it has priced a public offering of securities as described below for aggregate gross proceeds to the company of 4.8 million before deducting agent fees and other estimated things. The offering consists of 1,900,000 shares. So now they have 2 million. They had 1.3 and now another 1.9. So 3.3 million shares now outstanding, and the price at a purchase price of $250 per share. $250 per share, folks. Nice. $250 per share. The closing of the offering is expected to occur on or about September 30th, 2025, subject to the satisfaction of customary closing conditions. Wallach Belt is acting as sole placement agent. This press release does not constitute an offer to sell or solicitation offer to buy. The securities described below are being offered by the company pursuant to registration, blah, 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 blah. All right, well, there we go again. On top of insult to injury, this company now offers a price of 1.9 million shares. Well, it traded 99 million yesterday, so it traded 99 million shares yesterday. This news just came out at Monday today at 3:51, so at 9 minutes before the bell rang, they decided to do a public share offering. 9 minutes before the bell rang, they did a public share offering. Why wouldn't they do it yesterday when the price was $7.14? I have no idea whatsoever. I have no clue whatsoever why they wouldn't do that. But they have done it. And it says here right now, bid 260, ask 265. Well, now you know why I bought those shares at 266. Buy. Oh well, I'm in aftermarket now. Chris, pick up some of this right here in the after hours at 260. Just 266 is fine with me. Yeah, 266 and just do market share. I mean, limit. Right now it's already at 272, so just buy at 266. I love. By the way, folks, some of my absolute favorite times to buy a company is under a public share offering condition, and this would have been the smart thing to do yesterday. I told everybody when the price was up 80%. Hey, listen, Friday I said, hey, listen, this thing's up 80%. I'm taking a risk on this because a lot of times when a stock is up big like this, they'll do a public share offering. But they did not do that. They waited until they got slaughtered down $3. And I'm kind of, I'm very, very wondering why they would do such a thing. Nothing seems to make any sense about this company whatsoever, though, BIAF. So their cancer treatment has turned into a cancerous tumor on my stock account, which has dropped significantly, this one. But thank God this is on paper money. And again, you never know when they're going to do a public share offering, folks. And the thing that surprises me the most is they just did a reverse split, 1 for 30 reverse split. 1 for 30 reverse split. And on the heels of that, a week and a half later, do a public share offering. Wow. All right. Well, I hope you just bought some for me, Chris, at 266. And make sure you put in that order for, I would do about 20,000 worth. 266 on BIAF, if you can get it in after hours, somewhere around that range. Just fill them in at 264, 65, 66, 67. And, well, tomorrow we're going to have to find another runner. We're just going to have to move our money over and find one that's running, folks. But, man, an opportunity would be now to buy this on the cheap, that's for sure. BIAF, Tilray got me in the green when everything else is red. Pick up some IXHL. Take a look into their news. Thanks, JP. I'll look at it tomorrow. IXHL. Hold on a second. Let me write it down. IXHL. JP Panic. Also, I want to look at a stock that was called out this morning, DVLT. DVLT was called out this morning. I don't know what happened with it, DVLT, but I'm going to go check it right now. DVLT stock. Yahoo. And DVLT made a nice move and held over $1, which is nice, but the high on it was 139, okay? I got my eye on it. DVLT. That's a good one. Kenny Putnam. Thank you. And now I want to look at Tilray. I told everybody don't buy this because it was at the 66-cent mark. And let's see if I was right about Tilray not to buy it at the 66. I believe it was at 266 a share, and I said, don't you dare buy it there. Tilray. Well, it went on up. It was at, I believe it was at 166, was it? Or was it at 266, and they knocked it down that much? I don't know. Nope. So it went from 166 to 184. So that made a nice continued move up from the 166. So congratulations, you Tilray folks. But I would warn you about this stock. Now, I do hold this stock long in my long portfolio, but I'm way down on this stock since I bought it originally. This thing never has been able to hold a gain very well. I hope it changes. I hope it does continue to rise. Looks good today. Looks good today. Where did our HIVE end up? Somebody also someone also mentioned that open would be a good one. And look at that. It ended up at the high of the day almost, 385. It was 386 for the high. And now I want to look at OPEN. Wow. Now, I do want to look. Hey, what are you doing, you silly thing? Refresh the page. There it is. Open did not do well either today. Huh. All right. Today, I want to look at some other stocks that people have been calling out lately. ACHR. So let me look at ACHR. ACHR. Oh, a nice gain on that one today. 4% up. Man, that looks good, man. Look at that chart this afternoon. See, it's just a matter of folks. Once this morning, once they ran this thing down and they herked and jerked and 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 look at it. Boom. Wow. Holy smokes. ACHR. Market manipulators working that one too. There's a lot of them being run around. All right, where did SoFi end up today? 27.55. Well, my SoFi stock, folks, is doing what it should be doing right now. Whilst the institutions accumulate more and more of it, as you can see here, every single day they've been buying in, and many of them have been buying SoFi in large quantities again, including index funds. And you can see today that SoFi, SOFX, just bought SoFi stock. SoFi, SOFX, ETF, SoFi's ETF, increased their portfolio by 105.61% value. That is SoFi, folks. And look at Knights of Columbus coming in and acquiring 67,000 new position, Knights of Columbus. Oh, what? Why? And we can now see that the Institute data has gone to 1,074. So I'm going to come over here to my sheet. Right here, Institute data. Let me find it here. Oh, it's not there. Hold on a second. Index funds, Institute data. There it is. Open with. Oh, yeah. I'm going to get rid of that Libra here this afternoon. Just give me a moment while this opens up here. I track Institute data very closely and index funds buying into SoFi. And so I'm going to update this sheet right now with Institute data. Here we go. And just give me a second. Date is 9/29. I'm over. Closing price on SoFi today was what? 27. Let me update this. 27.55. And institutional ownership has now risen to 1,074. 1,010 is now 1,012, 29, and 33. 1,012, 29, and 33. And where's the volume now? 613, 406, 542. 613, 406, 542. Enter. All right. And what does that mean in share change? Alexa, what is 13,406,542 minus 13,231,335?
13,406,542 minus 13,231,335 is 175,207.
Okay. Thank you. 175,207 increased by the longs. And we're going to the color green there. Home should be green. Where's the color green? I could find it yesterday. It was under home. Hold on. Merge cells, wrap text, delete, clear. All right, dadgummit. Where is green? There it is, right there, green. There we go. And the increase was up to 51.23 and 11.82. 51.23. All right. We'll take this number and move it down. 51.23. Increase has gone up. And 11.82. Okay, good. 11.82%. Save. So once again, folks, institutions buying more and more institutions than ever owning shares of SoFi stock. And all of these lately, I showed you all the index funds that have been coming in now. And there are a lot of them, folks. SoFi, I see 27.58. You better look at the 1-year chart on this thing. You better look at the 1-year chart. I've seen pullbacks like this before. Many times, this is a similar amount to drop it that much. This is a very similar amount that they dropped this stock. Look up here. Look how much they dropped it here. Price was 24.08. Dropped it to 21.08. $3 drop. And right here, we're at 30.02 and now 27.52. $2.50 drop. $3 is common, folks. $2.50 is right in line. A nice consolidation. Going back over here now to BIAF. And I hope that Chris was able to buy some at 266 in the after hours. It's a nice, big, hefty drop right there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see what happens with this tomorrow with our SoFi stock that we always track. I hope you have a great day, whatever it is you're going to be doing this afternoon. And today was a very good learning lesson. Well, 2 days back to back. Number one, never buy a stock up 80%. Just don't do it, folks. Don't ever buy a stock like BIAF up 80%. Always buy it when they wash it out afterwards. This is my rule. I've been following that rule for so long, and that's been my key to success. And every single time that I've tried to deviate from that rule and buy a stock on a run has been a mistake. Every one of them. Every one of them. THAR was a huge mistake, and this one was a huge mistake. But it's from my mistakes that I hold up to them, and I also learn the most from my mistakes. I learn the most valuable lessons from my errors. And for each and every one of you who are down today, you remember where we started with SoFi in the 5s and 6s and where we are now. And don't worry, we're going to continue to have days where we will make setbacks like today, but we'll always persevere and we'll always move forward and we'll always be positive and we'll always keep our chins up. And we'll always realize that no matter what, if we didn't have this money that we've made over the last year to invest, we wouldn't have lost anything today at all, would we? So there's always two good sides to what happens. And so I'm always going to be Mr. Optimistic. And I believe that even though I'm way down now from where I was just a week ago, I was way down before after THAR, and I got myself back up, and I'll do it again now. I'll do it every time. I'm not going to give up, folks. I never give up the fight. And I want to thank you all for being here with me. I hope that you've learned something valuable today. And we will move forward, and we will pick good runners, and we will make good profits as we move forward. Just be faithful, and don't give up the fight, folks. Don't give up the fight. So I'm going to get on out of here right now. Hope you have a great evening, everyone. I hope that you have a blessed evening with your meal and enjoy yourselves. And I hope that you have very successful trading in all your financial endeavors. And as always, I hope and pray that you are in great health, because that's really the most important thing of all, to be in good health. And last but not least, I pray and hope that you are all surrounded with love, because each and every one of you definitely deserve it. And I'm going to say farewell now. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll keep trying to day trade tomorrow, and we won't buy stocks up 80%. We'll buy the ones that went up massively today and then get washed out in the morning. And one of those stocks is going to be that one Wolf. We're going to be watching WOLF tomorrow. WOLF. I think it was up 1,000% today. We're going to watch that one tomorrow. WOLF. All right. God bless you, Wendy. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ricky. I'm going to get on out of here now. Is the bottom on SoFi the next leg up? Yeah, I believe it's ready to make its turn. Just a little $3 pullback, and then off she goes. All these index funds are piling into SoFi here for a reason, folks. All these index funds are the writing on the wall. No matter how little they pull it back here, these index funds, they're getting in, and they're getting a lot. They're not just getting a little. And I mentioned that to you back in December, and the price went from $11 to $30. I mentioned it to you in December and January. Look at all these index funds buying, and I started showing you how much they were increasing. Well, they're doing it again now, so look for the same result. A nice run up from here. All right, I'm out of here, guys. Have a great evening. The Catfish Coaster has arrived. All right. All right, Jason. The Catfish Coaster has arrived. And JP Panic, your shirt should be any day showing up to you as well. All right, good, good. Well, thank you for letting me know that you got your coaster. And that is a custom coaster, one of a kind, and it has my DNA on it, I'm sure, to some degree. So congratulations, because I'm going to be waiting on my new coaster now. All right, everybody, have a great evening. We'll talk to you tomorrow. We'll see you, like I said, at 8:48 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Look for my thumbnail again to be about day trading, all right? Day trading. Tomorrow I'm going to have a thumbnail up about, I think maybe do's and don'ts or something like that, or rules about day trading. So keep your eyes open for them. Bye-bye, everybody. We'll see you. God bless.